Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
With the change of the obelisk, Jia became more and more excited. It's finally started. Just at this moment, a blue gas suddenly diffused out from the obelisk. When the blue gas came into contact with Levi's body, he wanted to crawl into Levi's body but was isolated by the vector operation. The mist of Terrigen, this is a genetic medicine developed by the Kree. Its function is to awaken the Inhumans to ability. However, this mist of Terrigen is a deadly poison to ordinary people, and any ordinary person can petrify him on the spot with just one inhalation. After the fog came over, Levis keenly found that Mr. Hyde had already put on a gas mask from nowhere. This fog did no harm to the awakened Inhumans, but for Sky 553, who has not awakened, it is the opportunity for her to metamorphosis. If he hadn't known that Sky could awaken this super ability, he would never have awakened Sky. After all, the awakening of the Inhumans has many drawbacks. For example, Gordon was blinded in both eyes because he was awakened to teleportation. This flawed awakening is like the awakening potion that Mr. Hyde developed. It is impossible for Jia to not know that the Terrigen mist is highly toxic to people other than Inhumans, so she did it on purpose. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Sky suddenly screamed. After inhaling these inexplicable gases, she found that her body began to slowly petrify. Sky, don't be afraid. This is the change of your ability to awaken as an Inhuman, so you will be fine if you are afraid. Levis comforted softly. Sky was relieved when he heard his words. However, the next moment she was completely petrified. Levis was not too worried, turned to look at Jia saw that she had walked to the obelisk and then grabbed it. After touching the obelisk, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the surface of the obelisk. The light shot on the surrounding slate, and in an instant, pictures appeared on the slate. These pictures are exactly after the Kree came to the Earth, creating the picture of the Inhumans and even the scene of the Kree fighting with the ancestor mutants. In fact, the Inhumans are actually researched by the Kree based on mutant genes, but due to various defects, the Kree finally gave up the Inhumans. In this way, the technology of the Inhumans is indeed of great help in how to awaken the X gene to become a mutant. Thinking of this, Levi's eyes lit up, and it seemed that this time it was not in vain. However, at this moment, Jia suddenly controlled the obelisk to draw several strange runes. Immediately afterwards, the runes formed a light cell beside Levis, trapping him in it. It seems that the technology of the Kree people has made you a little inflated. Levis folded his arms and smiled at Jia ugly face. Ha 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 tilde, I know you are very strong. You are a 5th level mutant that I have never seen before, but this is the research laboratory of the Kree people. Naturally, it has prepared a lot of abilities to subdue mutants even if you are a 5th level mutant. Even mutants can't break free. Jia laughed smugly as if the conspiracy had succeeded. It seems that your ambitions are completely exposed. 99. Levis still sneered without any worries. Yes, I do have ambitions. Do you think I came to the Kree ruins by all means to get the research materials here? Wrong. Big mistake. Jia laughed with a crazy expression on her face. This is a beautiful world for human beings, but it will soon be gone, and soon there will be only Inhumans left in this world. That idiot in Whitehall was always looking for the obelisk because he thought it was a weapon powerful enough to destroy the world, but he only knew half of it. Having said that, Jia looked at Levis again and said, you should also know the effect of the Terrigen mist. Ordinary people will be completely petrified by inhaling this mist, and even mutants will not see this for long. And in the ruins left by the Kree, there are still a lot of Terrigen fog that the Kree did not use. Originally, the Kree intended to use these Terrigen mists to conduct an experiment on the entire Earth, but finally gave up. So it's cheap for me. As long as the Terrigen fog spreads out, then all the human beings on the entire Earth will be petrified. Ha 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 tilde 35. Jia proudly revealed her ultimate goal. In fact, she planned to do so from the beginning. As long as Levis was trapped, then everything here would belong to her, and it can force Levis, the 5th level mutant, to submit to her. Thinking of this, Jia Wying couldn't help laughing anymore. After listening to her words, Mr. Hyde's expression became very exciting. He had no idea that Jia Wying's purpose was to destroy all mankind. The expressions of Lincoln and Gordon are also different. Lincoln was a little dazed. Obviously he didn't know Jia Wying's purpose. Gordon, on the other hand, showed no expression, and it seemed that he already knew Jia Wying's plan. What did I say? That the means you left in the Kree ruins can stop a 5th-level mutant? Have you ever seen the power of a 5th-level mutant? And who said I'm just a 5th-level mutant? Already. Levis asked a few questions with extremely disdain in his eyes. Without waiting for Jia Wying to answer, he stepped lightly on his feet and the vector operation started at the moment. Boom. The entire ruin vibrated violently at the moment. Ka. Cobweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and then the cracks expanded. The rune-light prison that had trapped Levis shattered in an instant. The so-called Inhumans are just the mutants created by the Kree people based on the Celestials, and they are only the defective products that have been researched. How do you compare to mutants? And this light prison is not set up to trap the 5th-level mutants. I am afraid it is to trap the Inhumans. 4.1. Otherwise it will not be broken so clearly. How is this possible? Jia Wying, who had just stood firm, had a look of horror on her face. She did not expect that the technology of the Kree people would not be able to trap Levis at all. Now her plan was completely disrupted. Just when she was still thinking about retreating, Levis had already come over, and he was too lazy to play such tricks with Jia Wying. If it weren't for the fact that she was Sky's mother, she would have been controlled by telepathy. Now that Jia Wying has done such a thing, no one can say anything even if he takes action against it. To put it simply, Levis originally wanted to do something to Jia Wying, but after establishing a relationship with Sky, he lacked an excuse to deal with Jia Wying. And now there is an excuse. However, at this moment, Mr. Hyde stood in front of him. Calvin, hurry up, hold him back, just give me some more time to make it work. Jia Wying was a little surprised when she saw Hyde standing in front of her. After speaking, she turned around and started to operate. No matter what, she will use the Terrigen Mist to destroy all human beings in the world. Levis frowned at Hyde in front of him, and when he was about to start, he saw Hyde suddenly turn around and hug Jia Wying. What are you doing? Jia Wying was stunned for a moment, then frantically struggled. Seeing this, Lincoln and Gordon, who were on the side, stepped forward, but they found that their bodies suddenly couldn't move. Let go of me, Calvin. Jia Wying still wanted to struggle, but was knocked unconscious by Mr. Hyde with a knife. Levis looked at this scene with some surprise. It seems that Hyde did not participate in this matter. Feel sorry. Hyde turned around and apologized to Levis, his eyes blurred as if lost in memory. Actually, when I first met Jia Wying, she was very simple and kind. At that time I was deeply attracted to her. 39. But all this changed with the conspiracy of Hydra. It was Whitehall. He captured Jia 22 Wying and dissected her. And since then Jia Wying has changed, full of hatred for human beings. Changed. You have to do whatever you can to achieve your goals. Speaking of which, Mr. Hyde looked guilty. If he had had great power back then, perhaps this kind of thing would not have happened. But it's too late now. Levis couldn't help sighing when he heard what he said. Having experienced that kind of inhumane treatment, Jia Yinghui and Blacken are also excusable. There isn't more than one Blacken like this. For example, Rebecca with space reversal is one of them, but after being modified by Levis, she can now live like a normal mutant. Perhaps I can give you a kind Jia Wying. What? What are you going to do? Hearing his words, Mr. Hyde was startled. He would definitely be very willing if he could make Jia Wying return to her original state, but if she wanted to hurt Jia Wying, he would definitely not agree. You should know that I have the super ability of telepathy, just need to delete her unpleasant memory before. 39 Levis explained. Hyde frowned and thought for a moment, then seriously said, I agree, but you can't deprive her of my memory. The question is simple. Levis clicked his fingers, and then directly used telepathy to modify Jia Wying's memory. The memory of being tortured by Whitehall must be deleted, leaving only the memory of Jia Wying meeting Hyde after leaving the Inhumans. Definitely, his purpose is not just to modify her memory, but the most important thing is to directly control Jia Wying. As long as you control G.Obtain, it is equivalent to controlling the entire inhuman race. After a while, the memory modification of G.Obtain was finally completed. How did it work? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Mr. Hyde asked anxiously. The memory has been revised and it will definitely be the kind and gentle wife you like. As for why she hasn't woken up yet, this has nothing to do with me, you beat yourself up. Finally, Levis rolled his eyes. When Hyde heard this, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It was true that he knocked G.Obtain unconscious just now. It was at this moment that the rocks all over Sky, who had been protected by Levis, suddenly clicked. Immediately afterwards, all the rocks surrounding her were shaken away. Wheeze. 35. Sky, who opened his eyes, saw Levis in front of him and rushed over to hug him tightly. Congratulations, Sky, you have successfully awakened super ability. 35. Levis smiled and congratulated. Well, I do feel a strange power. Sky let go of his hands in amazement. She found that her hands had a kind of magical power, as if they could shake everything. Very magical. That's right, that's your power, very useful power. Levis seemed to think of something and a big smile appeared on his face. How do you feel that my ability is similar to your nasty ability? Sky said strangely. It's just your illusion. Levis was a little ashamed, but he didn't expect Sky to have guessed it. G.Obtain, you finally woke up. At this moment, Hyde behind him suddenly shouted in surprise. The two turned their heads and saw that G.Obtain woke up from Hyde's arms in a daze. What's wrong with her, Mom? Sky asked with some doubts. It's nothing, let's go. Presumably now she must be a good mother. Levis smiled mysteriously. Sky heard the words a little strange but walked over anyway. G.Obtain, are you all right? Sorry for worrying you. 99. G.Obtain touched Hyde's face gently, then stood up and gave Sky a warm embrace. This reaction made Sky stunned for a moment. The gentle G.Obtain was written on her face. Are you sure it was the mother who didn't care about her feelings just now? But that's fine too. Levis couldn't help but smile when he saw the three of them become happy. After Zu 553 changed G.Obtain's memory, she is now the patriarch of the Inhumans and a gentle and kind wife and mother. At the same time, the heart will also subconsciously focus on the interests of the mutants. In this way, the next thing will be easier to do. With G.Obtain's efforts, a month later, she finally unlocked all the data in the Kree ruins. Then Levis directly sent these research data back to the X.Gene underground research base. Immediately afterwards, Hyde also joined the research on the X.Gene. Sky, who had just gained family affection, decided to stay with G.Obtain in the secluded place of the Inhumans for a while. During this time, the X-Men also had a new job, which was to cooperate with the Inhumans to develop the Kree ruins. Although G.Obtain's memory was modified, she was still very angry when she saw Whitehall again. And this Kree ruins are very secretive and can also be used as a secret base if necessary. No one else knows about this place except Whitehall. At the same time, Whitehall was handed over to G.Obtain. The Kree ruins are very large, far beyond the central core area. As a result, Levi made a special trip to solve all the forces of Whitehall. In the end, Whitehall's end was very tragic. After the Kree research materials and the addition of Mr. Hyde, the X-Gene research has also accelerated a lot. However, it will take a lot of time to understand the research data of the Kree people. If you want to produce research results, it will take at least half a year. On the other hand, after taking over the Sky Battleship plan, Sister Misaka has already begun to build various large robotic arms. There are no scientists in this program, just a lot of construction workers. Because Miss Misaka has replaced most of the scientists, she only needs to build the robotic arm, then Miss Misaka can build the Sky Battleship herself. And with the technology Levis brought back from Future Reversal, it's only a matter of time before we want to build a Sky Battleship. At the same time, the plot of Avengers is about to start and the New York War is about to begin. It would be great if the X-Gene Awakening Potion could be obtained before then. Before that, Levis decided to take Lorna and the others on a beach vacation. Hey, babes, have you packed everything? In the Mutant Academy, Levis waited helplessly at the door of the girls' dormitory. After telling them to take them to Hawaii for vacation yesterday, the children were so excited that they didn't sleep for one night, which made Levis tired for one night. Until the afternoon, the girls still hadn't packed their things. The sun is about to set at this rate, doo-doo tilde. Levis picked up the phone and saw that Sky was calling. Hey, Sky, are you ready? Do you want me to pick you up now? Dear, I'm ready, come over here. Sky couldn't help chuckling over the phone. Okay, I'll be right over here. Levis hung up the phone. Babies, I'm going to pick up Sky, you guys are ready tilde. Got it, go now. When you come back, we must be ready. 55. Several female voices came from inside the house. About Sky, they had already heard Katie say it, and this result was what they expected. Anyway, Levis is so fierce, it's better to have one more person to share. Hearing the voices of the girls, Levis nodded with satisfaction, then clicked his fingers to open a portal. On the other side of the portal, it was Sky's room. Baby, Sky hasn't seen you for a few days, have you missed me? Levis came to Sky in a flash and picked her up. Tilde, long time no see, didn't I see you the other day? Sky was a little amused but still gave him a sweet kiss. Cough tilde. Just when the two were tired, they didn't expect G.Obtain to appear at the door. Sky suddenly came down from his arms with embarrassment. Levis was a little embarrassed, but he didn't expect to be caught. Weiss, Daisy must be safe when she goes out, you know, G.Obtain reminded with a gentle smile. I'll pay attention. Hearing this, Levis was even more embarrassed, and he definitely understood the potential meaning of these words. But so far, he has no idea of wearing an umbrella, and Lorna and Clarice's tummies haven't moved, so it's definitely not his fault. He guessed that after the body merged with the phoenix to become a higher life, the life essence was too powerful and Lorna and the others were completely unable to conceive. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry in this regard, so he ignored it. Sky on the side definitely understood what her mother meant and her face turned slightly red. Okay, I won't say too much, you go. G.Obtain didn't talk too much and left after exhorting. Hey tilde baby, you've packed everything, let's go. Seeing G.Obtain leave, Levis immediately hugged Sky by the waist, then made a salute and left the room through the portal. Back at the Mutant Academy, Lorna, Clarice, Naughty, Katie and Lauren are all ready. Everyone was ready to go, and Cyclops and Wolverine also came out to see them off. Hey tilde boy, it's already 6, can you handle that much? Logan whispered to the side while hooking his neck. Definitely no problem, I let them beg for mercy every night, Levis said with a proud smile. Oh. Logan looked suspicious, obviously disbelieving. You don't believe me, Wolverine, you can't do it, Levis quipped. Who said no? I also ask Silver Fox to beg for mercy every night. 35 Logan explained with a straight face. Yes, this time it was Levi's turn to disbelieve. Logan is now older than both Professor X and Magneto by age, at least in his 80s and 90s. This age can make Silver Fox beg for mercy, he is very disbelieving. Could that place be filled with adamantium too? That's bullshit. Wheeze, let's go, 35. At this time, Lorna and the others had already said goodbye to everyone. Alright then, let's go. Hawaii? At the moment, the temperature here is between 20 and 30 degrees, which is very suitable for vacation. And Levis had already asked the Cuckoo sisters to buy a seaside villa here, and there was a Chunshan Li Lihao beach near the villa. As a privilege of the rich, no one else bothers here. Esme, Sophie, why are you here? When they came to the Villa Roar, they found the two sisters Esme and Mafe were here. Esme and Sophie smiled slightly. Master, during your vacation we will serve as housekeepers, you can tell us any requests you have. Serve as a butler. Levis pouted and said this when you are not wearing swimsuits. Lorna and the others could only look at each other helplessly. But soon this depressed mood disappeared. At the moment the sun sets on the beach in front of the villa, the scenery is really beautiful. Levis directly let everyone start a barbecue on the beach together. The time spent on vacation by the sea is very pleasant, but it doesn't feel fun after a long time. It's been a month since I came to Hawaii for vacation. During this time, Levis and everyone also had a good time to relax. However, they are tired of playing at the beach all the time. Today, they plan to spend their last day at the beach and go back to the Mutant Academy tomorrow. On the beach, Levis lay on a beach chair basking lazily with sunglasses on. Not far away, Lorna and Clarice are playing beach volleyball. At this moment, Sky suddenly noticed a series of planes flying in the sky. It's A1Z Viper, where are they going? What's wrong with you, Sky? It's your turn to play. At this time, Lauren came over and she followed Sky's gaze and saw 12 planes flying by and quickly disappearing. Oh well. Skyabin didn't care about those planes and immediately started 2v2 beach volleyball. Levis, who was sunbathing on the beach chair, also noticed these planes. He knew the AH-1Z Viper, which was the gunship used by the ugly Marine Corps. As for why he was here, he was more curious. Thinking of this, he used telepathy to find 557 to these planes in an instant, and then controlled a non-commissioned officer who seemed to have a relatively high rank. After checking the other party's memory, Leviston was shocked. On the small island shrouded in thundercloud storms, it is said that there is still this giant beast on the small island, and some people have even seen a giant gorilla more than 10 meters high. When Levis got this information, his first reaction was to watch a movie called Kong Skull Island. According to the information known to the sergeant, it seems very similar to Kong Skull Island. But whether it is Skull Island or not, you still need to see it with your own eyes. At the moment Levis already has the vision of the controlled non-commissioned officer, it can be said that the non-commissioned officer of at the moment is himself. He glanced at it and saw that there were 5 other people in the cabin. Among them, the co-pilot of the plane was a black man who looked like Nick Fury. If I remember correctly, this black man is Colonel Packard, the captain of the Tianmo helicopter attack team and the soul of the team. This also allowed him to determine that the place where these people were going was King Kong Skull Island. Levis was a little surprised, didn't expect that there is still King Kong in this CSEB world, so is there Godzilla? Or maybe the monsters in the Pacific Rim will pop out at some point. That would be fun. The speed of the gunships was not slow, and about 2 hours later a thundercloud storm blocked them. We're up. Facing the unknown thundercloud storm ahead, Colonel Packard did not have any timidity, and all the armed helicopters plunged into it under his order. After entering the thundercloud storm, the entire sky darkened and thunder flashed around all the time, which made people startled. Fortunately, there are lightning protection devices on the plane after the thrilling through the thundercloud storm. In an instant, it was like rain over the sky, and the dazzling sunlight made everyone feel like they were after a catastrophe. But everything in front of them made everyone forget the thrilling moment just now. What they saw in front of them was an ecologically beautiful island. The island was lined with lush green trees, which was really a rare sight. Everyone on the helicopter also made a roar sound. The non-commissioned officer controlled by Levis couldn't help but smile. Look for a landing spot, prepare to land, Colonel Packard gave orders in the communicator. Immediately afterwards, the crowd was divided into 2 sides. One side was the archaeological team. They found an open space in the woods and landed. The soldier team on the other side began to drop shock bombs on the island to detect the island's geology. The sergeant under Levi's control is on the plane from which the shock bomb was dropped. As the concussion bombs exploded, the entire island shook slightly. It should be out soon. Levis was thinking about this when he saw a tree in the distance shot towards the helicopter beside him like an arrow. Boom! There is no doubt that the helicopter was directly penetrated by the trees, and a violent explosion occurred immediately. This scene made all the soldiers stunned. However, before they could return to their senses, a big hand suddenly appeared beside the sky. There was no time to react, and the 2 planes were directly caught. Sure enough, it was King Kong, and Levi's eyes suddenly lit up. I saw a gigantic orangutan appearing in front of me. Its height was about 35 meters and it was about 10 stories tall. It looked really mighty and domineering. Moreover, the current King Kong is only a child. If he is an adult, he is at least 100 meters tall, which is really a giant. What made him speechless was that the non-commissioned officer he controlled was directly eaten by King Kong. But it doesn't matter, it's the same for a soldier to control. At this time, Colonel Packard could not contact the 3 planes that dropped the shock bombs and knew that something had happened. Immediately afterwards, all the helicopters took off, but in front of them was King Kong, the size of a mountain. Oh my god, what the hell is this? This should be a gorilla, why is it so big? Damn, there are real monsters. Is this what killed the hamsters? I want to avenge them. Fucks, I'm the boss, set up the cordon and keep the guns ready. 39. 3 helicopters were destroyed, and Colonel Packard, infuriated by the death of the soldier, gave the order to attack without a word. Get ready to fire. With a roar from Colonel Packard, the next moment all the helicopters opened fire. Bang, 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 countless bullets shot towards King Kong, causing it to roar again and again. Get us out of here, Fox. No. 9 was taken down. Although the firearms on the helicopter are much more powerful than ordinary firearms, they are not a big threat to King Kong, and at most they only cause him to suffer skin trauma. There was chaos in the communicator and everyone panicked at this moment. And this completely angered King Kong and he waved his fist directly, smashing a helicopter with one punch. Retreat, retreat. The violent explosion shocked everyone. I don't obey your orders. However, at this very moment several more helicopters were destroyed. Attack, kill this guy for me. Seeing that half of the soldier squad was wiped out in the blink of an eye, Colonel Packard's anger had already overwhelmed his head, and he was shooting frantically with a machine gun. However, these bullets are just another tickling for King Kong. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of King Kong. In an instant, a slap slapped over, and the propeller of the helicopter simply cut into King Kong's palm, allowing him to recover most of his power. But Rao is so, the helicopter was also forced to crash. Fortunately, Colonel Packard did not die, but seeing that all the helicopters were destroyed and most of the soldiers were destroyed, this hatred was already planted in his heart. Because the helicopters all crashed, most of the people were separated. The soldiers controlled by Levis failed to escape and were directly killed by the plane explosion. He was wondering if he was too unlucky every time the soldiers he controlled were killed. However, this time he did not continue to control the soldiers but controlled a young guy with a red head on the archaeological team whose name was Slivko. At the moment, the archaeological team and the soldiers were separated and there were only 6 people left in their group. The protagonist James, female reporter Weaver, a black guy, and a middle-aged archaeology professor. Finally, there is the archaeologist Shan, whose appearance is very similar to Jingshan, a girl who loves adventure and archaeology. The original is very marginal, almost a trick. The group walked silently by the river. At the moment, everyone's heart is very heavy. After all, their plane crashed. How to leave the island now is a problem. And there are too many dangers on this island and no one can take it easy. At this moment, the river on the side suddenly moved and then a behemoth appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was so frightened that they raised the firearms in their hands to be vigilant. Everyone, don't move, calm down. James, who led the team, was still relatively calm. However, Levis had no intention of raising a gun at all and he looked at the big buffalo in front of him with interest. Remember that this big buffalo is called the Lonely Reef Bull Demon. It is a herbivorous animal with a docile personality. If it is not provoked, it will not launch an attack, as predicted. After the Lonely Reef Bull Demon looked at them, he turned and left. Hey, this big guy looks like a normal buffalo, just don't know how the meat is. Seeing that everyone was angry and a little dignified, Levis laughed and made a joke. When everyone heard what he said, they almost laughed. They were all worried, but he didn't expect that he still wanted to eat the meat of the monster in front of him. You can eat meat if you want, but don't take us with you. James rolled his eyes and turned away. The female reporter Weaver forcibly followed up with a smile. Hey, Silphko has never seen you joke like this before. Shouldn't you be the most nervous when you meet this kind of monster? Shan couldn't help joking. Nervous? How is it possible I can bake and eat this kind of monster? 55. Levis waved his hand, but he didn't continue to show anything. His performance just now was indeed different from Slivko, and it was normal to cause others to doubt. Boast. Shan helplessly shook her head and ignored him. The group moved on and soon found the Aboriginal camp where they were greeted by a veteran named Mark Hank. At this point, Levis withdrew control of Slivko. Now that the sky has darkened, the number of his sign-ins today has not been used, and if he signed the target, he has already decided that is King Kong. Wheeze, we're going to have a barbecue, do you want to join us? 39. At this moment Clarice ran over. Oh, let's grill first, I have some things to leave, I will be back soon, remember to leave some for me. With that, Levis kissed Clarice on the cheek and disappeared on the beach. Huh. Clarice, where's Wes? 35. Lorna and the others were a little curious when they saw that only Clarice came here. Weiss, he left, he said something but he should be back soon, Clarice explained helplessly. Then let's ignore him, let's grill first. Lorna didn't care either because Levis would disappear for a while every day during this time and would come back soon, so they are not surprised. The other side. Levis used space to move to Skull Island and telepathically found King Kong's location in an instant. At the moment, this big guy is holding the octopus legs and eating it. Hey, big guy. Levis came to King Kong and made a trick roar with a smile. When King Kong, who was eating octopus legs, saw him appear, he was stunned for a moment and then roared as if warning him. The language is a little bit different, but that's okay, Luo. Levis speaks of communicating directly with King Kong using telepathy. Hey, how are you guys? 5. What are you? King Kong's wisdom is not low, no less than that of ordinary adults, but the way he speaks is a bit speechless. I'm not, 99. The corners of Levi's mouth twitched slightly, almost hitting the other side. I am human to help you. Help me. Humans will only destroy homes. This time, King Kong's words were more fluent, but it was obvious that he did not believe in foreign humans. After all, the injuries on his body were left by humans. No, there are actually good people in human beings too. For example, those natives, Levis explained with a smile. The indigenous people on the island were able to survive because of the protection of King Kong. Otherwise, they would have been hunted and killed by various monsters. King Kong was silent for a while after hearing this, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he roared softly. I believe you are a good man to give you. King Kong actually handed over an octopus leg that was thicker than Levis' forehead. Levi's mouth twitched slightly, but he still used psychokinesis to take it. He rolled his eyes and then a flame appeared under the octopus's legs and he started to grill just like that. King Kong was still a little wary when he saw the flames that suddenly appeared, but after seeing that the flames did not harm it, he relaxed his vigilance. Levis, after seeing the test, used molecular manipulation to create various seasonings to sprinkle on top. I want this. After a while, the whole octopus leg emits a tempting aroma. Suddenly, an even more attractive scent came, at the same time curiously watching the flame-grilled octopus legs. King Kong couldn't help drooling when he smelled this fragrance. King Kong was rude and very direct to ask for it. Roar! Levis was a little funny when he saw this, but he originally baked it for King Kong. After all, he couldn't eat such a big octopus leg. Go then 35. Hearing this, King Kong happily took the grilled octopus leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Roar! After eating the roasted octopus legs, King Kong jumped up and down happily like a child of several years old. I still want to eat. After eating the roasted octopus legs, King Kong could no longer eat the raw octopus legs, and saw that he raised all the octopuses under him in front of Levis and looked at him pleadingly. No problem, anyway, 557 is just a casual thing. Levis thought it was interesting and agreed. Using flame manipulation, the whole octopus is cooked in just a moment. When King Kong saw this, he ate a lot. Levis kept some octopus legs ready to take back to Lorna and the others. At the same time, he also signed on King Kong. Ding! Does the host sign in to King Kong, double experience or super ability? Sign into super ability. Ding! Sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Giant with 100 experience points. As you can tell from the name, Giant is a super ability that can make the body swell and grow bigger. With Levi's current level 5 mutant strength, if he exerts his full strength, he can become a 100-meter giant. And after the giant, his power will become very strong, at least a few hundred times the power increase. This is really scary. To know that his original strength is not weak. Once it becomes huge, then his strength can be imagined. The Hulk was just a little bit in front of him. Levis nodded with satisfaction. This super ability is still very good, but does he have to ask Dr. Banner for a pair of pants? Otherwise, you won't be able to be naked after getting bigger? Well, that's a question to ponder. Looking at the crunch of King Kong's food, Levis raised his eyebrows. He was wondering if he could take this guy as a elf. A pet. When the time comes to fight, just put King Kong directly, which can definitely startle the other party. Definitely, this is just thinking about it. After all, King Kong is too big and walking around the city will cause huge amounts of damage. King Kong, I'm leaving. When King Kong, who had just finished eating the grilled octopus leg, heard this, he roared softly, his eyes filled with reluctance, and after a while he had regarded Levis as his best friend. "Will you still come?" "Definitely, I'll be back in a few days." 99. Levis is also planning to check in on Skull Island and will definitely be back. When King Kong heard his words, he was also a little happy. "Okay, let me treat the injury on your arm before leaving." The bullets from the helicopter did not cause much damage to King Kong, but the propeller on the helicopter injured his palms and arms. Levis came to King Kong's arm and then used molecular manipulation, but he recovered King Kong's injuries in an instant. Roar tilde tilde. Seeing that the pain in his arm is gone, King Kong roared lightly and was very happy. "Thank you, my friend." Hearing this, Levis was a little surprised, but he didn't expect King Kong to know a friend. "Haha tilde tilde, you're welcome, then I'll go first, bye." 55. Levis laughed and waved his hand, then disappeared in front of King Kong. Seeing that he suddenly disappeared, King Kong was stunned for a moment and immediately lay on the ground to rest. The other side, Levis is back on the beach. "Weiss, why did it take you so long to come back? I have grilled squid for you, come and eat." 35. Seeing him come back, Lorna hurriedly brought some grilled squid over. I actually grilled some squid too, no octopus." Levis used psychokinesis to drag the octopus legs that he had just grilled before everyone. "Is this really an octopus leg?" The girls looked at each other when they saw the thicker-than-human octopus legs beside him. "Too big." "No problem." Levis waved his hand and the octopus legs instantly turned into file-size skewers. Not to mention the octopus legs of this giant octopus, the meat is very tender and crunchy. While eating octopus barbecue, Lorna and Katie asked about it too. Levis did not hide it and told them about Skull Island and King Kong. Several people learned that there is such a magical creature as King Kong in this world, and none of them mentioned the matter of going back tomorrow, and they all said that they would go to Skull Island with him tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning, Levis went out on the beach full of energy and then went back to the house on 4.1 to wake up his children. Looking at a child who was unwilling to get up, Leviston was speechless. "Snapped." "No, I still want to sleep," Lorna said in a daze and fell asleep again. Tilde no. "Clarice is getting up soon. Didn't you say you were going to see King Kong yesterday?" Levis pushed Clarice and said. "Clarice just got ready but fell down again." "No, my whole body seems to be falling apart and I can't move." Lorna is about to wake up. 39. Sky is getting up soon. "It was clear yesterday that I had agreed to go to Skull Island to see King Kong, but I didn't expect everyone to be so sleepy." "Forget it, go by yourself." After thinking about it, Levis didn't bother to wait for them so he could go to see King Kong first and then come back to pick them up. Open the portal. Levis went back to where he had takoyaki with Kong last night, but Kong was not here. Tilde tilde. Suddenly a scream came from not far away, and he curiously used perspective to look over. "I saw that in the forest not far away, a huge amount of spider was preying on a few soldiers led by Colonel Packard. After many dangers, there were only 7 soldiers left in the squad. However, under the attack of this huge amount of spider, the soldier team lost 1 person again." Levis scratched his chin and thought, this time the expedition was not easy. The archaeologist named Professor Landa was a member of an imperial organization. This organization has been looking for traces of the existence of monsters, and what makes him care is that Godzilla seems to be discovered by this group of people. Even the Emperor organization also built mechanical Godzilla out. It can be seen that the technology is very unusual. It seems that after going back this time, this news also needs to be investigated. Levis looked at the soldiers in the squad again. These people must not let them bring back the news of King Kong, otherwise this island will be exposed to the eyes of the whole world. At that time, King Kong will be in danger. This is the pet that he has reserved. Thinking of this, he couldn't help showing a sneer recently. At the moment in a bamboo forest, the soldier team finally killed the giant spider that attacked them, but unfortunately they sacrificed 1 person again. After a moment of silence, Colonel Packard could only let the dead soldiers be temporarily buried here. After the burial was over, the soldiers continued to move forward with heavy steps. At the moment they walked by the river where the terrain is wide and they are no longer afraid of spiders from the sky. However, at this moment, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared in the water. Hey, what are you looking at? Professor Landa keenly noticed the movement in the water not far away. Everyone heard his words and followed his gaze. On the sparkling river not far away before, small black dots swam from a distance. Seeing this, Colonel Packard hurriedly picked up the binoculars to observe, and then his face changed greatly and he shouted, "Quick, it's a giant snake!" When the soldiers heard this, their scalps went numb. Because at this time, they could also see the figure of the giant snake, only to see a giant snake that was thicker than a human body and covered with patterns swimming over on the river surface. At this moment, everyone died. "Run!" I don't know who shouted, and then Colonel Packard took the lead and ran up the mountain and the soldiers followed closely behind. However, Professor Landa, who was already in the middle of the year, could not run a little, and soon he was overtaken by the giant snake. "Wait tilde help me." When Colonel Packard heard the cry for help, he turned his head to look and saw that Professor Landa's entire body was instantly engulfed by the snake tide, and at first glance he was helpless. Now that he can't protect himself, there is no time to save others, and it is Professor Landa's entrustment that they will come to this place of death. Colonel Packard wanted him to die. Soon Professor Landa's screams disappeared. However, Colonel Packard was not rejoiced because the giant snakes were still chasing after him. "Colonel Packard, save me!" At this time, a soldier who was injured when he had just killed the spider suddenly fell to the ground. Colonel Packard saw this and shouted, "Cole, quickly follow." He can only encourage the soldiers to stand up by themselves, otherwise if he turns around to rescue, neither of them will be able to walk. However, before the soldier could get up, the giant snake behind him had already caught up, and the giant snake opened its mouth and swallowed the soldier's upper body. The sharp teeth of the giant snake instantly penetrated the soldier's body, and the soldier died before he could scream. Colonel Packard saw this, clenched his fists, turned and ran. If he doesn't run, he has to get in. The group kept running away, but fortunately, after crossing the mountain, the giant snake did not continue to pursue. Colonel Packard and the soldiers all collapsed to the ground with exhaustion. Sir Griffin Lynn, Galetta, and the others. 557, the black soldier beside him looked desperate. "Will." At the moment the black soldier had a breakdown. "Refresh me, Rawls, they will not sacrifice in vain as long as we can go out. I must bring a large army to avenge them." I saw the bird that suddenly swooped down and had been huge like a vulture, and when a few people were not paying attention, they grabbed one of the soldiers in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. However, at this moment, a high-pitched bird chirping came from the sky. The 4 remaining soldiers on the side couldn't help clenching their fists as they shared the enemy. Colonel Packard said through gritted teeth. However, the speed of the giant vulture is too fast, but it disappears in the blink of an eye and the firearms are no threat to it at all. "Yes, we must take revenge. Help me." After Colonel Packard and the other soldiers reacted, they directly took up their guns and shot at the sky. Damn it, Colonel Packard was furious, and he did not expect to lose several soldiers in a short period of time, which made his hatred for King Kong even stronger. From now on, everyone must be vigilant about everything around you and you must not relax, understand? 35. Colonel Packard looked at the 3 people under him and said with a serious look, "Yes." The 3 soldiers under him also knew very well that if they were not careful, they might be the ones who died. It didn't take long for the rest, and the 4 of them hit the road again. This time the 4 of them were very vigilant and they had to observe for a long time no matter what happened, yet death always comes so suddenly. The white soldier who suddenly walked in the middle had an unnatural expression. He felt as if his leg had been bitten by something and it was a little itchy now. "What's wrong, Seraph?" the black soldier behind him asked suspiciously. His words also got Colonel Packard's idea over. I think it's fine, but suddenly my thighs are itchy. There should be some bugs in it, let me see." 99. The white soldier lifted his trouser legs in disapproval, and saw that his entire leg had turned black and purple. The white soldier immediately panicked and sat down on the ground. "What's the matter with you, Seraph?" When the black soldier behind him saw him suddenly sitting on the ground, he ran over in a hurry. Colonel Packard and another soldier also gathered around. The white soldier gave a wry smile. "Colonel Packard, I may not be able to." 35. He knew that he had been poisoned. After all, the whole leg had turned black and purple, and his leg at the moment had lost consciousness. It won't be long before you think it will be poisoned to death. Damn Tilda! When Colonel Packard saw his legs, which had become black and purple, he knew that the soldier was helpless. Don't say they don't have any medical means. Even if there is, it is too late now. Do you have anything else to say, Seraph? Colonel Packard asked with a guilty face. I want the Colonel to help me and my mother with a sentence. Just say I love her. 33 said this sentence with difficulty, and the next moment Seraph died of poisoning. Colonel Packard was saddened to see this, but there was nothing he could do. There were still 3 people left, and after simply burying Seraph, the 3 continued to move forward in silence. The depressing atmosphere made several people go crazy. Fortunately, the 3 of them controlled their emotions. There was no danger for the next section of the road, which also made Colonel Packard relieved. When it was almost noon, they finally came to the north of the island. This was the gathering place that was negotiated with the archaeological team, and it was also their last evacuation point. Colonel Packard didn't know how many people were left in the archaeological team in this dangerous environment, but he would evacuate in no time if they didn't come. Entering the woods to the north, it was silent here. It was obviously noon, but no one felt a chill. Chapman is a member of the soldier team because he deviates from the direction, so he fell here. The 3 of Colonel Packard walked while Roar shouted but got no response. After walking for a long time, the 3 suddenly found blood on the ground and Slivko's tag. After a few people followed the blood trail to an uncle, they saw a monster with a huge beak eating on the ground. Colonel Packard saw that although the corpse on the ground was bloody, he could still recognize it. It was Chapman. Fire! An angry Colonel Packard roared and the 3 opened fire together. Duh. Under the suppression of firepower, the skeleton monitor lizard was directly beaten into a hornet's nest. Seeing this, Colonel Packard and the 3 were relieved. However, at this moment, the surrounding ground suddenly shook. Several larger skeleton monitor lizards drilled out from the ground and surrounded the 3 of them. Colonel Packard saw a look of despair on his face. The other side, wonderful. It's really amazing. Levis sat on a boulder on the top of a mountain, watching with interest the escape route of Colonel Packard and his group. That's right, the giant snakes and poisons that were chasing down the soldier squad just now were all under his control. Since the soldier team cannot be allowed to spread the news of Skull Island, naturally they cannot be allowed to leave, so he designed it all. Let's go back and see Lorna and the others first. 35. Levis stood up and stretched, ready to bring Lorna and the others over to see King Kong. However, at this moment, a roar came from a distance. Levis looked curiously in the direction of the sound, but unfortunately it was too far away to see even through perspective. Lili Zhao is at King Kong. He is fighting. Even so, the remaining skeleton monitor lizards rushed forward without fear of death. At the same time, in a valley, King Kong is fighting several skeleton monitor lizards not far from the camp of the natives. Let's go and have a look first. King Kong was very powerful, but he was outnumbered and was soon injured. After making up his mind, he moved in a space and disappeared in place. For a time, King Kong's situation is not optimistic. And the skeleton monitor lizard did not discuss any benefits, and 2 skeleton monitor lizards were directly killed by King Kong. Not far from the battle between King Kong and the skeleton monitor lizard, the 5 members of the archaeological team are hiding here to peek at the battle of several behemoths. As for why there are still 5 people left, because a middle-aged professor in the archaeological team was dismembered by a special bird not long ago. What should we do? Female reporter Weaver asked with a frown. Those 2 monsters are blocking the front, completely unable to pass. Slivko, who was wearing a red hood, looked at the 2 giant beasts in front of him, and his hand holding the gun could not help shaking. Slivko, were you not so timid before? Seeing his nervous look, Shan couldn't help teasing. I've always been that way and I'm not timid, Slivko retorted. Okay, stop talking, don't bring those monsters over. James stopped the noise of several people. The crowd did not speak when they saw this, Tilda. At the moment, King Kong roared in the face of many skeleton monitor lizards, but everyone could see that it was exhausted. The scars all over his body made him bleed, and even the lake under his feet was dyed red. This tragic battle made several members of the archaeological team clench their fists and cheer for Jin 557 gang. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Several members of the archaeological team were almost unsteady. Immediately after they were shocked, several skeleton monitor lizards emerged from the ground, and one of the skeleton monitor lizards was twice the file size of the other skeleton monitor lizards. It is bigger than King Kong in size. Oh God, the skeleton monitor lizard that killed Kong's parents. Mark Hank, who had some knowledge of the skeleton monitor lizards recorded by the indigenous people here, couldn't help but let Roar be shocked. He had never seen such a skeleton monitor lizard. He could be sure it was definitely the skeleton monitor lizards that killed Kong's parents in the first place. This is bad. If Kong is killed, the natives will be finished. The female reporter Weaver's face changed greatly. Yes, if King Kong is killed, there will be no creatures on the ground that can stop these skeleton monitor lizards, and all creatures on the island will be wiped out. Mark Hank looked desperate. Can't we take advantage of the chaos to escape? James asked with a frown. Mark Hank shook his head. The north side was originally the old lair of the skeleton monitor lizard, and now without King Kong's deterrence, the skeleton monitor lizard will definitely come out to prey on it, and if you want to evacuate from there, it's like sheep entering jaws of death. Hearing this, everyone panicked. Then what should we do? Shan asked anxiously. However, no one could answer her that question. Everyone fell silent. Look, what is that? With a worried face, Shan suddenly saw a black spot appear in the sky. Everyone heard the words and followed her gaze. What is it? A bird. A big bird. 35. Isn't it normal to have big birds on this island? 55. No, I don't think it's that simple. Everyone stared at the black spot in the sky, and soon the black spot gradually enlarged and finally became obscuring the sky. At this moment, the archaeologists were all dumbfounded. I saw a fiery red western dragon actually appeared in the sky. The dragon's body was very huge, and its height was at least close to 100 meters. The wings are spread out more than 300 meters. The King Kong and the Sea-Seb lizard below are like children in front of it. Omega, there are actually dragons on this island. It's a giant dragon. It's really shocking. No one will believe it if you say it. I want to record all of this. There are still giant dragons in this world. This news will surely shock the world. Then, what is the sudden appearance of the dragon helping over there? Time goes back to a few minutes ago. Levis was a little annoyed when he saw that King Kong was besieged by a group of skeleton monitor lizards and was seriously injured. Just as he was preparing to help, he suddenly remembered that he had never used the super ability of Dragon Incarnation. Since they are all fighting beasts, let him be a little more shocking. Do it when you think of it. After using the super ability of Dragon Incarnation, I saw that his whole body began to become dragon. Dragon scales grew on his arms and dragon horns grew on the top of his head. Then his whole body began to swell. In just a moment of effort, he transformed into a red dragon with a height of nearly 200 meters. The red scales gleamed in the sun and looked noble and mysterious. Levis, who turned into a dragon for the first time, felt a little strange, and everything around him became very small. His power has also become very powerful, as if he can easily shatter a mountain with a single blow. Under the shocked gazes of the archaeological team, the red dragon descended from the sky. The ground trembled, and it was accompanied by the screams of two skeleton monitor lizards. The two skeleton monitor lizards did not have any resistance and were directly trampled into mud. Because when the giant dragon landed, it directly stepped on two skeleton monitor lizards more than 20 meters long. Boom. This is what the archaeological team saw. Even after transforming into a giant dragon, there seemed to be a kind of kingly aura in his heart that made him unable to help but roar up to the sky. This is not an illusion, but he really has this kind of power. Immediately afterwards, his wings flew into the sky instantly, and then he flew towards the place where King Kong and the skeleton monitor lizard fought. This scene directly stunned the archaeological team, but they soon became happy. Because this giant dragon trampled the skeleton monitor lizard to death, it was definitely not here to help the skeleton monitor lizard. And with the arrival of Levis, the battle between the skeleton monitor lizard and King Kong stopped. Both sides looked up at the dragon in front of them very vigilantly. The coercion of the giant dragon even made the skeleton monitor lizard and King Kong unable to hold back their trembling. "King Kong, don't you know me?" A sudden voice appeared in King Kong's mind. This voice was definitely not unfamiliar to him. After all, it was the first human friend he made yesterday. He will never forget the smell of grilled octopus legs yesterday, and even when he was catching fish this morning, it was a little tasteless. However, King Kong looked left and right but did not find the human being, which made him very puzzled. "King Kong, where are you looking? I'm right in front of you." A helpless voice appeared in King Kong's mind again. This time King Kong finally reacted, staring at the giant dragon in front of him with wide eyes. Then he roared softly. "Are you the friend I met yesterday? You're not human but just like me." King Kong, who lacks knowledge, doesn't know how to explain it. In short, he thinks that Levis is not a human but a monster like him, which makes it feel like he has found his own kind. I'll explain this later. Come here first and let me kill these ugly guys." Levis flashed his dragon wings and pulled King Kong Pow aside. Seeing this, the skeleton monitor lizard also understood that the monster in front of him was about to launch an attack, and the skeleton monitor lizards were very vigilant. Levis smiled disdainfully at this and saw that a large amount of energy suddenly gathered in his mouth, and then the energy was transformed into a red beam of light and sprayed out. Boom. Along with the explosion, the 500-meter radius was covered by the explosion, and the dazzling light was like an upside-down bowl. At this moment, the entire island trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Several members of the archaeological team not far away were hiding on the shore, but they did not expect that the explosion would affect such a large area. Several water waves hit the archaeological team and all of them were washed away immediately. After everything was settled, I saw that there were still some big mountains in the place just now, leaving only a circular deep pit with a diameter of about 500 meters. The surrounding water all converged towards the deep pit. And where is the skeleton monitor lizard inside? It has long since been wiped out in the explosion just now. A single dragon breath wiped out all the skeleton monitor lizards, and Levis was quite satisfied with this power. Transformed into a giant dragon, he is simply a humanoid missile, and every dragon breath can cause huge amounts of damage. At the same time, behind Levis, King Kong was prostrate directly on the ground, a look of complete surrender. "King Kong, what's wrong with you?" Levis turned to look at it strangely. However, King Kong did not speak, just knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He looked at it and finally understood King Kong should mean surrender. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction. In fact, when he turned into a giant dragon just now, he also had the idea of completely surrendering King Kong. After all, a giant beast like King Kong who follows the jungle law should surrender to the strong. Thinking of this, Levis pulled King Kong up. After getting King Kong, he lifted the dragon to transform. Then he looked at the river not far away. In fact, he had already discovered several members of the archaeological team, but he just ignored it. A few people can't let outsiders know about Skull Island, so these people can't stay. Levis used telepathy to check it out and found that the aftermath of the explosion just happened to affect a few people. "King Kong, please rest for a while, I'll go see those people." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the injury on King Kong's body recovered instantly. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Then he came to the river, and after looking around, he finally found a few members of the archaeological team. But what surprised him was that all the members of the archaeological team lost their lives because of the explosion, and only one person was lucky enough to escape, and this weak roar sucked. This person is Shan, the only woman from the Dragon Kingdom. It seems she is lucky. Levis is not a murderer and this woman is from the Dragon Kingdom. "Hey, wake up!" After giving her some treatment, Levis patted her face, Roar called. After a while, the woman finally slowly opened her eyes. "Where is this place, 99? Shan, who had just woken up, was still a little confused, but after seeing Levis, she couldn't take her eyes away. "Is this heaven?" Shan muttered to herself, "This is no heaven, 59. Levis was a little speechless, and then he was ready to revise her memory and send her to the city by the way. The secrets of Skull Island must not be exposed, so he can only do so. However, at this moment, Shan looked puzzled. Who am I? Why am I here? 35. Hi. You don't know who you are. 9. It is estimated that when he was swept away by the water wave just now, he hit his head. This is good, no need to modify the memory. Levis frowned. Could it be that this woman just hit her head and lost her memory? How could it be such a coincidence? Levis was a little surprised. He hadn't modified this woman's memory, so why did he start acting stupid? I don't know, can't remember. Thinking of this, he used telepathy to check it, but he didn't expect that he really lost his memory. Shan's dazed look doesn't seem like she's pretending to be stupid at all. That is, when Levis was thinking, Shan suddenly hugged him. Hey, what are you doing? Levis looked at San, who was hugging him, in surprise. I'm so afraid I've lost my previous memories, but fortunately with you here, I can feel that you are very kind. You must be my husband. Shan's eyes are sometimes dazed and sometimes firm, but according to her own feelings, she is sure that the man in front of her must have something to do with her. Levis was a little speechless, all because he had the super ability of affinity, which made it easy for others to have an affinity for him. And Shan, who has lost her memory, is precisely because of the affinity that Levis has a close relationship with her. Looking at Shan, who was a little wet and seduced by 5-6 zeros in front of her, for some reason the thought of sending her back just now disappeared, and a flame in her heart rose for some unknown reason. I can't stand it anymore. Levis picked up Shan and disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared, they were already in an empty room in a hotel. It was not until afternoon that Levis returned to his villa in Hawaii. Weiss, why are you coming back now? In the villa, Lorna and Sky looked at him, who had just returned, with great dissatisfaction. Who made you unable to get up in the morning, so I had to go to Skull Island by myself? Levis shrugged helplessly and explained. Can't get up, not because of you. Several women gave him a roll of eyes. Then, under the questioning of several women, Levis recounted what happened when he saw the King Kong Skull Monitor Lizard battle. Definitely, he didn't say anything about taking Shan away later. After he left, the Cuckoo Sisters have been instructed to take care of him, so there is no need to worry at all. When they learned that he would actually turn into a dragon, everyone was a little curious, but Levis had no choice but to transform into a dragon and take them to swim under the night sky. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed since my last vacation to Hawaii. The research on the X gene was as expected by Levis. Just today, Ma Fei finally told him the good news on the mental network. When he got the news, he came to the underground laboratory in an instant. Master, you are here. Ma Fei and Phoebe were already waiting here. Not just them, but Mystique is here too. Where's Magneto? He didn't come? Levis asked suspiciously, looking at Mystique. It stands to reason that if the experiment is successful, Magneto will definitely come here to see it. Eric recently discovered some information about ancient mutants, so he's not in New York, but I've informed him and I'll come here to see when I'm done. Mystique explained. Ancient mutant information? Levis caught the crux of Mystique's words. That's right, there is news about the ancient mutants. I wonder if Weiss, have you heard of the apocalypse? 35, Mystique asked. Apocalypse? Definitely have heard of it. Levis nodded in surprise. Did Magneto find the location of the apocalypse? Mystique went on to explain. In legend, Apocalypse was the first mutant in ancient times. He was very powerful but disappeared inexplicably. Just a few days ago, someone in Brotherhood discovered the information of Apocalypse, so Magneto rushed over. 99. So that's the case, it seems that I have to go too. 35. Levis stroked his chin. Apocalypse's strength is still very strong and his ability is similar to himself, and he also has a variety of super abilities. Magneto certainly couldn't beat him. Although the strength of Apocalypse did not reach the 5th level mutant, it was also much stronger than the 4th level mutant like Magneto. The original Apocalypse developed Magneto's ability, which instantly increased Magneto's strength and was able to control the Earth's magnetic field. It can be seen that the means of Apocalypse are really good. But for Levis, it's still too far. I haven't thought about it that much for the time being, so let's first understand the situation of the X-gene medicine. A group of people came to the laboratory. Mr. Weiss, you are here. In the laboratory, Dr. Eason greeted him enthusiastically after seeing him coming. I heard that the experiment was successful, so I came to check it out. 33. Levis laughed. Hearing this question, Dr. Ethan was a little excited. Yes, Mr. Weiss, our experiment has been successful. You come with me, Dr. Ethan said and led the way. Levis had no choice but to follow. A group of people came to another laboratory. Mr. Weiss, welcome to the laboratory. In the laboratory, a guy whose head was obviously out of proportion to his body made a move with him roar. Dr. Stern. Because I wanted to test my theory, I experimented myself, but it turned out that I was successful. Ha 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 tilde tilde Mr. Weiss, I didn't expect you to recognize me, Dr. Stern laughed. 4.1 I remember Mystique, didn't you catch a lot of war criminals for experiments? Why bother to experiment with yourself? I have always wanted to prove that the Hulk is also a mutant, but in previous research I always thought that the Hulk was born because of gamma rays. Levis was a little puzzled. Levis looked at this guy with a big head that looked like an alien with some surprise. If it wasn't for his good eyesight, he wouldn't have recognized it. Hearing his question, Dr. Stern suddenly became furious. Speaking of this Dr. Stern, he couldn't stop at all and fanatically explained his amazing discovery to everyone. If this guy is put outside, he will definitely be regarded as an alien. After listening to Dr. Stern's explanation, Levis only felt that his head was getting bigger. Anyone who listens to such a complicated explanation is a big head, and now Dr. Stern, who is like the big-headed son, is the best proof. Simply put, Dr. Stern, you used your latest formula on yourself and then awakened the X gene to become a mutant, and the side effect was a bigger head. Yes, the summary is very accurate, Dr. Stern nodded excitedly. As you can see, the X gene in my body finally stabilized and then my head became bigger, but this does not affect my wisdom because my super ability is super wisdom. Super wisdom. 99. Levis immediately became interested. Yes, super wisdom can make my thinking ability stronger and research is more handy, Dr. Stern explained. I see. Levis nodded, so Dr. Stern's awakened 22 super ability made his research ability stronger. However, a scientist with superior intelligence is not so easy to control. If this guy creates something dangerous, it will be a little troublesome. Thinking about it, Levis asked Maffey and Phoebe to keep an eye on Dr. Stern in the Mind Network. Dr. Stern continued. Actually, I still have a conclusion now that the awakening after eroding the X gene through foreign genes is very likely to make the X gene express a specific super ability. But such theoretical data is too little, hatred is one, I can only be half and more data is needed. Awakening at the supernatural level is against the theory of evolution. A few ordinary people are not mutants or aliens but inexplicably obtain the power of Superman. This sounds a bit difficult to understand. In short, another gene has eroded the X gene of human beings, thus gaining power beyond ordinary people. Just like Spider-Man is an example of this. Spider-Man's own X gene was eroded by the spider's gene and finally obtained the ability similar to the spider. That is to say, apart from magic, any ability beyond ordinary people is the awakening of the X gene. Just like Sandman in Spider-Man, Levis speculates that Iron Man's far superior intelligence is likely to have awakened the X gene. It's just that the situation is relatively recessive, so the X gene has not been detected. Definitely, he doesn't care about those things right now. Since you have succeeded, Dr. Stern, what about the success rate of awakening? Hearing this question, Dr. Stern couldn't help frowning. So far, the success rate of ordinary people's awakening is 70%. Even if they are not awakened successfully, it will not have much impact on their bodies, but 0.99. Just what 99? It's just that 40% of those 70% will cause ability to get out of control, explained Dr. Stern. Ability out of control. This is not good news, Levis frowned. In other words, the current success rate is only 1/3. The 1/3 awakening success rate looks pretty good, and even failure doesn't make much of a difference. But the key point is that 1/3 of the awakened successful people will lose control of ability, and this unstable factor is not what he wants. Can't it reduce the chance of ability getting out of control? Levis asked, frowning. Definitely, Dr. Stern nodded. The research data of the Kree are very useful to us, and the side effects of the Inhumans studied by the Kree are relatively small. The reason is that the Kree uses the genes of mutant ancestors. According to our research, the ancestors of mutants have always been combined with ordinary people, and now their genes have changed a lot, and these changes have led to a decline in the success rate of awakening. So that's the case, that means you just need to get the ancient mutants' genes, right? Levis asked, rubbing his chin. Dr. Stern nodded and said, "That's right, if we can get the genes of the mutants, we can reduce the probability of ability out of control by 1% or even lower, and the success rate of awakening can also be increased to 100%. 90%. Hearing this answer, the corners of Leviston's mouth twitched into a smile. I just got the news of apocalypse. I didn't expect that the research on the 560 side would require the genes of ancient mutants. This is a coincidence. There is no problem with the ancient mutants' genes, they will be obtained soon, you should be prepared first." "Okay, that's what I've been waiting for." Levis nodded. "Mr. Weiss, don't worry, as long as there are ancient mutant genes, we will make the X-Gene Awakening Potion as soon as possible and mass-produce it." 39. After learning of Magneto's location, Levis wasted no time and took Mystique to the Egyptian desert together. Outside the laboratory, Mystique took the initiative to tell the information of Apocalypse before he could ask. "Eric has gone to Egypt on his behalf," Dr. Stern assured with hot eyes. According to the original book, the place where the Apocalypse slept was indeed in the pyramids somewhere in Egypt, which is not false. Levis nodded and turned to leave the lab. Levis, who came to the desert, saw Magneto and others from a distance. "Weiss, here you are." Magneto was not surprised to see him coming. "Well, how is the situation here now?" Levis asked directly without any politeness. "According to our investigation, the pyramids where Apocalypse was buried are under this desert, and we are working hard to dig." Magneto pointed to the deep pit beside him. "I saw that the spire of a pyramids had been exposed, but because it was a desert, it was not easy to dig. Whenever the wind blows, the sand that has been dug up will be filled back, which makes them a headache." Seeing this, Levis frowned. "Let everyone come out, I'll take care of the sand." Magneto heard the words without saying a word, and directly asked the Brotherhood members next to the pyramids to get up. "Let everyone stand back." Levis waved to Magneto. "We back off." Magneto didn't talk nonsense and led the crowd back 100 meters. Immediately afterward, what surprised everyone was that the surrounding wind direction had changed, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. But it turned into a gust of wind roar whistling in a moment. The sand blown by the strong wind made everyone unable to open their eyes. "Wait until the wind stops." Everyone opened their eyes and looked in disbelief. "I saw the flat desert just now. At the moment a pyramids were revealed. The original sand had long been blown away by the wind to form a dune." Sharp, Magneto sighed and walked over. "There's the entrance to the pyramids, right? If Apocalypse is really inside, what are we going to do? Bring him in or kill him? 99. Mystique was a little puzzled. "Definitely kill him. Don't you think that Apocalypse is a good person? Besides, we only need Apocalypse's genes." 35. Apocalypse is not a good person and can even be said to be the natural enemy of all mutants, because Apocalypse can carry out soul capture. Whenever his lifespan runs out, another mutant will be taken away. It also gave him the super ability of another mutant. In the past thousands of years, Apocalypse does not know how many mutants he has captured, which makes him very powerful and has the ability of immortality. Once the Apocalypse comes out, there will definitely be another chaos, so he must not be allowed to get out of here alive. Under Mystique's explanation, Magneto also understood that the X-Gene Research Institute needs ancient mutant genes, and now there are ancient mutants here. With Magneto's character, he definitely doesn't care about sacrificing this unknown ancient mutant. The three entered the pyramids while the rest of the Brotherhood waited outside. There are plenty of caves in the pyramids, but that doesn't stop the trio's progress. Soon they came to the main tomb. I saw that in the center of the tomb there was a stone bed, and on the stone bed lay a man with dark skin in armor. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly. This person should be the Apocalypse. After the last time he failed to turn his soul, he had been in a deep sleep. Now that so many years have passed, he slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Yes, sit up. Levis, Magneto, and Mystique did not expect that they would wake up just after entering the Apocalypse. "How is this possible? After so many years you have woken up?" Mystique's mouth widened with disbelief. Magneto took a deep breath. Nothing is impossible. This is the world's first mutant. No matter how hard it is to accept, what appears in front of them is the truth. Levis was not too surprised. After all, he had long known that Apocalypse was not dead. You woke me up? At this time, Tianchi finally came back to his senses, but the language he spoke was somewhat incomprehensible to the three of them. Welcome to the return of your god. This time I will lead you back to the glory that belongs to the mutants. Apocalypse stood up and raised his hands in a posture of a magic stick. What is somewhat surprising is that what Apocalypse speaks now is standard English. Definitely, prophecy has never been a problem for Apocalypse. He has the ability similar to telepathy and can quickly acquire some knowledge of the world. The first time Magneto saw Apocalypse, he knew that this ancient mutant had very big ambitions and this guy was definitely not a kind person. Now that the mutants are in good shape, he is definitely not willing to give this god a subordinate. Sorry Apocalypse, your era has passed and now is ours. Magneto said indifferently and then flew several steel balls from his body and shot them out. There is no steel in this desert, so he brought some steel balls to use as a means of attack. Bang bang! The steel ball was destroyed by an inexplicable force before it. King Lies approached the Apocalypse and now Magneto has no choice. The two struggled hard, but there was nothing they could do. Mystique was originally relatively weak in combat. After all, it was only a third-level mutant, and there is no steel around Magneto and his combat power is instantly crippled. Yes, psychokinesis both. He also has psychokinesis, he can feel it naturally. Meanwhile, Magneto and Mystique are both bound by psychokinesis. It seems that you still don't know how strong your king is. I will make you surrender, and I will make you into the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, hahaha, tilde tilde. It was at this moment that Levis suddenly felt that his body was restrained. Apocalypse laughed twice. With nothing to do, Magneto could only stare at him. Levis smiled faintly at this, and then the more powerful psychokinesis blasted directly at Apocalypse. Boom. Apocalypse was caught off guard and was blasted out directly, smashing the pyramids and falling outside. Levis grabs Magneto and Mystique and the three leave the pyramids instantly. Apocalypse, it's not your era anymore, and now the whole world will usher in the era of mutants, and all we need is your genes, so we can only sacrifice you, the ancestor of mutants. 5. Levis looked at the weather on the ground with a flat face. It's impossible, no one can be stronger than me. Apocalypse, who just got up, looked at Levis in disbelief. He had no idea that he would actually lose in psychokinesis. You are the strongest mutant in this era, but you will never be my opponent because I am the strongest mutant 560. After finishing speaking, Tianchi waved his hands, and the yellow sand around him instantly turned into a giant of yellow sand more than 3 meters high and stood up. Oh, is it the ability to control sand? Levis was a little surprised that this ability to control sand was not present in the original movie, but he didn't care too much. After all, Apocalypse might have more super abilities than him, and it's not surprising that he has the ability to control sand. Without thinking too much, he made a single move with one hand and several 3-meter-high ice giants rose from the ground, and then charged towards the yellow sand giant. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the yellow sand giant was smashed by the ice giant with a punch. On the contrary, the yellow sand giant's fist hit the ice giant just to make it retreat slightly. But in a moment, the giants of yellow sand were all scattered. Apocalypse frowned upon seeing this. You actually have 2 abilities. Generally speaking, mutants only have 1 super ability and rarely have 2 super ability. And even if there are 2 kinds of super abilities, they are somewhat related to each other. For example, psychokinesis has no connection with the ability to manipulate ice, and generally speaking, it is impossible for one person to control it at the same time. Don't you also have 2 abilities? Levis wouldn't explain anything. Tianchi frowned and then raised his hands slightly. The next moment, I saw that the sand on the ground turned into a sand giant again, and this was not over. I saw that the sand giant turned into a rock giant slowly. Apocalypse has the ability to change the form of molecules, and just now he used the ability of molecules to turn the sand giant into a rock giant. Manipulators. I'll do that too. Levis smiled lightly, then snapped his fingers. The next moment I saw his ice giant turned into a diamond giant. Diamond is much harder than rock. As soon as the two giants fought, the rock giant was instantly scattered. Apocalypse has any other means to use it, otherwise you will have no chance. Levis smiled lightly. Magneto and Mystique and Brotherhood behind them were all excited when they saw this. Is this person the ancestor of the legendary mutants? It doesn't look like much. It doesn't look very good. It was completely suppressed by the leader. If you want me to see the so-called apocalypse, it's nothing more than that. You police officers are too careless. This person is an ancient mutant after all. The White Queen, the Red Devil, and others were discussing. And these words were naturally heard by Apocalypse, and he was furious in his heart, and then he suddenly disappeared in place and then appeared behind Levis. It's an instant move. Aware of the Apocalypse appearing behind him, Levis folded his arms and made no response. Apocalypse saw this and thought that he didn't respond and then punched him. Powerful wind pressure erupted with this punch, and the next moment the punch hit Levi's back. Boom! With a bang, the next moment Apocalypse flew out. This scene surprised everyone. Only the White Queen knows very well that Levis has the ability to bounce back physical attacks, and it can be said that any physical attacks are useless to him. As the first mutant in ancient times, is Apocalypse your only strength? Levis turned around slowly and looked at the somewhat embarrassed Apocalypse Road. This remark made Tianqi very angry, but a thought made him a little surprised. Are you an Omega-level mutant? The so-called Omega-level is the 5th level mutant, and this level of mutants has not appeared even in ancient times. The only modern-day 5th level mutant, the Phoenix, was called a 5th level mutant because of the power of the Phoenix. To be honest, Phoenix is not a mutant at all, and only Levis is the real 5th level mutant. Come on. Kill me, and from now on you are the new king of mutants. Apocalypse has always wanted to make himself a 5th level mutant by constantly acquiring super ability, but as the former mutant king, he will never surrender. But now, he has seen the 5th level mutant with his own eyes, which made him sigh for no reason in his heart. Is it really the age of young people? Apocalypse saw him admit that he was shocked at the same time, and also understood why he was not his opponent. But he failed. Even if there are more ability, it is still only a 4th level mutant. After speaking, Apocalypse stood up again, and all abilities such as fire and frost lightning were used. That's right, so Apocalypse, are you ready? Levis said with a faint smile. Levis didn't want to continue wasting time with Apocalypse after seeing this. Powerful telepathy took control of Apocalypse in an instant. Apocalypse has no telepathy. Although his spiritual power is very strong, he has no resistance in front of Levis. Get it done! Stretching, then he was ready to sign in on Tianqi. Apocalypse has too many super abilities, and what he cares most about is the ability that can enhance the strength of other mutants. In the original book, Apocalypse easily enhanced Magneto's strength, allowing him to easily control the Earth's magnetic field, whether it is high-rise buildings or underground iron sand. It can be said that Magneto's strength is completely different from before the improvement. Ding is the host checking in, double experience points /tilde super ability. Sign into super ability. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability potential catalysis, experience value -100 points. Levis, who got this super ability, was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately. Isn't this potential catalyst exactly the super ability he wanted? It can permanently enhance the potential and strength of other mutants, but it is a bit expensive for the user, and how much it can be enhanced is hard to say. This is determined according to the potential of the individual. Some mutants have great potential, and it is not impossible to upgrade from a 3rd level mutant to a 4th level mutant. With the super ability he wanted in his heart, Levis was very satisfied and even looked at Apocalypse with a lot of kindness. However, he did not relax the control of Apocalypse. To be on the safe side, he directly deleted all memories of Apocalypse, making him a person whose memories were like blank sheets of paper, because such people are better in control. Okay, it's time for us to go back. Levis smiled at Magneto and the others. You controlled him, no problem. Magneto frowned. He still didn't dare to let his guard down on Apocalypse, the ancient mutant. Don't worry, I've deleted most of his memories and now he's just a puppet. Levis waved his hand and said nothing. Then I can rest assured. Magneto was relieved to see him say that. The group then set off back to New York. Levis handed the apocalypse to Dr. Stern and Dr. Ethan. It didn't take long, just 3 days. Dr. Stern brought him good news. What is the success rate of the awakening potion made with Apocalypse's genes? This is Levi's primary concern. It is conceivable that if the era of mutants is opened, then he will no longer be short of sign-in objects. How strong will he be by then? 7th level mutant or 8th level mutant? In short, he will become extraordinarily powerful, and even surpassing the power of the Phoenix is only a matter of time. Haha tilde Mr. Weiss, you can rest assured. The effect of the awakening potion produced by using Apocalypse's genes has exceeded expectations. The success rate has reached 99%. Why not 100%? Because we have no experimental materials. 99. Dr. Stern explained excitedly. After obtaining Apocalypse's genes, Dr. Stern and others began to conduct live experiments day and night. More than 80 war criminals eventually successfully awakened super ability. And there is no phenomenon of ability getting out of control. It can be said that the X-Gene awakening potion produced by Apocalypse Gene is almost perfect. Levis was also a little excited when he heard the words, "It seems that the era of mutants is coming soon." Weiss, since the X-Gene awakening potion has been completed, can we act now? Magneto's eyes have also become hot, and let the world start the era of mutants, which has always been his dream. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. And this dream is coming, and no one is more excited than him. It is his greatest wish to be able to see the arrival of the era of mutants before he dies. However, Levis shook his head. No, now is not the time to start. Let them increase the production of X-Memory Awakening Potion. All we have to do now is to wait patiently. When Magneto heard his words, his anxious heart also calmed down. After waiting for so many years, I am not in a hurry. For the next time, both the X-Men and the Mutant Brotherhood went quiet. But a keen person can detect the undercurrents surging under the calm water surface, and it may even set off a monstrous wave at any time. Point 0. And Nick Fury was the one who sensed something was wrong. On the Sky Carrier, you are in the Chief's office. Nick Fury stared closely at Levis. You mutants seem to have quieted down lately. Isn't that great? Levis shrugged and laughed. The times are changing, the world is changing at any time. I don't care if you mutants are secretly doing some little tricks, but what's going on? I saw on the document that Camertage Levis unleashed flames to burn dark bats, and there were records of killing Apocalypse in Egypt's pyramids. Well, I'll find you something to do. This question is very simple. You have nothing to do when you are idle, right? Nick Fury said and threw some papers in front of him. Levis smiled disdainfully, knowing what Nick Fury's purpose was, apparently to get some news from him. Mountain. In his opinion, Nick Fury should be busy so he has time to care about their mutants. Oh, it seems that you are very concerned about mutants, but he was too lazy to explain so much. I have a message to tell you, would you like to hear it? Levis smiled playfully at Nick Fury. What is it? 35. Nick Fury asked with a frown. It's definitely about SHIELD. Last time our X-Men went on a mission, Professor X happened to know what was in the minds of your SHIELD agents. You should know the slogan of Hydra. What are you trying to say is that the agent is a Hydra? Nick Fury's face became serious and he felt that this matter was not simple. That's right, Levis nodded, a look that you're not too stupid. That's it. Nick Fury was very calm when he heard 563. Levis was a little surprised. He didn't react when he learned that SHIELD had a Hydra. Maybe it wasn't a fake Nick Fury, and even he suspected that it was Mystique pretending to be. I said, are you having trouble with your ears? You SHIELD are the moles of Hydra. There is no need to make a fuss. Although the Hydra was destroyed during World War II, the essence of the Hydra is an idea of human power, so this idea exists in any era, and SHIELD is based on the Hydra. And the establishment, some people will have this kind of thinking, is definitely a matter of course. Nick Fury explained flatly. When Levis heard it, he felt a sense of irony and laughter. It seems that the director of Luden has not realized the seriousness of the matter. So do you really understand what I mean? 99. What's the meaning? Nick Fury was a little puzzled by what he said, ignoring that nothing could shake him in the wind and waves he's been through. After all, it has also experienced several things that destroyed the world, just like the time of Mephitos and the time of Phoenix. Which of these two times is not a crisis that will destroy the world? Nick Fury thinks that nothing can affect his state of mind. Seeing this, Levis couldn't help laughing. What I want to say is that the agent found a lot of Hydra lists in his mind. In other words, SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra. 99. What? Nick Fury, who was originally very calm and thought that nothing could move him, was shocked and almost jumped up after hearing this. Are you sure this news is true? What's the name of that agent? Compared to Nick Fury, who was calm just now, at the moment he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He may be able to accept that SHIELD has several Hydra spies, but he will never believe that SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra. After all, SHIELD's defense is not invulnerable, but it is strong enough. Any spy who wants to sneak in can't be so easy. You heard right, SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra and I don't know the specifics. Levis spread his hands and said, although the agent he said was false, he was not afraid that the lie would be exposed. After all, today's SHIELD has indeed been infiltrated by Hydra, and even if an agent is randomly caught, it may be a spy of Hydra. Where's the agent? Do you know who he is? Nick Fury is more concerned about this issue now. As long as he finds this agent, he can investigate the Hydra behind the office. That agent, I don't know his name, but I should know him. Levis touched his chin. Nick Fury saw this and dropped out of the agents who participated in the mission last time to solve the Phoenix. Weiss, look at that person. These photos are from a few years ago. I think you'd better call someone over to take a look. How did Levis know that the agent was a real Hydra? If there is no Hydra in this group of agents, it will be a pain in the asterisk, and it is impossible to say that he has to stuff something into other people's brains. Okay then. Nick Fury had no choice but to agree. Soon more than a dozen agents who performed the task last time were called over. Nick Fury made a gesture, meaning to make Levis feel like he'd found Hydra. Levis used telepathy to check the memories of more than a dozen agents. Unexpectedly, half of the more than 10 agents are from Hydra. Nick Fury is busy now. Laughing secretly in his heart, Levis pointed to one of the black agents and said, "It's this person." Nick Fury frowned at this. "Are you sure it's him?" "And this guy," Levis said, pointing to another agent. Nick Fury had learned micro-expressions, and seeing the two of them behave like this, he immediately understood that there must be something wrong with the two of them. So what interrogation information would Nick Fury get? Definitely, no, you can interrogate it. Levis nodded. Seeing this, he suddenly thought of a question. What if there are also Hydras among the interrogators? Nick Fury didn't ink anything when he saw this and directly asked all the agents to be taken down for interrogation. Will you get someone who doesn't have Hydra, too? Nick Fury frowned, wondering if he should believe Levis. A group of agents had absolutely no idea what they were doing in 4.1, but the two Hydra agents who were pointed out were a little panicked. Things are not as Levis imagined. Maybe Hydra also knows how to abandon the car and keep it handsome. After an interrogation, Nick Fury got the result that the two men identified by Levis were indeed Hydra people, while the others had no problems. This result was also expected by Levis. As for what Nick Fury will do with Hydra in the future, it's none of his business. It's not that Levis did nothing during this time. There are many ordinary people in this world who want to become mutants. After the news of the X-Gene Awakening Potion was released, many rich people secretly wanted to buy the X-Gene Awakening Potion from them. And with the permission of Levis, a lot has also been sold. Although he intends to open the era of mutants, it does not mean that he cannot make money with the X-Gene Awakening Potion. While the era of mutants has not yet begun, it is also very good to make a fortune, and there are many rich people. Some terminally ill wealthy people are even willing to give up their fortunes just to survive as mutants. At the same time, some ordinary people who secretly support mutants directly distributed X-Gene Awakening medicine for free. Although most ordinary people hate mutants, there are still ordinary people who are very helpful to mutants. But once they become mutants, they are the target of government suppression. Therefore, these rich or ordinary people who have become mutants can only choose to join the X-Men or the Mutant Brotherhood, which makes the power of mutants expand rapidly for a period of time. The ugly country was originally a country dominated by capital, and with the support of these rich people, the situation of mutants is getting better and better. Perhaps it was because of this change that Nick Fury noticed something, but even if he sensed something, it didn't matter, because the beginning of the Age of Mutants was unstoppable. And Levis used the super ability of potential catalysis that he signed from Apocalypse last time to improve the strength of Lorna and Clarice. They are all mutants with good ability potential. After the potential catalysis improvement, their strength has risen sharply and all of them have become 4th-level mutants. This improvement is not a big deal. However, this also consumes most of Levi's energy, so trying to improve Storm and Cyclops can only be put on hold. Taking time, he also brought Shan, who had awakened X's memory, to the Mutant Academy. Shan, who had forgotten the past, now accepts the new identity of a mutant. Definitely, there is another woman who is Levi's. It has to be said that Jingshan is indeed very sweet, so he directly gave Shan a nickname of Zio Xianshan. Knight, come over here, Zio Tianshan, let me taste if it's sweet today. Looking at Shan, who had just taken a shower, Levis couldn't help but smile. I was just about to do something that everyone likes to do, but I didn't expect the door to be knocked. Who? Levis hugged Shan and looked at the door with some unpleasantness. He thought it was Storm and the others, but he didn't expect it to be Nick Fury. How dare this guy come to the Mutant Academy in person? Levis was a little surprised because he was very afraid of Professor X's telepathy, so Nick Fury didn't dare to come to the Academy at all. But he didn't expect him to come in person so late. Seeing this, Levis had to let go of Shan and then open the door. It seems that you are in big trouble, Chief. Yes, come with me, there is no time to explain. 35. Nick Fury turned and left with a serious face. Levis had no choice but to follow. The two came to the helicopter, and it wasn't until after the helicopter took off that Nick Fury was relieved. Weez, do you know Tesseract? Definitely heard that Red Skull used Tesseract to make a lot of black technology during World War II. That's right, when we spent a lot of money to salvage what we thought was superhero, we also salvaged this thing, by the way. Nick Fury explained. The salvaged superhero doesn't even need to be known to be Captain America. So you guys also learned Red Skull to use Tesseract to make weapons. Nick Fury frowned. Now it must be that the matter cannot be solved, so he will find him for help overnight. Definitely, this does not rule out the situation where Captain America is no longer needed. Hearing this, Nick Fury said helplessly. Everything was going very well, but just now, Phil Coulson called for help when he was checking the progress of the research. At present, only you can solve it. Sure enough, as Levis had guessed, something went wrong with the Tesseract. That's why Nick Fury hasn't looked for him in the past 6 months. Then what, you guys are off and there's something wrong with the Tesseract? This is indeed the case 563. After all, you should understand the situation of the Earth today. We have been exposed to the eyes of other advanced civilizations, so I think we need powerful weapons to defend the Earth. Today's Nick Fury doesn't look for him for everything. After all, he's on the mutant side of things. Moments later, the helicopter stopped at a military research base. Phil Coulson at the moment has been waiting here for a long time. How is the situation now? Nick Fury asked as soon as he got off the plane. Director, the current situation is not optimistic, but the danger level cannot be determined yet. Phil Coulson replied helplessly. It seems that the situation is very bad. Fortunately, Nick Fury was prepared but did not panic. Director, I have to say that it was the most correct decision for you to bring Weiss. Maybe he can solve this crisis. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Levis. After all, this one has saved the Earth several times in the crisis of destroying the world. Haha, Phil Coulson is embarrassed for saying that. Levis was amused when Phil Coulson said that. I think we'd better go and see what's going on first. Nick Fury interrupted the two, touting each other. The group entered the research room of the military base. Phil Coulson, tell me the specifics. It's like this: Dr. Selvig discovered not long ago that Tesseract suddenly emits energy fluctuations, so Phil Coulson briefly explained what happened. I remember that research on Tesseract had to be licensed, and I don't remember giving him research permission today. Nick Fury frowned after Phil Coulson's words. It's true that there was no permission from the director, but Dr. Selvig didn't do research either because Tesseract started it on its own. Phil Coulson explained. Self-started? Nick Fury frowned. So what energy level has it reached now? Not sure, because the detection range has been exceeded and the energy radiation is still increasing, and Dr. Selvig has tried to turn it off but failed. Nick Fury was helpless when he heard this. Tesseract was completely out of control and he didn't know what the consequences would be. Let's organize the evacuation first, the sooner the better. 99. Yes, Phil Coulson nodded and prepared to contact the military base for evacuation. However, at this time Levis smiled and shook his head. No need. Why? Nick Fury looked at him suspiciously. I can feel the energy inside is very strong, unbelievably strong. If this energy explodes, I am afraid that even escaping to the other side of the Earth will be useless. 39. Levis explained indifferently. What? Hearing this, Nick Fury's forehead immediately left a cold sweat, which means that if the energy explodes, the entire Earth will be destroyed. Weiss, are you sure? Definitely sure. Levis nodded. There was definitely something he didn't say, and that was that the Tesseract wouldn't explode at will. The abnormality of Tesseract now should be that Loki, who fell into the abyss from Bifrost last time, contacted Tesseract and wanted to teleport. Just as a few people were talking, everyone had already come to the underground research room. It can be seen that in the huge research room there are huge amounts of instruments, and the blue cube suspended together is the Tesseract. It doesn't look that bad. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the suspended Tesseract. I think you can look up above. Levis interrupted his delusion and pointed to the sky above the Tesseract. I saw an energy ball with a diameter of about 10 meters gathered somewhere, and the energy ball exuded blue-white light. Okay, it does look bad. Nick Fury spread his hands helplessly. At this time, Dr. Selvig came over and said, Actually, don't worry too much about that energy ball. It's just a product of our experiment, and the real trouble is Tesseract originally, because it has started to get out of control. 5. 66. Are you sure? Nick Fury frowned. Not what Levis said. Well, it's not too sure at the moment. Dr. Selvig was at a loss for words. Then didn't you try to unplug it? Nick Fury still had some flukes in mind. However, Dr. Selvig's words directly interrupted his fluke. Sir, this is not a home TV, because the Tesseract was originally a source of huge amounts of energy, with a near-infinite amount of energy inside at 0.35. If it is released, let alone Earth, the entire solar system will be destroyed. In fact, Tesseract is now in the stage of releasing energy. 99. Sure enough, Nick Fury's face became solemn. He couldn't find a solution after thinking about it, but he had no choice but to look at Levis. Li Wango. Weiss, you already know the situation. Do you have any solution? Levis has long been thinking about whether to let Loki come out to do things, and after thinking about it, he decided to let Loki come to the grave according to the original book. Now, if he wants to open the era of mutants, he still needs an opportunity for human beings to realize that they can only survive if they control a powerful force, and that power is the power of mutants. As long as the Chitauri army comes to the Earth, people will truly realize the power of mutants, and only mutants are the most powerful force against alien civilization. At that time, presumably no one will refuse to become a mutant. Thinking of this, Levis said unhurriedly, Don't worry, let me take a look. Nick Fury was a little puzzled to see him so calm, but he was also relieved. Before coming to Tesseract, Levis looked at the space gem curiously. At this time, the phoenix in his body seemed to move. Weiss, I can feel that this power is very pure and powerful, and if it can be absorbed, it can at least restore 10% of the power we had in our heyday. Hearing Phoenix's words, Leviston's eyes lit up. Why didn't he come first? The power of the Phoenix can absorb any energy, even the Infinity Stones. And the Infinity Stones are very special, and every moment of the Infinity Stones has a special power. If it can absorb all the 6 Infinity Stones, it is not impossible for Phoenix to recover its full strength. Thinking of this, Levis was a little excited. As long as the full power of the Phoenix is restored, then the God Thanos or the God Group will destroy one by one. There are probably not many people in the entire Marvel universe that can threaten him. 563 shook his head without thinking too much. Sign up now, ding, is the host checking in to the space gem. Double experience or super ability. Sign into super ability, 35. Facing the space gem, he definitely signed up for the super ability. Ding, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Power of Space with 100 experience points. It was actually the Power of Space. Levis was excited. Directly controlling the power of space is much stronger than the previous space movement and space reversal. He has control over any use of space. But to say that with the power of space he is already invincible. After possessing the power of space, his previous space movement and space reversal disappeared directly from the super ability list, and it seemed that they were classified together. It was at this time the Tesseract suddenly appeared abnormal, and the light on the Tesseract was getting brighter and brighter, which made everyone tremble with fear. "What's going on?" Nick Fury asked in surprise. "Director, the space around Tesseract and some anomalies seem to be about to open a small wormhole," Dr. Selvig suddenly shouted. "Small wormhole, what does that mean?" Nick Fury frowned. "Means someone's coming out?" Levis answered his question. At this moment, Tesseract suddenly released an energy shock, and everyone was instantly swayed by this shock device. Immediately after that, the light on the Tesseract dissipated. However, before Nick Fury was happy, he saw a person on the test bench, a figure he was somewhat familiar with. The person who came was Loki, the second prince of Asgard. "You are the prince of Asgard, the evil god Loki." Nick Fury instantly recognized who it was. After all, the last Thor and the Destroyer incident had brought Asgard into his sight for the first time. This made him have to pay attention to this matter. And now that the second prince of Asgard has come to Earth again, even he has to be careful. Loki proudly raised his head and looked at the crowd, then raised his spear without hesitation and shot out a magic bullet. However, the magic bullet dissipated while it was still in midair. Seb. "Hey, Loki, you seem to have forgotten me." Levis folded his arms and looked at Loki with interest. Hearing the familiar voice, Loki, who had high vision, froze for a moment, then turned to look in Levi's direction. "It's you, mortal, 35. Mortal, you seem like a guy who can't even beat a mortal," Levis sneered. Loki's face turned blue and red when he heard this. The scene of being hanged and beaten last time is still vivid in his mind. But now it's different. He has a mind gem scepter, and his strength can be said to be very different from before. Thinking of this, he angrily raised his scepter and shot out magic with all his strength. A dazzling light shot over, and this magic bullet was 10 times stronger than before. However, Levis just raised one hand, and the next moment the magic shot was directly swallowed by the power of the Phoenix. How is this possible? Loki couldn't believe it, that his full-strength blow didn't have any effect. Without thinking much, he directly used the illusion technique he was best at. In an instant, dozens of Loki appeared in the whole room, directly surrounding Levis in the middle, and then all the Loki raised their scepters and released magic. "But I didn't expect to use the same move this time, but there are really so many magic attacks." Immediately, he looked at the scepter in Loki's hand, which seemed to be the reason for the Mind Stone, which made his magic much stronger. However, Levis did not have the slightest sense of dodging and saw that he was instantly enveloped by the light of magic. Seeing this, Levis couldn't help laughing out loud. "I said, Loki, it seems that you really don't have a long memory. You know this kind of illusion is useless to me. How dare you use it to make a fool of yourself?" 99. And when Levis was a little surprised, the magic around it wasn't fake. "The last time we met, Levis easily cracked Loki's illusion and then directly hanged him. Humph, this time is different." Loki sneered and shot the magic in front of Levis instantly. In an instant, it seemed that magic was shot from all directions, but just like that, Loki's magic still doesn't do him any harm. All magic was absorbed by the power of the Phoenix after approaching him. It can be said that Levis is already invincible. No matter how strong Loki's magic is, it can't hurt him. It will only give him energy in vain. This is impossible. Seeing that his trump card didn't hurt him in the slightest, Loki panicked. Why is this mortal person in front of him so perverted? Does the so-called god only have this little power? Levis sneered and walked over. Loki's eyes were full of fear, and at this moment his eyes suddenly turned to Tesseract. His eyes lit up and he suddenly thought of a move, and he raised his wand and poked it towards Tesseract. In an instant the Tesseract was activated and a beam of light shot at Levis. In the blink of an eye Levis was gone. Weiss. Nick Fury shouted when he saw this. He couldn't think that Levis would disappear directly, whether it was death or something else. Without the super mutant Levis, how they deal with the evil god Loki is a problem. On the other hand, Levis has been transferred dozens of kilometers away by the power of Tesseract. After discovering the power of Tesseract just now, the reason why he didn't dodge was to take this opportunity to leave the laboratory. Otherwise, how will Loki get the Tesseract next? How can I open the portal to let the Chitauri army in? As for getting 2 Infinity Stones now, it's totally unnecessary and the Infinity Stones can't disappear anyway. When Thanos collects the 6 Infinity Stones, he will just grab them. At the same time, military research base. After taking out the toughest enemy with Tesseract, Loki looked smug, then picked up his staff and swooped at the agents present. Hawkeye, who was in charge of the base, couldn't just sit back and ignore this and saw him rushing up quickly. To deal with a magician, ranged attacks are obviously not as useful as melee. Just get close to him and have the confidence to subdue the magician in front of him. However, he forgot that Loki is not an ordinary magician, and in the world of Marvel, being a magician without melee combat is simply a shame. Even Loki prefers melee combat to magic. Seeing Hawkeye rush up with agility, Loki calmly dropped Hawkeye over his shoulder. I just happen to be missing some right-hand men and you look pretty good. Loki looked at Hawkeye and found that the human fighting consciousness in front of him was not bad, and he might be his assistant because of his experience. Then he tapped Hawkeye's chest with his scepter. Facing the Mind Stone scepter, there is no doubt that Hawkeye is directly controlled. However, at this moment, Nick Fury, who fell to the ground and pretended to be dead, took the opportunity to stealthily take down the Tesseract. Then, with the help of his various abilities, he perfectly sneaked in the dark corner and slowly walked towards the gate. If people don't pay attention, they will not find him. But Loki has always cared about Tesseract so much, how could he just sneak away like that? This is my thing, vile thief. This is not your thing, Loki. Is Asgard going to war with Earth? Nick Fury seemed to want to use the war to force the other side to give up Tesseract. After learning about the Earth and the magicians guarding the Earth last time, Nick Fury has some confidence as an Earth person. At least in the face of aliens, not so passive, not to mention the big killer Levis. War. You are right, I am here to bring war. Surrender to me. I am the king from Asgard and I bear the fate of Asgard. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKING. Loki looks like he's happy to schmooze with Nick Fury. Definitely, he's definitely going to taunt him if Levis hears it. It's just ridiculous to be just a poor homeless B*******D talking about Asgard, but it is true that there is a war. Definitely, Nick Fury, who didn't know the inside story, believed Loki's words. We Earth did not provoke you, Asgard. Although he has some confidence, he doesn't want to see the Earth fall into war. Haha, ants didn't provoke humans either. Loki tilted his head and smiled. So you treat the Earthlings as ants and want to trample us to death? Nick Fury clenched his fists a little aggrievedly. No, in fact, I have brought you good news. As long as you Earthlings are willing to surrender to me, then you will be protected by the Lord of the Universe. Loki raised his hands to show his ambition. Master of the Universe, it's just you can't even beat Whis, Nick Fury mocked. After that, Loki walked out of the laboratory without looking back. Boss, don't say it, you really can't beat that mutant. Let's leave, there's going to be an explosion here soon. 99. He is still very satisfied with his new subordinate. Loki was a little unhappy. He had a lot of bragging here just now, but fortunately he wasn't a fool. Hearing this, Loki was a little angry. At this time, Hawkeye, who had been controlled, interrupted the two's mouth cannon. Continue to stay here without saying that the human will come back and the energy released by the Tesseract will explode. Forget it, grab the Tesseract and let's go. Hawkeye got the order and shot Nick Fury in the heart with his gun, then followed up with another controlled doctor. After everyone left, Nick Fury, who just pretended to be dead, got up from the ground. It seems that the controlled Hawkeye has a much lower IQ. He should know that I am wearing a body armor. He looked at his chest and looked a little fortunate, and fortunately Hawkeye was shot in the heart, otherwise he would be cold. But now is not the time to think about it. This place is about to explode, and if he doesn't escape he will still be cold. Just after Nick Fury left the underground laboratory, a golden portal appeared in front of his 567. Yo, Chief, I'm back again. What's up with him? This time I'm definitely going to kick him out. Levis, who was back here, rolled up his sleeves and looked ready for a big fight. Nick Fury's face darkened when he saw this. Wheeze, where did you go just now? Why did you only appear now? Nick Fury at the moment was full of anger and didn't let it out, and the Tesseract wouldn't have been robbed if Levis had come back sooner. Levis narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, Director, I was teleported away by the power of Tesseract just now, and I have worked hard to get back. Nick Fury frowned when he heard the words and then sighed. He knew that Levis couldn't be blamed for this. After all, no one thought that the other party would have such means. Moreover, Levis is his important support now, so now is definitely not the time to shirk responsibility. Wheeze, I trust you, but now we have to get out of here first. Leave? You mean that one's going to explode? It's fine with me. Levis didn't wait for Nick Fury to respond, and a space moved into the underground research room. At the moment in the underground research room, the huge ball of energy initially released by the Tesseract shone with a dazzling white light. Because the Tesseract was forcibly taken away, the energy became very unstable. It can be seen that it will not take long for this energy to explode. At that time, the entire military research base will be bombed into the sky. But since Levis is here, he definitely won't let it explode. He has been eyeing this group of energy for a long time. Definitely, this power is nothing more than an appetizer. Use the power of the Phoenix to wrap the energy of the Tesseract, but it only takes a moment and all the energy is completely absorbed. Only then did Nick Fury walk down with Phil Coulson. Weiss, has the explosion been resolved? Phil Coulson looked around the research room vigilantly but did not find any source of energy. Don't worry, it's resolved. Levis waved his hand. Nick Fury was also relieved to hear this. Director, what are we going to do next? Phil Coulson asked, looking at Nick Fury. This matter is no longer a simple matter of being robbed and is likely to evolve into a war between two civilizations. 35. Nick Fury's expression became extremely serious. So it's time for that plan to go live. The stage for the superhero has been set up and it's time to go to war. Nick Fury is also very decisive. Since he can't escape, he will take the initiative to fight. Maybe after catching Loki, there is still room for recovery. Seeing this, the corner of Levi's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Everything is currently being planned and it seems that he has to make some preparations. Nick Fury left soon after, but before he left he said he wanted to work with the mutants to get through this difficult time together. Levis definitely complied and he would have loved the mutants to get involved. On the other side, Nick Fury returned to the Sky Carrier and was then connected to the World Security Council. He needs to report his plan to his superiors, and he needs to get approval for that plan. Director Nick Fury, you are so outrageous to have such a dangerous thing behind your back. After learning about the power of Tesseract, the members of the council were not calm. Feelings at home have experienced a crisis of destroying the world. Director Nick Fury, you want to control this unknown force? That's impossible. Director Nick Fury, are you going to emulate Red Skull? It's really outrageous. Huge amounts of screen, the members of the World Security Council all began to criticize Nick Fury. However, in the face of the voices of many MPs, Nick Fury has always been very calm. Mr. MP, there is no absolute control of war. Nick Fury's explanation is very clear, and he also believes in Loki's cheating because the last destroyer was created by Loki to deal with Thor. Doesn't this mean that the battle between the evil god Loki and Thor has been won? As far as I know, the evil god Loki is just a person, and his brother Thor has not accepted our help. After all, no one wants to die for nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, the evil god Loki represents not only himself, but the whole of Asgard. Thor we have not seen 4.1 for a long time. And as far as I know, the last destroyer thing was done by the evil god Loki to deal with his brother. I have reason to believe that Thor has been defeated by his brother, so we have no choice. You have to rely on your own strength. But now Thor did not see it, but the evil god Loki came to Earth again to make trouble. So you mean Asgard went to war with us? Hearing Nick Fury's words, the members of the World Security Council fell silent. Because they found that Nick Fury's analysis was not a problem after all, it was a fact that the evil god Loki appeared in front of them. And the words "to inform the Earth" are also said from the mouth of the other party. Seeing the relaxed attitude of the members of the World Security Council, Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet at this moment, another dissenting voice emerged. Director Nick Fury, I just read the list of the so-called Avengers plan. There are not many normal humans on it, and there are even mutants, so your plan is to leave the safety of the world to those monsters fetal. The speaker was Gideon Malik, a veteran of the World Security Council. At the same time, there is another identity behind it, that is, one of the leaders of the 922-headed snakes. Nick Fury nodded when he heard this. I do think they have the power to protect the planet. Director Nick Fury, your joke is not funny at all. Humans use their own weapons to protect the Earth. Gideon Malik laughed. I'm not kidding. Nick Fury looked serious, not joking at all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not our internal conflict. Loki represents Asgard. You should know the strength of the other civilization when you see the destroyer. Faced with the invasion of this high-level civilization, our Earth must be united in order to overcome this level. Otherwise, the alien colonization will be waiting for the Earth. Think about it here. Nick Fury didn't bother to talk to these counselors, Joe Kshuan, and he hung up the communication after he finished speaking. At the moment, he was in a bad mood, and the people in the World Security Council had no sense of crisis at all, but his Avengers plan had been reported anyway. Answer or not, he has to implement it. Thinking of this, he called Phil Coulson. What's wrong with you, Phil Coulson? Director, things are going well. I have informed Tony. He said that he will come soon, and Dr. Banner has also been brought back by Normanov's agent. Very well, so now only Weiss is left. Nick Fury nodded with satisfaction. At present, several people in his Avengers plan have arrived, only Levis is left. At the same time, in the Mutant Academy, Levis woke up the X-Men who had just gone to bed as soon as he got back. At the moment, in the war room, the current core members of the X-Men are already here: Cyclops, Jin, Storm, Logan, Lorna, Clarice, Naughty, Shadowcat, Lauren, and Skye. And even Professor X and Magneto and Mystique are here. As for Clarice and Little Naughty, because their strengths have been raised to the level of 4th-level mutants, they were promoted from alternate team members to full-fledged X-Men in advance. For this reason, everyone is envious. After all, directly raising the strength level is too heaven-defying. A mutant's ability level is set almost from the moment of having the ability. If you are a 3rd-level mutant, you are destined to be a 3rd-level mutant for the rest of your life, and it is impossible to upgrade to a 4th-level mutant no matter what. Even the ancient mutants like Tianqi couldn't break through the 5th-level mutants, so one can imagine how difficult it is to improve their strength. Definitely can't be too absolute in this situation. After all, the future things can't be said. However, it can be seen that it is almost impossible to upgrade the level of mutants, and Levis did it. Even Cyclops and Storm envied it. Wheeze, I remember you promised to help me improve last time, Storm joked. And me, Wheeze, I always feel that my claws are not sharp enough. Can you help me improve it first? Logan on the side also came to join in the fun. Cough tilde. Now I'm not talking about these things. You should know that my ability consumes a lot, so I need to rest for a while. Levis spread his hands helplessly. Okay then. Storm shrugged nonchalantly. Okay, let's get down to business now. Levi's face became serious. It won't be long before aliens invade the Earth, and then the whole of New York will be turned into a battlefield. The time is when we mutants will become the saviors, and then with the X-Gene awakening potion, then the real era of mutants will begin. 95. Hearing these exciting words, everyone present was a little excited. Everyone wonders what a glorious age the age of mutants will be. Last time, I got more than 10 sets of steel armor from Tony's side, and then let the little naughty mutants who won the top 10 in the super ability competition express their customization requirements. Weiss, you can rest assured we have all mastered our own exclusive battle armor, but unfortunately after our strength has been upgraded to the 4th level mutant, the effect of the battle armor on us has become smaller, but some auxiliary functions still good, like flying. For example, the naughty energy absorption cannot be controlled. By the way, Clarice, are you all proficient in the armor you got from Tortoise? Levis asked Clarice and the little naughty. The 3rd level mutants and the 4th level mutants are a process of qualitative change. Some super abilities will have obvious disadvantages when the 3rd level mutants are used, which makes the mutants unable to control. Now these armors have been delivered a month ago. But after becoming a level 4 mutant, there is no such drawback, and the little naughty is very skilled in opening the energy absorption ability. Therefore, the effect of steel armor on them is reduced. The little naughty and the others suddenly looked excited when they heard the words at present. The combat power that the X-Men can dispatch is only more than 10 people, but don't underestimate these 10 people. They are all 3rd level mutants and there are even many 4th level mutants. This is definitely a terrifying force, even comparable to the peak days of the Avengers. Weiss, let's just say it when we need it. My old bones can see the arrival of the mutant era and it can be regarded as a wish. Magneto spoke up in support. That's right, Weiss, if you have anything just leave it to us while the people of our generation can still help. Professor X also smiled and he was often proud of Levis. Because he changed the situation of mutants and he pushed the real world into the era of mutants. You two are not old enough to walk, don't worry, I will let you help this time. Levis smiled and waved his hand. The scale of this New York battle is not small and there will definitely be a place for Professor X and Magneto to play. To let the world know the power of mutants and to accept mutants at the same time, this is his purpose. Soon Nick Fury called to inquire about the situation and asked Phil Coulson to pick them up. Levis was a little weird at first, but not so weird after seeing Captain America on the plane. Apparently Nick Fury wanted to familiarize himself with Captain America. Nice to meet you. I heard that the director was able to excavate an antique in the glacier some time ago. I think it is you. 35. Levis looked at Captain America in front of him and took the initiative to make a joke as a trick to roar. Steve wasn't angry at what he said. Perhaps to you, I am indeed an antique tilde. 35. Definitely not. Mr. Steve is a hero of ugly people. Yes, he is a hero and I'm still your fan. Phil Coulson is a big fan of Captain America and it took him a few years to collect a set of out-of-print Captain America cards. And his dream is for Steve to be able to sign his collection of cards, making this set of cards truly out of print. Just as Phil Coulson was about to ask Captain America to sign him, Captain America turned his attention to Levis. Actually, there were mutants traveling in my time, but few really appeared in front of people's eyes. I didn't expect that there are so many mutants today. 35. Speaking of this, Steve sighed a little. I've heard about the power of mutants. If the roaring assault team I led had such powerful warriors, I'm afraid we wouldn't have worked so hard. Ha tilde, we have indeed grown more, but it has also made ordinary people more fearful and they even treat us as aliens. Levis laughed mockingly. Steve was a little silent when he heard this because he didn't know if he would also be regarded as an alien. After all, he was not technically an ordinary person anymore. Have you seen Superman comics? Superman comics should have come out in your era, Levis continued. If there is a Superman on Earth, then he is a hero, but if there are many heroes, then Superman is become a threat because humans fear the power of the Superman. But you're different, you're human just like us, Steve said seriously. Steve has never represented an ugly country. Although he has the title of Captain America represents the true spirit of equality and freedom. It is precisely because of this that Steve did not sign the Sokovia agreement and became a fugitive. And that's what makes Steve respected and loved. Levis admires Steve very much. Definitely, that doesn't mean he approves of Steve very much. In his opinion, Steve is just a virgin that makes some people admire. So after hearing this, he didn't say anything. Director Nick Fury told me before to prepare me for this new world, and I'm glad I'm still needed when I'm an old-timer. Steve looked rejoiced. After all, it has been more than 70 years, almost a century, and he often has the feeling that something is wrong. Mr. Steve, please don't say that, we still need you. Phil Coulson was the first to stand up for support when he saw his idol so emotional, and Steve always felt a little weird about Phil Coulson, a fan who looked older than him. However, the atmosphere of the aircraft class finally became more active. Weiss, you haven't introduced these two to me yet. After getting to know everyone, Steve called his name politely. Oh. I forgot to introduce you. Levis patted his forehead and then introduced, this is Lorna, this is Katie, and they are all mutants. Very happy to meet all of you. Steve gave a big smile and held out his hand. We are also very happy to meet you, the legendary hero, 35. Lorna and Katie shook hands with him respectively, and they were also very curious about the legendary character Steve, Li Wangzhou. After all, this generation has heard of Captain America's heroic deeds from childhood. I want to ask what their relationship is with you. Captain America looked at the two women who were next to Levis and was a little curious about their relationship. Well, I thought you saw it. Levis smiled and stretched his arms around Lorna and Katie's waist. Oh, I can see that, but can you still have two wives at the same time? Steve looked suspiciously at Phil Coulson beside him. Well, there is no such rule. Phil Coulson shrugged helplessly. Okay then. Steve, who got this answer, was a little envious and at the same time thought of the woman in his heart. The plane landed on the sky carrier. Several people prepared to get off the plane. Wait, I still have some things to do, 35. Phil Coulson is still obsessed with the autograph thing. At this moment, however, Natasha Romanoff suddenly appeared on the plane. Phil Coulson, the chief has asked you to meet him right away. Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment, then nodded helplessly, okay. The opportunity to get Captain America's autograph was gone, and he was in a very bad mood. What's wrong with him? Steve looked suspiciously at Phil Coulson as he walked away in despair. Probably didn't ask for your autograph, Natasha Romanoff said hilariously. Many people know that Phil Coulson is a Captain America fan, and he even used his SHIELD relationship to collect cards. Steve's expression was a little weird. That's when Natasha Romanoff looked at Levis, who hadn't seen each other for a long time since the last time they met and danced at Tony's cocktail party. And at the moment, Natasha Romanoff looked at him in a weird way. How? Levis looked at Natasha Romanoff suspiciously. Nothing, it's time for us to get off the plane, 35. Natasha Romanoff gave him a wide smile, then turned away. This strange behavior made him a little strange. At this time, the phoenix in his body seemed to move. Phoenix, what's wrong with you? Weiss, I can feel that the woman in front of me also has fragments of the power of the phoenix in her body, but she should not be your woman. What? You're saying that Natasha Romanoff also has a fragment of the phoenix force in her body? How is that possible? When Levis heard Phoenix's words, his face was stunned. He doesn't remember that he left a fragment of the power of the phoenix in Natasha Romanoff's body, let alone a fragment of the power of the phoenix. The two just met once. At most, it's just hugging and dancing. Phoenix, is it the force fragment of the phoenix C-Seb you left behind, 35? No, it's not, but it's very strange. This power of the phoenix should come from us. Are you sure it's from us? Levis frowned. He couldn't remember when he had left a fragment of the phoenix force in Natasha Romanoff, but there was absolutely no way the phoenix could deceive him. What has actually happened? Some of him didn't understand, so he wanted to use telepathy to check Natasha Romanoff's memory, but as soon as he was ready to do it, he gave up the idea. When dealing with friends, he generally will never privately probe the thoughts of each other's mind. This is his principle. Hey, Dr. Banner. As soon as I got off the plane, I saw Dr. Banner. Levis smiled and made a move roar. It's you, I remember you. Dr. Banner was stunned for a moment when he saw Levis, and then he remembered what he hated last time. That time, because of the use of inhibitory agents, his strength was greatly reduced after he transformed into Hulk, but his sanity was not suppressed by Hulk. So he can clearly remember the last time Levis beat and hated. It's great to meet you. Listening to them teaching you Wheeze, can I be called that too? Dr. Banner enthusiastically came up and shook his hand. Haha, definitely yes, that sounds very kind, doesn't it? Levis laughed. By the way, I recently studied the Hulk and found that the Hulk still has weaknesses such as common human joints, temples, nose and lower body, etc. The last one can be ignored. In short, if you want to subdue how if you want to do it, it's best to pick these weak spots. Dr. Banner suddenly talked about the Hulk's weakness, which made Levis a little strange. So, Dr. Banner, why are you telling me this? Does he say that these weaknesses are still needed to subdue the Hulk? It's just a joke. Because they said they wanted me to help, but I feel like I'll only do a disservice to me. Fortunately, I heard that you will come too, otherwise in case the Hulk goes berserk. Dr. Banner looked worried, obviously afraid that the Hulk would cause trouble for everyone. Now that there is a person who can easily subdue hatred, it is not a problem to subdue Hulk, so he will take the initiative to talk about this. But don't worry, it doesn't matter if you can't remember the weakness I just said. I have recorded Hulk's weakness in this and you can take it out at any time. Dr. Banner said and took out a small notebook. Levis took over the small book with a weird face and as expected, it recorded Hulk's various weaknesses and moves and habits. Dr. Banner is the only one who can teach others how to beat him like this. I hope you can take a good look. I heard that Iron Man will also come. Maybe I can discuss with him to discuss the development of armor that can subdue me. Dr. Banner touched his chin and said. When Levis heard the words, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Could it be that the anti-Hulk armor was born because of this? Hey, Dr. Banner, I've heard of you. At this time, Steve stepped forward and enthusiastically made a move roar. Oh, what did I see? A legendary hero, Mr. Steve. I'm actually a fan of you too. Dr. Banner also moved roar a little excitedly. Okay, we should go in. Seeing that Dr. Banner kept talking excitedly, Natasha Romanoff could only interrupt the two of them. A group of people came to a conference room. Nick Fury is already here waiting. I've brought everyone here, Chief, but Tony said he'll be getting his steel armor ready, so he'll be late. 35 Natasha Romanoff reported the situation. Yeah, Nick Fury nodded, his eyes swept across the crowd. Captain America, Hulk, Iron Man, plus Levis, the current Avengers are only these people. Definitely, Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson can also be counted as Avengers, but they are too weak to fight. And Captain America is Nick Fury's most suitable person to be the core of the Superman team. After all, many people here grew up listening to Captain America's heroic stories. As for why not let the powerful Levis be the captain? It must be that Nick Fury is more afraid of mutants. Without thinking too much, he looked at everyone and said, "Welcome everyone, now let's discuss how to save the world." The next day, having discussed last night, Nick Fury has decided a good battle plan. But how to find Loki himself is a big problem, because Loki has a psychic staff, even telepathy can't sense where he is. Therefore, it is useless even if everyone is in a hurry. Night, Stuttgart, Germany on Kuning Street. Loki finally finds the final element needed to open the portal and then asks Hawkeye to deliver the element to Dr. Selvig. In this way, the portal can be opened normally, but if you want to open the portal smoothly, you still need to lure away those annoying guys. Loki thought for a moment and changed into his formal Asgard attire. Now it was time for him to appear in the sight of the Midgards. Came to a high-level dance not far away. Loki drove the upper class who were dancing gracefully to the square. Kneel down for me. Using illusion, Loki surrounded everyone at the dance by himself. Kneel down for me, do you understand? Seeing that these people were disobedient, Loki roared angrily and then shot a magic wand in his hand, blasting a deep hole in the ground beside him. Under the threat of death, many high-ranking people had to kneel down. Loki nodded in satisfaction, then started his speech. That's good, return to your original face because you are a group of slaves who need to be ruled and you think that you are noble by wearing a decent one. In the face of Loki's incessant talk, the people around them kneeling on the ground dared not speak. However, an inconspicuous old man suddenly stood up. No one will want to humiliate you, you lunatic. Mad. It seems that you have not realized who you are facing. Remember, I am the noble king of Asgard. Loki said that the staff had already turned on the old man, obviously to kill the chicken and set an example. However, at this moment in the sky, a Kun-style fighter flew over quickly. Immediately after, a man holding a shield jumped out of the plane. Amidst everyone's startled sound, the man landed firmly on the ground. You know, the last time I met a man who wanted to step on someone's feet, 35 Steve landed handsomely and looked at Loki calmly. The result must have been that person succeeded. Loki said that the staff in his hand turned the target and then a magic beam shot out. You're wrong, that person failed. Steve said and raised his shield. The magic beam hit the vibranium shield and bounced back. Maybe it was because his attack was bounced back and he was prepared, and Loki easily avoided the bounced magic. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. The shield is good, Loki said and glanced at the plane. As long as the man didn't come, then he can rest assured. However, the fact hit him in the face. When he looked over, Levis on the plane waved his hand playfully and made a move to roar, "Don't underestimate me." Saying that, Steve raised his shield and rushed over. Stupid. 35. Loki looked back at Steve with disdain, then raised his staff and fired another spell. "Hey, what are you doing?" This time, Steve was a little confused because the target of this magic was his feet, which was completely out of the way. "Don't you think your shield is too small?" Loki sneered. He was not a fool. He kept hitting the shield even though he knew that the shield could reflect magic. After all, the shield is only so big that it is impossible to protect the entire body. In the face of Loki, who didn't play cards according to the routine, Steve was beaten constantly to dodge the magic, and he couldn't fight in close quarters at all. Seeing that Steve was beaten and could not fight back, Natasha Romanoff was also a little anxious. She looked at Dr. Banner and then at Levis. The shield in his hand didn't even dare to leave his hand. Steve didn't want to try the feeling of being hit by magic. As soon as Natasha Romanoff's voice fell, he saw a flash of fire in the sky, and a saucy BGM suddenly started on the Kun-style fighter they were in. "Weiss, is it time for you to take action?" This scene almost made Levis laugh out loud. However, Levis shook his head. "Don't worry, someone has already shot." "Mountain, Dr. Banner must not be allowed to take action unless it is a last resort. After all, it is very difficult to take back the Hulk once he comes out, so Levis is the best candidate." "Agent Normanov, do you miss me?" "It's Tony, the guy is finally here." Hearing this familiar voice, Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson couldn't help but smile. And Levis was a little unhappy when he heard the voice of the saucy bag. The question of the Phoenix power fragment in Natasha Romanoff's body has not yet been answered. Tony's frivolous tone always has the feeling that his own woman is being molested. "Looks like I'll have to give Tony a little warning later." If I remember correctly, Tony also had a bad idea about Natasha Romanoff. A fire flashed across the sky and immediately rushed to Loki. The palm of his hand opened fire and instantly blasted Loki, who was so powerful just now. 570. Try moving your reindeer head again. The careful tracking missiles and palm cannons on Tony's shoulders were all aimed at Loki. Seeing this, Loki showed a strange smile without a trace and then raised his hands in surrender. On the return flight, Steve always felt that Loki's surrender was too easy. Thinking of this, he looked at everyone and said, "Do you feel something is wrong?" He surrendered too easily. "Simple. Isn't it normal for our rock killer Matt to surrender obediently after being beaten up? Old people just like to think wildly, which can easily make you sleepless," Tony said disapprovingly. Hearing this, Steve couldn't help frowning and didn't speak, and Tony seemed addicted to his tongue and continued, "Well, I shouldn't question your ability to sleep. After all, you've been a popsicle for 70 years. Steve was stunned, speechless. Levis on the side laughed directly, attracting the attention of the two. "Cough cough tilde tilde Captain Steve, don't pay too much attention to Tony's words. He is such a person who likes poisonous tongues. You can try to fight back." "Fight back?" Steve doesn't understand what that means. "Wheeze, you should know that I don't like being called a poisonous tongue." Tony was a little offended by what he said. Seeing this, Levis stepped forward and hooked him by the neck to the rear of the cabin. "Tony, I have something to tell you." "So mysterious, you don't mean to say that you are actually gay, do you?" Tony said venomously. Levis has long been immune to Tony's vicious tongue. Although this guy doesn't say it, he cares more about what everyone thinks of him than anyone else. "What I'm trying to say is, you can't be so frivolous with Natasha Romanoff anymore." 35. "You want to say that you targeted Normanov's agent, but I don't agree." Tony raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. "You don't care about this unless you want to try the feeling of the steel armor being disintegrated." Levis narrowed his eyes and threatened. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but think about the feeling of the steel armor suddenly disintegrating when flying in the sky or fighting. Well then, that's right, Uncle Tony, you already have pepper, don't you? Levis smiled and patted Tony's shoulder hard. Tony just felt a little speechless. Didn't he just tell him not to tease the female agent? Does he need such a threat? It was at this time. Lightning flashes across the sky suddenly. The deafening thunder sounded into everyone's ears, and Loki, who was sitting upright, trembled subconsciously and looked out the window involuntarily. What? Are you afraid of thunder? Steve saw his reflection, a little suspicious. No, I just don't like guys who follow lightning, 35 Loki said nonchalantly. Steve was about to say something else, but the plane shook violently as if something had landed on top of the plane. Immediately afterwards, all the lights in the plane were damaged by an inexplicable current, even some precision instruments. Seeing this, Steve and Tony are both ready to fight. Who's here? Another Asgard? Steve asked suspiciously. It should be Thor, Levis explained briefly. Really, Thor? Tony remembered the guy with the hammer last time, saying he opened the plane door. Then a man with messy blonde hair, a red cloak on his arms, and a hammer in his hand stood in front of him. Tony raised his palm cannon subconsciously but was smashed by Thor's hammer in an instant. Immediately after, Thor called Roar without fighting, grabbed Loki and flew out. Hey, don't you guys know each other? Why didn't he hire Roar? Steve looked at Levis suspiciously. According to the information given by Nick Fury, Levis had helped Thor, so the relationship between the two should be pretty good. Maybe didn't notice me? Levis groped the 4.1 bar. Now that we meet again, he has no time to care about other people. Tony rushed out after saying that. Seeing this, Steve looked helpless. This year's team members are really too difficult to lead, and he doesn't listen to the captain's words at all. Thor thought Loki was dead since Loki fell from Bifrost. Wait for Stark, we have to make a plan first. 35 Steve hurriedly dissuaded him when he saw that he wanted to chase him impulsively. He was inexplicably smashed with a hammer and he couldn't bear it. Thor got up on the ground very unhappy and then planned to catch up. This B*******D, 35. Planning is fighting, 35. Captain, I advise you not to go. Seeing Steve put a parachute on his back, Natasha Romanoff persuaded him. After all, they can fly, so what's the fun if you can't fly? Steve shook his head, however, as captain he had to go. Then he jumped out of the plane. Why aren't you going? 99. Natasha Romanoff couldn't persuade Steve and then turned his eyes to Levis, who was sitting beside the old god. Me, do you want me to go? Levis folded his arms and looked at Natasha Romanoff with interest. I thought you went back? Natasha Romanoff shrugged and turned her head. The other side, Thor grabbed Loki and threw him roughly to the ground. Loki, tell me, where is the Tesseract? Did you miss me? Loki didn't get angry but instead looked smug. We all thought you were dead. Thor's serious expression disappeared and there was only excitement and guilt. Really, you mourned for me? Loki was a little afraid to face Thor's eyes. Definitely mourned, and our father and mother too, Thor said with a little sadness. Hearing this, Loki's expression turned cold. That's your father, he should have told you about me, but we were all raised by him. We grew up together and fought side by side. Have you forgotten all this? Thor said sadly. No, I have always lived in your shadow and I will never forget being pushed into the abyss by you. 35. Loki has always known that he cares about him very much to protect him, but this is not what he wants. He wants the approval of his brother, the approval of his father, rather than a person who will only be protected. But all this is impossible. In his opinion, Odin has already arranged everything and it is impossible for him to get the throne. What's more, he's just a kid who was picked up, but now he has another plan. During my time in exile, I have seen a world you don't know, and I know the real Lilang of Tesseract. When I take control of him, I can regain the throne. Loki lays out his ambitious plans. But Thor got the point. Loki, who told you about the power of the Tesseract? Who's behind you? I was originally a king, said Loki, who was interrupted. But not here. Thor also roared, Loki, hand over the Tesseract, let go of your ambitions and go home with me. Hearing this, Loki softened for a moment, but soon he was firm. The Tesseract is not in my hands, I have transferred it. Thor was a little anxious when he heard the words, seeing that your own stupid brother is determined to go all the way to the dark. Listen to me, Thor raised his hammer and was about to speak harshly. However, at this moment, a fire flew over from a distance and then knocked him out of the unprepared. I'm listening. When Loki saw his brother being beaten, he couldn't help showing a happy smile. The other side. After knocking Thor into the air, Tony finally got his revenge. However, being knocked off so inexplicably, Thor was also very angry. "Will you try to touch me again?" "Only if you don't rob us." Tony opened his mask and slapped back. "Do you know who you are facing, 99? Ah, are you an actress? Does your mother know you stole her shawl?" Tony's mouth is still so poisonous. This is obviously mocking the red cape behind Thor. And his sarcasm was unsurprisingly successful, and Thor at the moment was surging with anger. Without much nonsense, he smashed Tony out with a sneak attack. Then Tony also sneaked a palm cannon and knocked Thor into the air. Then the two scuffled together. I have to say that Tony's armor has become stronger and stronger after so many replacements. Even he has fought back and forth with Thor. Thor's all-important lightning strike is a mobile power bank for Tony's steel armor. Definitely, maybe Toldo can blast the steel armor with a few thunderbolts. The two were fighting and fighting, but fortunately Steve came in time to stop the fight between the two. The three giants of the Avengers have officially met. Definitely, and Levis watching the show. "Have you had enough? Let's go back." Levis yawned. Chief Braised Egg doesn't think he can kill Loki, does he? Nick Fury had already prepared a cage for him, although it wasn't for Loki. After half an hour. "Let's say it first, don't think about running away. Even touching the glass around you will make you fall from a height of 9 kilometers, understand?" Levis on the side couldn't help but curled his lips when he heard his words. Can this cage hold Loki? And the exit can be opened by itself, but Levis didn't need to remind Nick Fury. The crowd returned to the Sky Carrier with Loki, so this cage is completely fictitious for Loki. Although the original book doesn't say that Loki can fly, it's too bad for a Magus to not be able to fly. Camertage has flying magic, and there is no way that Asgard can't. Who do you think is the ant now? Looking at Loki locked in a cage, Nick Fury only felt much more relaxed in his heart, and this time he finally avenged his previous revenge at the military research base. "Your cage is really nice, but because it wasn't made for me, right?" Loki pointedly said. After he finished speaking, he looked at the camera above and he knew that the person should also be staring at the situation here. "It's obviously a stupid beast, but you want to disguise yourself as a normal person. You want to rely on such a beast to protect you? It's stupid enough." Faced with Loki's taunting, Nick Fury was also worried about Dr. Banner's emotional instability and immediately changed the subject. "You are the fool. You went to war on Earth and stole the Tesseract from us, but now you will pay dearly." "Really, I don't think so." Loki looked disapproving. Nick Fury didn't say anything when he saw this, and he didn't bother to talk nonsense with a prisoner and turned to leave the room. At the same time, in the conference room, Thor and Dr. Banner, who had been staring at the surveillance screen, had different expressions. Dr. Banner's face was a little unnatural. Obviously, the beast in Loki's words was referring to him, but fortunately he didn't care about it. "This guy's words are really ugly." Dr. Banner looked at Levis beside him, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Levis offered casually, "Maybe you could transform and beat him up." "It's not a good proposition, Luo." Steve on the other side heard him actually suggesting that Dr. Banner transform into a hurried objection. After seeing the information Nick Fury gave him about the Hulk, he was very cautious about how to deal with the big guy. Use it well, then add a general to the team. If you don't use it well, you will suffer. It can be said that among the team today, Dr. Banner is the one that gives Steve the most headache. Thinking of this, Steve changed the subject. He looked at Thor, who was walking around, and asked, "Thor, what do you think he wants to do, Tilda?" 99. "He has an army under him called Chitauri. They are not from God's domain and they do not belong to any planet. Loki intends to lead them to attack the Earth. I think he got Tesseract to let this army in," Thor guessed Road. "You mean an alien army?" Steve's face turned serious when he heard this. "That is, he wants to use Tesseract to open the portal, so he took Dr. Selvig away." 9 Banner took over. "Selvig?" Thor was a little unfamiliar with the name. "He's an astronomer," Dr. Banner explained. "I still don't understand why Loki surrendered and how did he command the army here?" Steve frowned. "I don't think the focus should be on Loki. The guy's mind is so hard to fathom that I'd say he's a lunatic." Dr. Banner gave his opinion. However, Thor on the side was a little unhappy when he heard this. You better pay attention to what you say, anyway Loki is an Asgard and also my brother. Although Loki is a frequent prankster and has planned a coup d'etat, Thor believes he is still a good brother, so he definitely chooses to forgive him. But he killed more than 80 innocent people 2 days ago, Natasha Romanoff said, suddenly looking up. Hearing that, Thor was stunned for a moment and then his expression remained unchanged. He just picked it up, 35. These words made everyone speechless, and it was too fast to clear the relationship. Dr. Banner still expressed his opinion. I think his plan is related to some kind of machinery. He appeared in Stuttgart for the metal iridium, but what does he want the iridium to do? You can make stabilizers. At this point, Tony and Phil Coulson came over. This new teleportation won't collapse like the one before SHIELD. Tony walked and said that he came to Thor, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Your hammer is very powerful, big man, really. Plus, that portal can be made bigger and last longer depending on Loki's needs." Tony walked in as if he had become the protagonist and started talking at length, and although his guesses were correct, Levis was not interested in it. Phil Coulson, wait. 35. Seeing Phil Coulson getting ready to leave, Levis hurried up. What's wrong? Phil Coulson looked at him suspiciously. Come with me, I'll give you something good. Levis put his arm around his shoulder and walked to the other side. Both Natasha Romanoff and Steve noticed the scene but didn't pay too much attention. Is it possible to make my hair grow back? Seeing him so mysterious, Phil Coulson made a joke. Well, it's really possible. How do you feel? Levis didn't rush to explain. Li Zhao's. Unable to hold back, Phil Coulson sucked in Roar's mouth, and at the same time he only felt a heat current in his body that made hot sweat on his forehead. Levis nodded and took out a test tube. The liquid in the test tube evaporated instantly after being taken out. Immediately afterwards, the body seemed to be back to when it was young, full of vitality, and the previous fatigue was also swept away. What's this? Phil Coulson quickly held Roar's breath, but it was too late. The strange gas had been inhaled by him. Although he believed that Levis would not harm him, it was still a bit baffling. Phil Coulson only felt a strange smell. Phil Coulson jumped involuntarily, then asked, "What the hell was that?" Definitely a good thing. Some rich people even spend hundreds of millions of dollars for this thing. 99. Levis explained with a smile, then turned and left. Only Phil Coulson was left with a confused face, but he didn't care too much about his body that felt like he was 20 years younger, and he didn't believe Levis would harm him anyway. After all, the two had known each other for so long. He thought he knew Levis very well. Back in the meeting room, seeing that everyone has dispersed, Levis is also ready to rest. However, outside the room where Loki is being held, he happens to meet Natasha Romanoff. Hey, does Natasha Romanoff have time for a walk? Levis invited with a smile. Natasha Romanoff looked at Loki in the room and then at him, then nodded. Okay then. 55. On the deck of the Sky Carrier, the two walked together and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Natasha Romanoff looked at him strangely. Wheeze, is there anything you want to tell me? 570. Actually, I wanted to ask if you can feel the difference in yourself. Different? Natasha Romanoff wondered. Seeing this, Levis didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked directly, I mean the power in your body. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff finally showed a complicated expression which surprised him a little. The previous Natasha Romanoff was really good at covering up, and he didn't see any flaws at all. And at the moment, he had already determined that the fragments of the Phoenix Force within Natasha Romanoff were definitely related to him. But the problem is that I haven't met Natasha Romanoff a few times at all. What's going on? I think it's better for you to find the answer yourself. 35. Natasha Romanoff turned to look at the dark sky. Is there anything I can't know? Seeing her like this, Levis was even more puzzled. I won't tell you unless you use telepathy on me. Natasha Romanoff turned and left as if not caring at all about the memory being probed. But what she said surprised Levis because Natasha Romanoff actually spoke telepathically. This super ability is known to no one except Professor X and Lorna, who are a limited number of people. But how did Natasha Romanoff know? And if Nick Fury knew he could telepathically, he certainly wouldn't have allowed himself to join the Avengers. After all, there are too many secrets in his mind. He can't bet that Levis will probe the secrets in his mind whenever he's curious. Watching Natasha Romanoff leave, he didn't use telepathy on her and became more and more curious. What kind of story does he have with Natasha Romanoff? On the other side, after leaving, Natasha Romanoff came to the room where Loki was being held. In fact, she wanted to come before but was delayed by Levis. "You came earlier than I thought." Loki looked at her with interest as if he knew she was coming. "You knew I was coming?" Natasha Romanoff asked, frowning. "That's right, but I thought Nick Fury would torture me a bit before that, until finally I was really helpless. See, Seb, which would make you appear to get my information." Loki obviously knew Natasha Romanoff's intentions long ago. In fact, Nick Fury has also thought about torture and extorting a confession from Loki. As the head of the agent, he certainly doesn't mind using this method, but the problem is that Thor is still on the helicarrier. If he dares to use these shady methods to deal with Loki, Thor will not run away in minutes and become a madman. Even making a scene on the sky carrier is not out of the question. Natasha Romanoff's expression didn't change. "I'm here to find out what the hell did you do to Barton?" Contrary to Loki's expectations, the woman in front of him was not here to seduce but to find a lover, which made him very unhappy, who had been short of love since childhood. "I opened his mind." "Opened his mind? What if it was successful? Are you asking this out of love?" Loki looked out the door and asked playfully. "Children only fall in love, I just owe them favors." Natasha Romanoff's face remained unchanged, and she began to talk about her story with Hawkeye. Levis, who was standing outside the door, heard her narration a little strange, because Natasha Romanoff's experience was different from what she knew. Natasha Romanoff actually joined SHIELD voluntarily, and Hawkeye is just her leader and predecessor. This makes Levis wonder, has Natasha Romanoff's past been changed? Has the past been changed? Thinking of this, Levi's eyes suddenly lit up. In an instant he understood why Natasha Romanoff had the power of the Phoenix within him. Boom. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Natasha Romanoff, who was still talking about the past, turned around and saw Levis come in. "Wheeze, you shouldn't have come in." 35. Natasha Romanoff is a little helpless because she has been preparing for a long time in order to obtain information about Loki. "No need, let me tell you the purpose of Loki's words just now. In fact, he just wanted to anger Dr. Banner and everyone and make everyone mess up." 99. Levis said and came to Natasha Romanoff, looking at her sharply. Natasha Romanoff was a little guilty by his gaze. "You know all about it. Definitely you can't lie to me." Levis hugged Natasha Romanoff with one hand. Natasha Romanoff watched his eyes soften suddenly, and there were even tears in his eyes. "You know I waited a day. How long? Sorry for making you wait so long." Levis hugged her tightly, apologetically. After knowing that Natasha Romanoff's past is different from what he knew, he guessed that Natasha Romanoff's past had been changed, and he was obviously the only one who could change the past. That is, someday in the future. Levis will use the super ability to travel back in time and change Natasha Romanoff's life. It is also because of this that Natasha Romanoff has the fragments of the Phoenix Force in his body. After figuring out all this, he was also very guilty. After all, Natasha Romanoff was only 20 or 30 years younger than Captain America. That is to say, Natasha Romanoff has been waiting for him for over 50 years. This feeling really moved him. Loki on the side was caught off guard and ate a large bowl of dog food and suddenly got a little angry. "Aren't you trying to save Barton? I'll let him kill you with his own hands, then wake him up. Let him see his masterpiece, and finally I'll cut off his head and someone has to pay for it. Ha tilde." Loki laughed wildly. "Shut up." Levis gave him a nonchalant look, and the next moment Loki obediently shut his mouth, even biting his tongue because he laughed so loudly. "Wheeze, can you rescue Barton?" Natasha Romanoff asked suddenly. Levis was a little upset that Natasha Romanoff cared so much about the Hawkeye stuff. Boo tilde. Natasha Romanoff saw his mind at a glance and kissed him on the cheek. "Barton has helped me a lot and I'm so different in age from him. Don't think about it, I've been waiting for you all these years." "Really? Didn't just use my hands when thinking about me?" Levis teased with a laugh. Natasha Romanoff immediately rolled his eyes at him. "Don't worry, the Hawkeye guy will be fine. Even if he dies I will save him. Now you can rest assured." 35. Hearing what he said, Natasha Romanoff couldn't rest assured. Woo tilde. Loki in the cage wanted to say something but couldn't open his mouth no matter what. Natasha Romanoff, do you want to teach him a lesson? Levis put one arm around Natasha Romanoff's waist and laughed, even though Natasha Romanoff is now quite old. However, under the influence of the power of the Phoenix, there is no sign of aging, and his delicate face can even be compared with that of an 18-year-old girl, which makes him very satisfied. 18-year-old Natasha Romanoff is at the peak of her appearance, and it really makes him a little fond of it. Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes at him and held down the big hand that was making trouble around her waist. How are you going to teach him a lesson? Hey Tilda, look at me. Levis looked at Loki maliciously, then pointed his finger up. In an instant, Loki's body in the cage was thrown into the air, then he pointed his finger down. Loki's body fell to the ground again, then Levi's fingers wiggled wildly and Loki's whole body collided randomly around the cage. This funny scene made Natasha Romanoff next to him cover his mouth and chuckle. However, there was one person who couldn't laugh. It was Thor, who saw his younger brother being taught a lesson through surveillance. Seeing Loki being taught so badly made Thor very angry. His brother can only teach him a lesson and no one else can. Boom! The door to the room was violently opened and Thor walked in angrily. Weiss, what are you doing? 46 Can't you see, just teach your brother a lesson. Levis raised an eyebrow and smiled, asking for flowers. Loki is my brother no matter what, he's from Asgard. Thor tried to grab Levi's collar with an angry look on his face. However, boom, Thor was blasted out before he even got close and was embedded in the metal wall. I said, Thor, are you floating? How dare you fight me? Don't forget who helped you defeat the Destroyer so you can return to Asgard. Levis found that Thor's arrogance has not changed. Maybe he admits that the Earth and Asgard are equal on the surface, but in fact he still thinks that the Earth is just a vassal of Asgard. Point 0. Definitely, maybe Thor is just trying to protect his younger brother. But if he dared to be arrogant in front of him, he would not be merciful. Weiss, don't be impulsive. Natasha Romanoff saw that he wanted to teach Thor a lesson and quickly stopped him. After all, Thor was the king of Asgard and he also came to help them. It's not good to have a relationship. After Levis finished speaking, he pulled Natasha Romanoff out of the room. Forget it. Presumably this lesson should be able to make him clear that the Earth is not a subsidiary of Asgard, and if he doesn't face this, war will come sooner or later. In this case, if Thor still treats the Earthlings with the previous attitude, the war will come sooner or later. The strength of 4th-level mutants is difficult to deal with even with Thor's current strength, and even some 3rd-level mutants of Audiobook can pose a threat to Thor. His words are not alarmist. Now the era of mutants is coming soon and the overall strength of the Earth will increase rapidly. And once the era of mutants is opened, perhaps the 4th-level mutants are still very rare, but the 3rd-level mutants will definitely not be few. Even Asgard gets stomped on. At that time, the strength of the Earth may become the first of the 9 kingdoms. At the same time, things on this side also alarmed Nick Fury and Tony. Looking at Nick Fury with a dark face, Levis pouted and ignored him. This made Nick Fury's face even darker. Hey, Wheeze, you're really good. I've wanted to beat those brothers for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me. Tony walked over and winked with a smile. I mean, do you believe they did it first? Levis shrugged. Mr. Weiss is really good. Dr. Banner couldn't help sighing after seeing the tragic state of the 2 brothers in the surveillance room. As expected of an existence capable of hanging and beating hatred, he felt more at ease. It's so irrational that you 570 do this, it will make the relationship between Asgard and us. Captain America wanted to say something but was interrupted. I don't care if it doesn't matter, I only know that I will beat up anyone who is unhappy. What? Captain, do you want to try it too? 35. Levis looked at Steve with a half smile. Don't talk about Weiss, isn't it okay for everyone to be nice? 35. Natasha Romanoff saw that the 2 were arrogant, so she had to stand up to smooth the game. We got some news through Loki just now. His purpose is Dr. Banner. No, he wants to make me suspicious of each other and cause civil unrest. Is the target me? Actually, I already knew he was targeting me. From the previous name of the beast called Roar, Banner knew that Loki was facing him. otherwise he would not have given him such an ugly nickname. Everyone can see this? Tony on the side waved his hand indifferently. Tony, I think he's talking about you when he talks about warming the world. Dr. Banner looked at Tony. Oh, really? Tony raised an eyebrow. What does it mean to warm the world? To put it simply, it refers to the arc reactor that Tony said made, which is comparable to a nuclear bomb and has a wide range of uses. If once all exploded, wouldn't it make the Earth warmer? Actually, I've figured out what they want to do with Tesseract. That's when Steve finally spoke, only to see him holding a weapon case in front of the crowd. They made weapons out of Tesseract. Hey look, I'll just say they have such a secret. Tony opened the weapon case, took out the weapon inside and looked at it. It's an energy weapon made from the energy of Tesseract and it's very powerful. I'm afraid one shot can penetrate the entire aircraft carrier directly from here. Tony is a weapons expert and everyone still believes his words. But after knowing the power of this weapon is so great, everyone fell silent. It was at this time Nick Fury walked in with Thor. Yes, we did use the power of the Tesseract to make weapons, but it's all about protecting the planet and I think you all know that. We do know that you used Tesseract to make weapons and then you brought in the army of Loki and Chitauri. Tony responded immediately. Hearing this, Nick Fury was immediately speechless and he immediately threw the blame on Thor. Well, it's all because of you. If it weren't for the previous Destroyer and Thor events, he wouldn't have thought about salvaging the Tesseract and making weapons. Because of me? Thor had been fooled and wanted to apologize to Levis. After all, he was really impulsive before. But he didn't expect Nick Fury to throw the blame on him now. Last year, the Earth welcomed an alien visitor. His personal grievance led to the destruction of the Earth. We learned that there are not only policemen in the universe, but also much stronger than us. We Asgard have never had any ill will towards you Midgard, Thor tried to explain. But you are not the only one in the universe. It shows that Loki and Chitauri today, if our Earth does not resist, who can protect the Earth? Nick Fury's remarks are so impassioned that everyone sounds like there is some truth to it. But it is precisely because you are studying Tesseract that this attracts Loki and Chitauri. For other civilizations, this is a signal that they are ready for war, Thor retorted. War. This is all forced by you and we Earthlings have to take countermeasures. Nick Fury said. Countermeasures like nuclear deterrence? Tony couldn't help sneering behind him. Hearing this, Nick Fury was not happy and he asked, Tony Stark, how did you get rich? 5. If he's still making weapons, war will come sooner or later. Steve on the other side was already upset about Tony 4.1 Stark and he took this opportunity to retort. Hey, how come the spear is right on me? Tony just felt a little baffled. Isn't it always facing you? Steve asked rhetorically. Seeing that everyone was getting more and more powerful, Natasha Romanoff on the side was ready to persuade. Seeing this, Levis hurriedly used telepathy to protect her and then pulled her aside. Everyone's emotions were irritated little by little, and it was obviously the ghost of Loki's psychic staff. However, he didn't need to remind everyone. Instead, he was very interested in the Mind Gem and he still hasn't signed in today. Ding. Did the host sign in to the Mind Gem? Double experience or super ability? Sign into super ability. Ding, sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability Power of Mind with 100 experience points. After obtaining the Power of the Mind, Levis only felt that his telepathy became stronger in an instant. Originally, his telepathy could not cover the whole world. But now, after possessing the Power of the Mind, his telepathy can instantly cover the whole world and he still has spare power. It can be said that the Power of the Mind is the advanced ability of telepathy. With it, Levi's telepathy is stronger and more comprehensive. Thinking of this, he checked the system panel, as predicted. The super ability of telepathy has disappeared, replaced by the 22 Power of the Mind. Sure enough, the Infinity Stones are his lucky stars, not only can sign in but also energy absorbing, which is almost double use. Weiss, what happened to them? Natasha Romanoff, who was sober at this time, also saw that something was wrong with everyone. It should be affected by the power of this staff. Levis pointed to the psychic staff beside him. The power of the staff affects him, not good, they have to wake up. After Natasha Romanoff heard his words, she suddenly remembered what her face looked like and was about to step forward, but she was hugged tightly by Levis. That's when Natasha Romanoff was puzzled. Boom! The sky carrier suddenly vibrated, followed by a violent explosion shock wave. The people who were still noisy just now were blasted away by this shock wave in an instant. It was at this moment that everyone woke up. Natasha Romanoff, who was protected by Levis, was not pinned down like the original, but Dr. Banner was a bit miserable, and he happened to be pinned down by the collapsed building. "Tony, go and put on your armor," Levis reminded. Tony, who doesn't have a battle armor, is completely incompetent, and if he's not careful, he'll be stunned. "I see." Tony promised and ran out, followed by Steve, his shield in the arsenal. "It's the ghost of Loki!" Thor also reacted and then ran towards the place where Loki was imprisoned. "Weiss, Dr. Banner will be handed over to you, Normanov agent. We must stop the enemy from invading." Nick Fury looked at the banner, which was pinned under the building, and left with Natasha Romanoff. "Okay, I knew it would be so." 35. Looking at Dr. Banner, whose body was already turning green, Levis helplessly took out a small notebook from his pocket. "It says how to beat the Hulk, as well as Hulk's weaknesses and attack methods." "Forget it, it's useless at all. It's better to speak with fists." Levis looked at it and threw the notebook away. Boom. At this time, Dr. Banner, who was pressed under the building and completed his transformation, was just a building that shook his body away when he got up. Even a large piece of iron smashed over Levis. "It's not good to litter, I'll give it back to you." He grabbed the flying iron piece and threw it back faster. Boom! The Hulk, who had his back to him, was smashed and staggered. Roar tilde tilde. Hulk turned his head to look, then rushed over with a roar. "Eat me a right hook," Levis said with his right fist and slammed it out. Boom! Hulk flew upside down in an instant and smashed against the metal wall, and even the entire sky carrier shook. However, such a little power definitely doesn't have much effect on the Hulk. I saw Hulk spit out the teeth in his mouth and then looked at Levis fiercely. Roar tilde tilde. With a roar, Hulk's body obviously swelled in a circle again, and then he rushed over again. Left hook, no, this time at Shinglong fist. Levis seemed to fight hard, and then an uppercut slammed into the Hulk's chin. Boom! I saw that Hulk's huge amounts of body were actually floated up and then fell heavily to the ground. This time the strength is not light and it still hits the weak point. Raushi Hulk was confused for a long time before he got up. Roar tilde tilde. With a roar, Hulk still succumbed to defeat and rushed over. Seeing this, Levis used telepathy to observe other places and found that everything was developing according to the original plot, and he didn't need to do anything at all. "Very well, then I'll play with you." He put his eyes on Hulk again and then took the initiative to punch him. The battle between the two was not small, and the entire Sky Air 570 mother could feel it. This made Nick Fury a little worried that the sky carrier would be dismantled by them. "Weiss, how long will it take you to get it done, or just throw the Hulk down?" Nick Fury's voice suddenly came from overhead. "It's over and I'm done with it anyway." 35. The sky carrier suddenly tilted up. Nick Fury's anxious voice echoed throughout the helicarrier, and Hulk at the moment has been beaten with bruised nose and face, changed back to the appearance of Dr. Banner. I'm afraid he is the only one who can beat Hulk so badly. Everyone who heard this was a little anxious. Oops, Hawkeye hacked into the bridge's control room and used a virus to destroy the helicarrier's systems, causing one of the turbines to stop and the helicarrier to go down. They are at an altitude of 9,000 meters. If they fall, they have almost no possibility of survival. Levis, who had beaten the Hulk, moved his body a bit only to feel refreshed. It was at this time. "Director, can you repair the damaged system?" Levis asked calmly. "It will take about 10 minutes not only to repair the system but also to repair the turbine group otherwise," Nick Fury explained anxiously. "Don't worry, we have more time." Hearing this, Nick Fury was still a little unclear, but the next moment the entire helicarrier returned to stability and there was no sign of shaking. "What's going on?" Nick Fury looked confused. "Jarvis told me that there is electromagnetic force around the helicarrier. It's Weiss, you shot it." Tony, who was going to manually turn the turbine, knew right away what was going on. "Was you did it." Not only Nick Fury, Thor and Steve were shocked when they heard Tony's words. Such a huge amount of helicarrier actually says that it can be controlled, which is too strong. "It's just a small problem, you better hurry up and fix the turbo." Levis calmly sat on the bar and poured himself a glass of red wine, then used perspective to check the situation on the helicarrier. When everyone heard what he said, they all relaxed and then they all took action, but Levis couldn't be alone in the limelight. It was while he was watching the play with a light drink. Thor on the other side finally came to the place where Loki was being held. However, as soon as he got here, he found that Loki had come out of his cage. "Go back to me." Thor roared and rushed over, trying to lock Loki back in. However, Loki had already seen through the mind of his stupid brother. I saw Thor pounced, but he didn't catch anything because that was just Loki's usual prank. Instead, Thor threw himself into the cage. By the time he reacted, he was already locked inside by Loki. "Stupid Odin's son, you really can't remember. Have you forgotten how many times I played you with this trick, Tilda?" Loki looked at Thor smugly. Thor slammed his hammer on the glass of the cage in anger. Boom! The glass made a loud noise, startling Loki, but fortunately this glass is made by the Dragon Kingdom, so it is not so easy to be damaged. Seeing this, Loki's face was filled with a smug smile again. "The Midgardians think we are immortal gods. Do you want to try?" As he said that, he came to the console, ready to throw Thor together with the entire cage from 9,000 meters above the ground to test whether God is immortal. Yet at this moment, do not move. Phil Coulson came to Loki at some point, holding an energy gun made with Tesseract energy. Loki looked at the energy weapon and felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Obviously, this weapon could threaten him. "I didn't expect it. After we sent the destroyer here, we started to develop this. I don't know how powerful it is. Do you want to try it?" 99. Phil Coulson raised his gun and moved closer to Loki. Loki in front of him also raised his hand in cooperation. However, at this moment, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through Phil Coulson's chest from behind him. "No." Thor cried out in grief when he saw Loki appearing behind Phil Coulson. It turns out that Loki in front of Phil Coulson was nothing more than a phantom. The real Loki had already appeared behind him and pierced his chest with the psychic staff in his hand. Seeing this scene, Levis couldn't help frowning. His sense of Phil Coulson was still very good. Otherwise, the X-Gene awakening potion will not be given to him first. It can be said that in the Avengers, Phil Coulson is their bridge of communication. After all, every Avenger is drawn by Phil Coulson, so Phil Coulson must not die. Just when Levi was ready to rescue Phil Coulson, he suddenly discovered something amazing. I saw that Phil Coulson, who fell to the ground, was recovering quickly from the penetrating injury on his chest. He immediately thought of a possibility. Is it the super ability Phil Coulson obtained by awakening the X-Gene? Levis was a little surprised. At present, it seems that Phil Coulson's awakened ability is related to the type of injury recovery, and it is not clear about the more specific. But now there is no need for him to take action. However, Phil Coulson didn't know that his injury was recovering. He only knew that Loki had to pay some price before he died. Seeing that Loki had thrown Thorlian down with the cage, he took the opportunity to pull the trigger directly. The next moment, the energy weapon in his hand released a shock wave. Loki was blasted out in an instant. However, Levis could see clearly that although the shot made Loki very embarrassed, it didn't hurt him. Time passed quickly. After more than 10 minutes, the spacecraft's control system and turbine group have been restored. The invading enemies have also been dealt with. Hawkeye was still subdued by Natasha Romanoff, but this time it was easier. At the same time, Li Zhao's, "No, it's time for me to rest." 99. "Stay awake, Phil Coulson, look at me, you'll be fine." 35. Nick Fury is a little angry and a little sad. Nick Fury then remembered Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson just felt so tired that he wanted to sleep. With that, Phil Coulson closed his eyes. "Sorry, boss, I let that guy get away," Phil Coulson said apologetically. "You can't rest yet." Nick Fury shook his head. By the time he came to the room where Loki was being held, Phil Coulson looked like he was dying. "I'm all right, boss. They'll never be united unless you give them some motivation, and maybe my death will bring them together." 35. Nick Fury saw tears in his eyes, and the anger in his heart made him clench his fists. At this moment, Levis suddenly appeared beside the two of them. Seeing him coming, Nick Fury suddenly had some hope and he hurriedly said, "Weiss, can you save him?" Levis shook his head. "Magifac. It was Loki who killed Phil Coulson, and I must avenge him." Nick Fury saw him shaking his head, knowing that Phil Coulson couldn't be saved, and suddenly burst into foul language in anger. Levis, however, looked at him strangely and said, "Who told you Phil Coulson was dead?" "What did you say?" It took Nick Fury a while to react after hearing this. "Phil Coulson is definitely not dead, you see," he said, and lifted off Phil Coulson's clothes, only to see that the chest that was penetrated just now had already healed. If it weren't for the bloodstains around him, he wouldn't have been injured at all. The reason why Phil Coulson fainted should be that the energy needed to recover from the injury was too much, causing him to be very tired. How is that possible? "You saved him?" Nick Fury asked with a frown. Levis shook his head. "I didn't save him, but he saved himself." "What do you mean?" Nick Fury frowned, not understanding what he meant. However, the next moment he suddenly remembered something. Mutant. "Yes, Phil Coulson has awakened the X gene to become a mutant," Levis nodded. Nick Fury was a little shocked when he heard it. He didn't expect Phil Coulson to awaken the X gene because of this. He didn't discriminate against mutants. Instead, Phil Coulson was relieved that he had saved his life by awakening the X gene. After all, Phil Coulson is his best player. So who is he now? Nick Fury was still a little worried, looking at Phil Coulson in a coma, and asked him suspiciously, "You should know that most of the abilities of mutants have flaws." Nick Fury nodded. "If my guess C-Seb is correct, Phil Coulson's super ability should be to heal the body, but it will consume a lot of energy in the body, so it will cause him to pass out. I think he should be fine after he sleeps, and if you feel uneasy you can prepare some nutritious food for him," Levis suggested. So it was. 33 Hearing his words, Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief and then let the paramedics take Phil Coulson away. "Director, I think what Phil Coulson just said is right." "What?" Nick Fury was still a little unresponsive. Seeing this, Levis sighed and explained, "I'm talking about stimulating the Avengers. Phil Coulson is right, they all have their own arrogance, and if something doesn't happen they won't be united." Nick Fury's eyes lit up when he heard this. "You mean to trick them into saying that Phil Coulson is dead? That's a good idea." 9. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was very good. After all, he also knew about the relationship between Phil Coulson and the Avengers. If you know that Phil Coulson died because of this incident, the Avengers should be united with the enemy. Thinking of this, he immediately announced the news of Phil Coulson's death on the air carrier's broadcast. When they heard that Phil Coulson had died unexpectedly, everyone fell silent. In a conference room, after this battle, except for Thor who had fallen, all the rest of the Avengers gathered here. However, the atmosphere in the conference room at the moment was a little heavy. "Who did it?" Tony asked, staring closely at Nick Fury. "It's Loki. He pierced Phil Coulson's chest with his scepter," Nick Fury replied. "Damn, if I knew that I should have killed him when I caught him, maybe there won't be so many things in the future." Dr. Banner is very angry about being forced to transform into the Hulk and then causing trouble for everyone. "He's Thor's brother and we can't kill him." Steve looked up and said the harsh reality. "Loki is Thor's younger brother anyway and the second prince of Asgard, not to mention that killing him would immediately trigger a war between civilizations and Thor would definitely stop it." Nick Fury looked at Steve, then took some blood-stained cards from his pocket and placed them on the table. "It was found in Phil Coulson's coat, and I'm afraid he'll never get a chance to get your autograph." Steve looked at the cards with a heavy heart. "At the moment our communications equipment has been damaged, Tesseract and Thor are completely missing. There is nothing I can do. I have lost my best confidant." Hey. Chief, I heard you took my treasured card. You know it's my most precious thing." However, at this moment the people in the conference room were opened. Phil Coulson, with a sandwich in one hand, walked in while talking. When everyone in the conference room saw Phil Coulson, their eyes widened and their minds were full of question marks. Nick Fury slapped his forehead with a headache when he saw this. He didn't expect Phil Coulson to wake up so quickly, which completely ruined his plan. Nick Fury's words were very heavy and filled everyone with sadness. Then all eyes were on Nick Fury, apparently wanting a reasonable explanation. Even a somewhat evasive Tony sighed indifferently. "I think you should explain what the hell is going on here." Tony looked at Nick Fury badly, because he was so sad that he wanted to cry. They managed to hold back the tears, but they didn't expect Phil Coulson to appear in front of them. This is simply the biggest joke to him. Nick Fury was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain it. Hey, boss, how can you get my card dirty? I want the captain to sign it. At this moment, Phil Coulson saw the blood-stained card on the table and immediately picked it up with a distressed expression. Phil Coulson, what the hell happened to you? Seeing that Nick Fury didn't speak, Steve could only ask Phil Coulson. Oh, it's such a captain, I did get stabbed in the chest by Loki's staff before. 35 Phil Coulson touched his chest as he said that. It's just that after a good night's sleep the wound actually recovered. Recovered? What's going on? Tony asked suspiciously. Did Wes treat you for you? They said I recovered it myself. Phil Coulson shook his head. How can a penetrating injury recover on its own unless it's a mutant? Dr. Banner said in disbelief. Dr. Banner is right, Phil Coulson has indeed become a mutant. Levis smiled and nodded. What, you're not kidding, are you? Phil Coulson couldn't believe it when he heard this. At this moment, Nick Fury, who was beside him, said, he is right, if you hadn't awakened the X gene, I'm afraid you'd already be dead. Hearing this, Phil Coulson had to believe that he had indeed become a mutant. Tony and Dr. Banner were also a little surprised when they saw this. They didn't expect Phil Coulson to become a mutant at a critical moment, thus saving his own life. So, your super ability is to restore the wound on your chest? Dr. Banner asked with interest. I don't know, but my chest injury did heal. Phil Coulson shook his head. Oh, by the way, and waking up hungry. As he spoke, he finished the sandwich in his hand in 3 or 2 bites. Like this sandwich, after he woke up, he had eaten 10 in a row. So how does it feel to be a mutant? Do you want to jump ship? Tony joked. Phil Coulson, we X-Men are very welcome to mutants like you with ability and can help you develop ability. Your ability is a restoration type. Maybe your hair can also be restored. Levis followed Tony's words and dug up the wall on the spot. Nick Fury's face darkened when he heard this. Phil Coulson, you'll always be my right-hand man, and I've agreed with you on your application for an 8th-level agent and a salary increase last time. Really? Thank you, boss. Phil Coulson agreed immediately, then looked at Levis and said, sorry, although I have become a mutant, I am still an agent of SHIELD. 99. Levis shrugged indifferently at this. He never thought he would be able to fool Phil Coulson in this way. Okay, now Director Nick Fury, you can tell us why you lied to us just now about Phil Coulson's death. Tony crossed his arms and asked. He hadn't forgotten the sadness. He nearly cried. Nick Fury just wanted to explain. Let me talk about this matter. Phil Coulson interrupted him, then turned to look at everyone and said, the reason why the boss will deceive everyone with my death is actually to unite everyone. Now Loki is playing us all by himself. If we don't unite, the Earth will be in trouble. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. You should know that Loki has everything ready, and if we don't stop him, we'll be waiting for the Chitauri army. 99. Phil Coulson's words made everyone silent. The Phil Coulson agent is right, we really shouldn't continue the infighting, we should first find where Loki is and then crush his plot. Steve stood up and said, yes, we did intend to use Tesseract to make weapons, but I'm not betting all on it, but a risky plan. 995. Time is running out, we really need to unite. Dr. Banner stood up and looked at Tony. Let's hurry up and find Loki's location. 35. Nick Fury said, looking at Tony, it's up to my genius to act at the critical moment. Tony looked smug. Together against a mighty foe when you need them most. I agree with what you just said, we are all the best people in the world. Tony stood up and boasted very stinky. Nick Fury's remarks made everyone enthusiastic and also gave everyone an explanation for the previous use of Tesseract to make weapons. Now this ideal has been completed in half, you are all the best people in the world, I believe that if you can unite, no difficulties can stop you. Mountain. We call it the Avengers program, and Stark and Weiss should both know that the idea is to bring together the best people in the world and see if they can make huge amounts of it. Weiss, come with me. The meeting room dispersed, and Natasha Romanoff dragged Levis into a room. Natasha Romanoff, you have to know that this is a critical moment, although I know you haven't done that kind of thing for so long and some desires are definitely natural, but... well, I'll settle the fight as soon as possible. Levis said and hugged Natasha Romanoff, ready to go further. Natasha Romanoff pushed him away speechlessly. I didn't bring you here to do this. Well, I was just joking, I thought you would understand. Levis shrugged, then saw Hawkeye bound in the room. Barton has been controlled by Loki's power 573 and has not woken up until now. I hope you can help him. Oh, no problem. Levis nodded, then punched Barton in the face without hesitation. What are you doing? Natasha Romanoff was startled when he saw him suddenly punching Barton. Didn't you say to wake Barton? 35. Levis said with an innocent look on his face, this is a physical awakening method which is very direct and effective. Sure enough, after being punched again, Hawkeye, who was struggling just now, stopped. After a moment of nonsense, Hawkeye finally came to his senses. How did I wake up? We's woke you up, Natasha Romanoff replied. Thank you very much, Hawkeye thanked and then said with guilt. How many agents have I? Don't worry too much, those people died because of Loki, it has nothing to do with you, don't increase the guilt. Natasha Romanoff shook his head. Hey. Hawkeye wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Levis. You have just recovered, so you should have a good rest. Don't worry about other things, we will solve it. Hawkeye smiled helplessly. If I can shoot a few arrows on Loki, maybe I'll be very sweet. It's not easy to think who's incense. I'll help you. Before Levis could finish speaking, Hawkeye only felt a force on his neck and then he passed out. Natasha Romanoff sighed helplessly. Cough tilde tilde, I'm doing this for his own good after all, I just got rid of Loki's control and now I need a good rest. Levis shrugged. It's not too early, Natasha Romanoff, you should rest early too, definitely, if you need my arms I can always. Natasha Romanoff glanced at him involuntarily. The next day. In Tony and Steve's reconciliation, the two finally discover that Loki's target is Stark Tower. So the two split up, with Steve calling Dr. Banner and Tony calling Levis. However, in Levi's room, Tony didn't see him. Damn, where has Weez been at this time? It won't be back to the Mutant Academy, will it? Tony had a headache, but he knew that Levis had the ability to move in space. Maybe he went home to sleep last night. Sir, I called Mr. Levis, then Jarvis reminded him. Great Jarvis, can you find a place to play him? Tony was overjoyed. Sir, according to surveillance footage from last night, Mr. Levis should be in this room at the moment. Jarvis finished projecting a map showing the coordinates of the room. Tony suddenly realized when he saw it, it's the Normanoff agent's room, I should have known it earlier. By the time Tony came out of the room, Levis and Natasha Romanoff were all dressed up and out. Let's go 35. Before Tony could speak, Levis and Natasha Romanoff were the first to head towards the place where the Quinjet was parked. Tony could only make an international gesture at him when he saw this. Everyone got on the plane together, the Avengers are officially out. At the same time, Levis has also secretly contacted Professor X and Magneto to lead the mutants to get ready near the Stark Industries building. Today will be the moment when the Age of Mutants officially begins. At the moment, everyone in the X-Men is hiding in a coffee shop. The owner of the shop has been controlled by Professor X. At the same time, a sign of closure has been hung outside the shop. Hey, are you saying there's going to be an alien invasion? Burning Man John looked up at the sky through the second-floor glass window. It should be true, what would it be like if there were aliens? Iceman Poppy rubbed his chin. Since it's an alien, just smash it all down. Colossus has turned his body into steel and the half-armor on his body can effectively assist him in battle. Everyone be quiet, we just need to follow the orders. Storm stopped the noise of several people. It was at this time. It was Tony Stark who was trying to attack a strange device and he failed. Storm's eyes rolled and she could see what was going on the roof. Boom, an explosion roared from the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building. What should we do? Cyclops asked, habitually looking at Professor X in a wheelchair. That's right, we just have to wait. Jean Grey also nodded. Weiss told us to wait here and he will notify us if he wants to make a move. 35 Logan sat on the side very calmly and stretched out his wolf claws to peel the apple. Scott, you shouldn't ask me about this. Professor X shook his head. 4.1 Where did what happened? All eyes were drawn to the pass top of the Stark Industries building. Tony at the moment, who was the first to set off, had already found Tesseract and Dr. Selvig, who was fiddling with the portal. Turn it off, Dr. Selvig. Tony's palms had stopped him and he warned. It's too late, it can't be closed anymore. Open your eyes and see, a whole new universe is about to be revealed to everyone. Selvy's doctor chapter began to laugh excitedly. Then let me force him off. After Tony finished speaking, the cannon in the palm of his hand blasted out. Boom! After a loud bang, Tony was directly knocked back by the energy shock wave. Sir, the target has energy protection, we can't break it. Jarvis's voice sounded in Tony's ear. Damn, then I'll have to talk to Loki, he must know how to stop the portal. Tony looked coldly at Loki, who was admiring the scenery on the roof balcony. Sir, there is bad news, this armor is too damaged and the power supply is not 22. The mechanical voice of Jarvis sounded again. Well, maybe I should wait for them to come together. Tony sighed helplessly. This time he was really impulsive, and now he is facing Loki alone and he may be in danger at any time. When he took off his steel armor and walked in, Loki at the moment was already waiting here with a playful look on his face. Are you begging me for mercy? Can I say I'm actually here to scare you? Tony shrugged. Then you don't have to take off your iron, Loki sneered. The Chitauri army is coming, you can't stop it. That's not necessarily true. I still have some confidence in our team, not to mention that we still have Weiss. Your plan is doomed to fail. Tony said he came to the bar and poured himself a glass of red wine. That mutant, 35. Loki's face turned gloomy when he heard this. He couldn't forget the scene of being played in the cage. Even if he is strong, Chitauri's army is endless and he can't solve it alone. Really, do you still want to try? Tony scoffed. Do you think that with the existence of Weiss you can really be the king of the earth? Even if your army is coming, even if we did not block the invasion of the army, we will put this account on your head. If we can't be the defenders of human civilization, then we will become the avengers of human civilization. Are you mentally prepared for this? Hearing this, Loki's heart trembled. Maybe he didn't care about the police officer at all, even his brother he could easily play. But the mutant man hanged and beat him easily several times. Although he said he didn't care, he was a little scared in his heart. Can Chitauri really kill that mutant? It's almost impossible, right? However, he always deceived himself in his heart to think that the other party could not find him and he had Chitauri's protection, even that person. Thinking of this, his complexion returned to normal. Then Mr. Tin Woodman, are you ready again? Be the first hero to be rebelled. Loki said, the psychic scepter in his hand stabbed at Tony's chest. Boom! After a crisp sound, the mind scepter has no effect at all. Loki looked bewildered and he tried again, but it was still useless. It's normal for ability to fail, after all, I'm so handsome. Tony was about to give him a skin, but Loki suddenly tapped his scepter on his forehead. Do you think I'm stupid? Don't think that putting a tin on your chest will make my ability invalid. I've seen idiots like you a lot. Loki smiled dismissively and then ordered, now do you know who your enemy is? Definitely my majesty. 35. Tony's eyes turned pitch black and he turned to put on the steel armor. Soon Tony in steel armor was back. Go and stop them, whatever it takes, Loki ordered. Yes, your majesty. Tony nodded, then smashed the glass and flew out. At the same time, Levis, as they call it, the Quinjet, are also approaching the Stark Industrial Building. We're here, but what about that guy Tony? Natasha Romanoff, who piloted the fighter, looked at the Stark Industrial Building suspiciously at 573 but didn't see any movement. Maybe he has already solved the portal and then waits for us to have a celebration dinner, Levis teased with a smile. He had actually seen Tony being controlled by Loki, but he wasn't in a hurry. The portal has been opened, Chitauri is destined to come and it's time for his performance. He can't handle Loki alone. Steve shook his head. He didn't believe Tony could handle this alone. Although Loki's strength is not as good as mine, he cannot be defeated by ordinary mortals, not even Stark's tin box. 35. Thor didn't believe Tony could beat Loki at all. In fact, it is. Loki is just an illusion and Tony has no choice. What's more, Loki's body is comparable to the Hulk, and he is unharmed after all kinds of attacks. Tony's weapons have no effect on him at all. Just as the Kun-style fighter was approaching the Stark Industrial Building, a flash of fire suddenly shot over. Watch out, it's a small missile. Dr. Banner reminded aloud, and then Natasha Romanoff steered the plane into a fancy spin to avoid the missile. However, the next moment, several small missiles shot over. This time the plane was unavoidable. Natasha Romanoff, don't worry. Levis put his hand on Natasha Romanoff's shoulder in reassurance, then looked at the small missiles. Rumbling, rumbling. Blocked by psychokinesis, several small missiles exploded in the air instantly. The fighter plane rushed through the flames, and only then did they realize that it was Tony who fired the small missile just now. Tony, what are you doing? Natasha Romanoff tried to contact Tony's iron armor but failed. This guy is controlled by Loki just like me before. Hawkeye immediately thought of what happened to him before seeing Tony's abnormal state. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Then what should we do? Dr. Banner frowned. We can only beat him down. Thor clenched the hammer and was ready to go out. Levis didn't speak. He didn't want to expose the super ability of telepathy for the time being. After all, he also regarded everyone in the Avengers as friends. If everyone knew that he had telepathy, even if he didn't say it on the surface, he would definitely be on guard in his heart. After all, no one can normally be friends with a person who can always know his inner thoughts. But it was pretty easy to get Tony awake in the dark. Just as Thor was about to go out to put Tony down, the communication on the fighter rang. Hey, you must not believe me, I was just joking with you before tilde. 9. Looking out the window, raising his hands and surrendering, and the sound of this saucy bag, everyone immediately looked at each other. Is this guy recovering? 35. Steve couldn't believe it. Unbelievable, Dr. Banner said, rubbing his chin. Impossible, there's no way that ordinary people can break free from Loki's grip. 39. Hawkeye has the most say in this matter. Even a professionally trained and experienced top agent like him cannot get out of control on his own. He admits that Tony is a genius, but definitely doesn't believe Tony can get out of Loki's grip. Tony, you're not under control? Steve asked over the communicator. Definitely under control, but I just woke up suddenly. Tony couldn't explain it either. Natasha Romanoff didn't care too much about it. She definitely knew who brought Tony back to normal, but since Levis didn't say it, she certainly wouldn't. I think the most important thing for us now is to close the portal. Let's talk about this later. Hearing this, no one objected. Soon, the plane landed on the ground. Look, what is that? I saw a light blue light shot into the sky on the top of the Stark Industrial Building. Immediately afterwards, the sky was suddenly twisted into a vortex, and a strange starry sky could be seen in the center of the vortex. Behind the starry sky, countless aircraft and spaceships rushed out. The invasion of the Chitauri army has officially begun. When Tony saw this move, Roar couldn't get it, so he flew directly into the sky and started blocking the Chitauri army. On the other side, Thor immediately chased after Loki's figure. Steve, as the captain, only felt a headache when he saw the two act without authorization. Can it make this place more chaotic, Captain? Dr. Banner asked at this time. The consciousness in his words is very obvious, and he is asking Steve if he wants to transform into Hulk. Once Hulk comes out, the scene may become more chaotic. Definitely, but there's no way to make you angry right now. 35. Seeing that the Chitauri army has begun to threaten ordinary people on the ground, Steve doesn't care. There is nothing more chaotic than this. Actually, I've always been angry. Dr. Banner has long been full of anger at Loki and the Chitauri, who are wreaking havoc all over the city. As soon as he finished speaking, his body swelled up and turned into a Hulk. Wow, tilde tilde. With a roar, Hulk instantly jumped to the tall building on the side and then charged towards the Chitauri army. Steve was relieved to see this. Although the Hulk came out, he seemed to be able to tell who was the enemy. Weiss, my plan is... Steve wanted to discuss closing the portal with Levis, but when he turned around, only Hawkeye was still there. Levis and Natasha Romanoff had long since disappeared. Weiss, what are you doing here with me? We should close the portal first and then deal with the Chitauri army. Natasha Romanoff frowned. Levis has brought Natasha Romanoff to the coffee shop where the X-Men are, the other side. At the same time, the owner of the store had already been sent away by Clarice. This is not in a hurry. Levis smiled, then looked at Professor X and Magneto and said, Professor, have everything been arranged? Everyone was attracted by Chitauri in the sky just now, and no one knew when the two of them disappeared. Where are they? Steve asked, looking at Hawkeye. Li Jiahao, I don't know when it disappeared. Hawkeye shrugged helplessly. Don't worry, we have already arranged the task you explained. Professor X nodded. Now the entire New York has placed the X-Gene Awakening Potion, and the X-Gene Awakening Potion can be released to the entire town at any time. Magneto's eyes are hot, the age of mutants is coming, and no one is more excited than him. Levis nodded with satisfaction. Now the X-Memory Awakening Potion is all over New York. As long as he gives an order, all the X-Gene Potions will be released. Once the X-Gene Awakening medicine enters the air and is inhaled by ordinary people, it will awaken the X-Gene and become a mutant. By then the whole of New York will be a city of mutants. Wheeze, what the hell is going on? Natasha Romanoff was still a little confused. As you can see, Natasha Romanoff, we're starting the age of mutants, Levis explained with a smile. Weiss, is this your new idea? This is Sky and the others with a bad look on their faces. I thought you would know 573, Levis shrugged and didn't explain anything. Seeing his helpless appearance, the girls had to give up. After all, now is not the time to deal with this matter. At the same time, the Chitauri army came in full force. Some Chitauri driving small flying machines continued to destroy on the streets, and beams of explosions caused heavy losses to ordinary people. Yet these Chitauri are nothing. Shockingly, a semi-mechanized whale-like reptile giant flew down from the portal. This huge amount of monster was called Leviathan. The surface of Leviathan is attached with bone plates and scaly alien armor plates, giving it excellent defense ability and outer space activity ability. Now no one can destroy it except Thor and Hulk. And Leviathan was originally very destructive. I saw it hovering between tall buildings, and all the tall buildings collapsed wherever it passed. At the same time, it is also a large troop transport tool, and there are a lot of openings in the scales under it for the Zeta Swiss soldiers to eject and land. What makes people desperate is that there is not only one Leviathan, and there are Leviathan flying out from the portal in the sky one after another. In just a moment, most of New York has been caught in the flames of war. Seeing that the Chitauri army is increasing, everyone in the Avengers is also very anxious. Loki, shut down the Tesseract or I'll destroy it. Thor threatened Loki with Mjolnir. You can't do it. Loki doesn't believe that Thor can destroy the portal, and the psychic scepter is pointing at Thor. It can't be stopped. Now all you can do is go to war. 35. Come on then. After being swiped by Loki so many times, even Thor, the brother-protecting madman, was a little angry at the moment, and he decided to teach this stupid little brother a good lesson. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Loki didn't hesitate at all, just picked up the scepter and rushed to melee. As a magician and also the magic successor of Frigga behind him, he was always very dissatisfied with the fact that he could not defeat Thor in melee combat. I think it was Odin who gave Mjolnir to Thor, and now he has a more powerful artifact in his hand, so he is afraid of a hammer. At the beginning of the battle, it was surprising that Loki Seb actually had the upper hand, and there was even a cannonball left to blast the Hulk who was fighting the Leviathan not far away. Seeing that Hulk was knocked into the air and the Leviathan flew into the sky again, Thor seemed to have enough anger all at once. As if possessed by the protagonist, he directly knocked Loki to the ground. However, when Thor had the upper hand, he was slow to take action. As a brother-protecting madman, even if his younger brother abused him thousands of times, he could still treat his younger brother like his first love. And Loki also took this opportunity to stab Thor with a backhand and then slipped away. The other side, Tony's steel armor kept destroying Chitauri soldiers, but his firepower was limited after all. The careful missiles armed on the body were wasted just now, and now they can only use the palm cannons against the enemy. But this consumes a lot of energy, but fortunately, he instantly carries the backup battery, which is the last element reactor developed by Levis. Tony still discovered the new elements left by his father, and also used the new elements to create the arc reactor. However, he found that the energy of the last element reactor built by Levis actually had nearly 30% more energy than other arc reactors. Because of this, he has always been reluctant to use the end element material reactor and is willing to use it only at critical moments. And now is the time. It's just that even if he is trying so hard, the Chitauri army will only increase. Steve and Hawkeye couldn't fly and couldn't help much at all. Hey, can you hear me? Suddenly, Nick Fury's voice came from the headsets of the Avengers. The communication equipment on the helicarrier was destroyed and has just been repaired. Director, the situation is not optimistic now. Chitauri's army is increasing. Is there any support? Steve asked anxiously. I already know the situation and the army is on the way, but I'm not sure if the army can deal with these monsters. Nick Fury can clearly see the combat effectiveness of these Zeta Swiss soldiers through the screen. These soldiers are fully armored, and it is difficult for ordinary weapons to cause damage to them. Moreover, the opponent's weapons are very advanced, far from being able to be confronted by the army. But now they have no choice. Heavy firepower such as gunships cannot be deployed in cities at all. Can you close the portal? Just close the portal? Now Nick Fury's only hope is to close the portal. Just close the portal and the remaining Chitauri soldiers will be cleaned up sooner or later. Sorry, I can't do it. The tesseract that opens the portal has energy protection, so it can't be opened at all, Tony said helplessly. Hearing this, Nick Fury frowned. Is there really no way? By the way, what about Whis? I haven't seen him since just now. If it were him, there might be a way to close the portal, Tony asked with some doubts. He still has some understanding of Levi's ability, Tony, but it is because of this understanding that he is even more puzzled, because he has absolutely no idea how strong Levis is. But from the last Phoenix incident, Levi's strength is absolutely incredible. Tony wouldn't be surprised if he took down the Chitauri army by himself. Nick Fury was just about to ask this question, and the communication had not been restored before, so he had no idea what was going on. I don't know, it disappeared when the Chitauri army first appeared, Steve explained helplessly. Disappeared how? Nick Fury frowned and thought, but he didn't understand where Levis had gone at this time. And the last time I promised to let the mutants help, but now I have not seen any mutants. At the same time, in a coffee shop. Weiss, shouldn't we make a move? If we don't make a move, the loss of ordinary people will be too great. Professor X was always too kind. Seeing that the whole of New York was caught in the battlefield with heavy casualties, he still couldn't bear it. Don't worry, the army hasn't come yet. Levis waved his hand and said calmly. The army has not yet come, which means that the hope in the hearts of ordinary people has not been dashed. Going out at this time, even if the Chitauri army is solved, ordinary people will only think that the army can do the same. If the hope in the hearts of ordinary people cannot be cut off, they will not build new hope. And Levis is to stand up to save the world after ordinary people are completely desperate. Charles, you're still in a hurry. The ordinary people who go out now won't thank us. Magneto shook his head and said, he is obviously better at understanding human nature than Professor X. Storm, Cyclops, and the others couldn't wait to get ready, but after hearing this they all fell silent. Everything is being done now to usher in the age of mutants, so they have to endure. While they were talking, the New York army has finally arrived, and the gunships and tanks have been approved for use by the upper echelons. With these powerful weapons, the panic-stricken you finally have some comfort. Then came the battle between the Earth-human armed and the Chitauri army. However, unexpectedly, in just one encounter, the ground troops were already destroyed by the huge body of the Leviathan. The tank's shells can't do any damage to the Leviathan at all. In an instant, the ground troops collapsed. The gunships in the sky weren't much better either. In the face of countless Zeta Swiss soldiers riding in small aircraft, the gunships were all destroyed in just a moment. Compared with maneuverability and aggressiveness, armed helicopters have no advantages at all. After the army was defeated, the belief of ordinary people collapsed. No one thought that the National Army, which was regarded as the savior, would be so vulnerable. Meanwhile, on the sky carrier, sir, a plane took off illegally and it is determined that it has not received any authorization, HIT's agent reported to the Hui. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Nick Fury's complexion changed when he heard this, and then he picked up a single soldier bazooka and rushed out. Sure enough, a fighter plane was taking off quickly on the runway. Nick Fury blew up the right wing of the plane with an RPG without saying a word. However, just as he took a breath, another plane took off quickly. Nick Fury, who had no shells, dropped the bazooka angrily. Levi's telepathy couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Nick Fury really didn't talk much, and planes with nuclear bombs were all dry. Aren't you afraid of a nuclear bomb? But fortunately, this plane was only for cover and did not carry nuclear bombs. And the other plane that has taken off is the plane with the actual nuclear bomb. In the communicator, Nick Fury's heavy voice reached everyone's ears. Can Tony hear? The nukes flew past. Hearing this news, Tony didn't have time to be shocked and hurriedly asked, how long? In about 3 minutes, it's going to destroy the entire New York City area. Damn, Jarvis gives all the energy to the thrusters. 35. Tony cursed inwardly, then hurried towards the fighter plane with the nuclear bomb. Yet at this time, the fighter plane with the nuclear bomb slowed down. Instead of firing a nuclear bomb, it spun around in the sky. At the same time, Levi's voice also appeared in Tony's ear. Tony, I've got the nukes in control so you don't have to go. Wheeze, where the hell are you? Why don't you come and help? Hearing his voice, Tony was very puzzled. What the hell was going on when he couldn't see him at this critical? Isn't this coming? You can find a place to rest and leave it to me. Levis turned off the comm when he finished speaking, turning to look at the X-Men and laughing. It's time for us to perform. Does the X-Gene Awakening potion need to be released now? Magneto also knew that the critical moment was coming and didn't dare to be careless. Definitely, all X-Gene Awakening potions must be released now. Levis said that the sisters Phoebe and Sophie had been notified in the psychic network. Then the two sisters began to operate. The X-Gene Awakening potion is installed in an automated device and it only needs to be operated on the computer. The entire New York said that the X-based 573 put in will be released into the air due to the Awakening potion. This operation is very simple. In just a moment, Ma Fei had already received good news. Okay, the X-Gene Awakening potion has been released and now it's time for us X-Men to be the saviors. Levis turned to look at the Chitauri Army Road. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and everyone disappeared in the coffee shop in an instant. After the space movement has become the power of space, he wants to use a large-scale space transmission as easy as eating and drinking. The next moment, on the Stark Industrial Building, fight for free. The goal is to kill as many Chitauri as possible, but be careful for your own safety. 99. Levis told everyone. Okay, I can't wait. After Logan finished speaking, he rushed out and the adamantium alloy claws in his hand ripped apart a Zeta Swiss soldier in an instant. When everyone saw this, they all dispersed. Then it's time for the X-Men show. I saw Cyclops continuously shooting shock waves and one after another Zeta Swiss soldiers in the sky were killed. And whenever a Zeta Swiss soldier approached, Jean Grey would use psychokinesis to control each other, and the cooperation between the two really had some tacit understanding. At the same time, the sky also flickered with thunder. Storm flew into the air and lightning bolts slashed at the Zeta Swiss soldiers under her control. On the ground, Iceman and Pyroman controlled the dance of ice and fire while a guy who was almost invisible passed by the Zeta Swiss soldier. Immediately afterwards, the necks of the Zeta Swiss soldiers were all cut off. It was Quicksilver who shot, perhaps because the opponent was an alien, so that Quicksilver, who was only in his teens, didn't have any hesitation. With the end element material dagger created by Levis, no object can block a knife. And another street. Clarice and Little Naughty also shot. Clarice and Little Naughty's super abilities don't have many advantages in combat, but don't forget that they have fragments of the power of the Phoenix in their bodies. The power of these Phoenixes is enough for them to exert the strength of 4th-level mutants. How strong are the 4th-level mutants? They can easily destroy a house. Definitely, this also depends on what super ability is. But the destructive power of the Phoenix Force goes without saying. As long as these Zeta Swiss soldiers are burned by the power of the Phoenix, they will instantly turn to ashes. Even the huge Leviathan is like this. Not to mention how wonderful the Battle of the Girls was. The other direction. Magneto's fight was the most shocking. After Levi's ascension, at the moment's Magneto ability has reached its peak. I saw him flying between the high-rise buildings and raising his hands slightly. The surrounding high-rise buildings were disintegrated in an instant, and countless steel and iron blocks formed a black torrent. Any Zeta Swiss soldiers who dare to approach will be crushed by the black torrent. Even the Leviathan is no exception. In just a moment, the entire battlefield has been controlled by the X-Men. It's Wheeze who shot. Tony was finally relieved to see this scene. Is this the power of mutants? It's too strong. Steve looked at the scene in shock. Although he knew the power of mutants before, he didn't know much about it. Apart from Levi's beating the Hulk and holding up the falling helicarrier, there is no intuitive feeling. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that the power of mutants had become so terrifying. Not to mention Steve, even Thor was shocked by this scene. Although his strength is very strong, he can't do such a devastating scene as Magneto. It has to be said that Thor is just a hammer god and he is not the real Thor. On the Sky Carrier, Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the mutants take action on the big screen, but then he felt something was wrong. Why didn't the mutants take action in the first place? Instead, they waited until the army was defeated. If the shot was made earlier, the Kid Harui army would not have been able to get in at all. Levi's next plan has also begun. However, no matter what Nick Fury thinks, 4.1 can't figure it out. This is Levi's campaign for the mutants. He wants to let everyone in the world know, facing the alien invasion. Hundreds of millions of people have watched this alien invasion at the moment. Heroes can't protect them, the army can't protect them, it's the mutants who stand up to protect them. At the same time, a worldwide live broadcast has already started under the control of Miss Misaka. Definitely, what they saw was more of mutants taking action to kill alien soldiers and then saving civilians. It's almost time. Under Levi's telepathy, I saw that the X.Gene awakening potion that had just been released had already begun to take effect. At the moment, the whole city of New York is filled with fear, pain, and anger and sadness, and these strong negative emotions are the catalyst for the awakening of the X-Gene. Why do most mutants wake up successfully under extreme emotions? It is precisely because such extreme emotions can stimulate the awakening of the X-Gene in ordinary people. Originally, only 90% of the awakening success rate could even reach 99% in this environment. Greatly increases the awakening success rate. Meanwhile, not far from the Stark Industrial Building, Captain America and Thor both cover each other to fight Chitauri. Accidentally, Captain America was hit in the stomach by Chitauri's gun and was knocked to the ground with a scream. "What's wrong with you?" Thor hurried to screen, clearing the 22 Chitauri around, then he stood up with Thor's help. "I'm okay, are you out of strength?" Steve asked rhetorically, clutching the wound on his stomach. Thor looked at him to make sure there was no problem before looking around. Then an anomaly caught his attention. "I saw 2 surviving military soldiers not far away and they were about to die, but in the next moment the 2 of them stood up again. One of them roared to avenge his brothers and his whole body was covered with hair like a werewolf, and his clothes were even torn by the suddenly swollen body. Not far away, a Zeta Swiss soldier sneaked a shot, but it only made the soldier who turned into a werewolf back a few steps. Immediately afterwards, the werewolf soldier gave up the firearm in his hand and jumped to the front of the Zeta Swiss soldier. A pair of sharp claws instantly divided the Zeta Swiss soldier. Not only that, the other soldier also had some changes and he saw his body swell and also covered with lush hair. But what he transformed into was not a wolf but a giant bear. The giant bear, which is nearly 3 meters high, is almost comparable to the Hulk in size. And the destructive power and defense power are also very strong. "Hey, are these 2 also mutants?" Thor asked strangely. Steve shook his head. "I don't know, but they should have been in the military before." 35. It is impossible for the military to recruit mutants as soldiers, and he is very clear about this. They just awaken the X-Gene to become mutants. At this time, Nick Fury's voice appeared in the ears of the Avengers, and through various monitoring, he clearly saw the awakening process of the 2 soldiers. Although it is a bit strange, it can only be considered that people are easily awakened to become mutants at the juncture of life and death. "Sir, they are not an exception. In fact, I also feel some changes in my body." The speaker was Hawkeye standing on the roof, and at the moment he could clearly feel that his eyesight was better. And the perception of the surrounding danger has also become very strong. Even the sneak attack of the Chitauri soldiers behind him can easily respond and then kill with 1 arrow. This feeling is very strange and it makes him even more powerful. "What? Even Hawkeye you awakened as a mutant?" This time Nick Fury is not calm. "If it is 1 or 2 it is fine, but if there are 3 it is very abnormal. Sir, look at this." At this time, the Hill agent brought a tablet computer. Nick Fury took a look and saw that there were ordinary people with obvious physical changes in various regions. If nothing else, these ordinary people should have awakened and become mutants. What the hell is going on here? Nick Fury paced back and forth, and suddenly he seemed to think, Hill put me on Wee's phone. Yes, sir, the Hill agent was no nonsense and got on the phone quickly. The other side. Levis looked at the phone ringing in his hand and couldn't help showing a playful smile. It seemed that Nick Fury had guessed something, but he wasn't going to explain it now. Hang up the phone directly and then use telepathy to appease the New Yorkers who have just become mutants. At the same time, a kind voice appeared in the ears of everyone in New York. Don't be afraid, don't panic. My countrymen, maybe you are in a dangerous predicament, maybe you will feel scared and lost. 573. You have encountered an aggressive alien army. The heroes can't protect you and the army can't protect you, but you should be able to feel the change in your body. As long as their changes are not the result of alien technology, these guys can easily take out Zeta Swiss soldiers. That's right, you have become super ability users, and the next thing you can rely on is your own super ability. Use them to protect yourself. With Magneto's Brotherhood and the X-Men take out most of the Zetas. The Zeta Swiss soldiers scattered all over the city were killed by the mutants who had just awakened. In an instant, the situation on the field was reversed. At this moment, all the awakened mutants began to use their super ability to deal with the Chitauri army around them. As these words sounded in everyone's mind, those who were afraid of their own changes were instantly relieved. These newly awakened mutants, although the ability is somewhat unstable, there is no lack of some ability perverted. That voice just now, Hawkeye apparently heard that very kind voice too. But the voice that sounded like a child seemed to be the voice of an old man and finally a saint. He couldn't tell who it was. Obviously, that voice must be on the mutant side, maybe even Levis. Steve frowned and guessed. He didn't notice any changes in his body, but he also felt that his body, which was still a little weak just now, became spiritual. It's not Wee's voice, but it's possible that the voice changer might be turned on, but we can ask him now. 35. After Tony finished speaking, he flew towards the Stark Industrial Building. At the moment on the Stark Industries building, only Levis and Professor X and Wanda are here. Wanda was too young and she was Levi's sweetheart, so he didn't let her fight just now, but seeing her eager to try, he wouldn't be able to protect her all the time. Wanda, go if you want, I shouldn't be too protective of you. Levis touched Wanda's little head and sighed. Weiss, I'm actually very strong. Those Zeta Swiss soldiers can't hurt me at all, and Pietro has already gone and he's still so showy. Wanda pouted a little dissatisfied. Everyone has already started fighting, but she can only watch everyone show off here. Although she is protected, she can't be happy. Okay, you can go to Lorna and the others so I can feel more at ease. Levis waved his hand and Wanda disappeared. At the same time, he used telepathy to tell Lorna and them to take good care of Wanda. At the moment, Lorna and the others are very easy to deal with the Zeta Swiss soldiers, and they have no problem taking care of Wanda. Hee tilde, it's finally here. Looking at the flames flying in the distance, Levis smiled faintly. Hey. Weiss, should you explain what the hell is going on? Tony, who fell down, couldn't wait to ask the doubts in his heart. Haha tilde, isn't it obvious? The age of mutants is coming. Levis shrugged. Sure enough, you did this thing to make everyone in New York mutants. To be honest, this plan is really crazy. Tony couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect Levis to do such a sensational thing quietly. However, I would like to ask why I didn't become a mutant. What super ability do I expect to awaken? Control fire or frost, or make myself more handsome? Talking and talking, Tony started stinking again. But Tony's words also proved Levi's previous guess. The last time he had guessed that Tony had actually awakened to super ability after going through the life-and-death crisis of kidnapping. It's just that what he has awakened is the ability related to scientific research, which simply makes him more genius. Tony's genius is beyond an entire era. When others were still working on lithium batteries, he had created the arc reactor. This is really incredible, but if it is explained in terms of mutant awakening, it is very simple. It is precisely because Tony has awakened to the super ability about wisdom that he has superhuman wisdom. Actually, Tony, you have awakened super ability, but you just don't know it. Levis briefly explained his guess. After all, the X-Gene Awakening Potion has no effect on those who have awakened super ability. This also explains why Tony didn't awaken super ability. With this explanation, Tony reluctantly accepted it. After all, he does feel that after being kidnapped, his thinking has become stronger and things that he didn't understand before can be quickly understood and he can draw inferences from other facts. And these words were also heard by Nick Fury and Steve. Nick Fury was a little angry. "Weiss, do you know what you mean by doing this?" Facing Nick Fury's doubts, Levis smiled faintly. "I just made the evolution of mankind advance and now the Earth has opened the cosmic battlefield, but obviously we are not ready to face the cosmic civilization. And mutants are the best weapons in the face of cosmic warfare. You must have seen it." 99. Nick Fury definitely saw the mutants perform. Just a dozen mutants easily blocked the invasion of the Chitauri army. It can be said that these more than 10 mutants have already defeated the enemy that the national army cannot defeat. Once the era of mutants is opened, Li Jiaozhao, then their SHIELD agents will have no binding force in the face of these mutants. It will take some time for the world to enter the age of mutants, but there are pros and cons. It might even lead to a world war. Seeing that Nick Fury didn't speak for a long time, Levis directly closed the communication. He didn't have time to pay attention to the situation after SHIELD, then the whole world will be in chaos. No more can be made anytime soon. He had to build Academy City and it was based in New York. After all, the X-Gene Awakening Pharmacy is limited today, and this time all the stocks are used in the whole New York. Don't think so much anymore, it's almost time now. Everyone in New York who should be awakened has awakened, and some hiding in basements or closed places can't do anything about it. After all, the X-Gene Awakening Potion escapes into the air and cannot enter these closed environments. These X-Gene Awakening Potions that escaped into the air were only effective for 2 hours, and after 2 hours they would be diluted by the air. Now is also the time to take down the Chitauri army. Looking at the Kidarui army that was still invading continuously in the sky, Levis couldn't help showing a sneer. Then he controlled the fighter plane carrying the nuclear bomb just now and rushed towards the portal. After the nuclear bomb was sent into the portal, the nuclear bomb exploded instantly and the main fleet of Chitauri was directly destroyed. Immediately afterwards, Levis used the Mind Scepter to close the portal. After the main fleet of Chitauri was destroyed, the Chitauri army left on the Earth also lost control and fell to the ground. 577. This time, the war with alien civilization has finally come to an end. However, things didn't end there. Levis looked at the devastated New York City and suddenly had a decision in his heart. I saw him fly into the sky and then use telepathy to say in all the hearts of New York, "God loves the world, God never forsakes his people, lost lambs accept the glory of the Lord." 9. After a few words of flickering in the middle school, Levis suddenly released a large amount of golden light, and wherever the golden light went, the house was instantly restored by molecular manipulation. And some people who were seriously injured or those who had only one breath left also found themselves recovering. The whole of New York seemed to be renovated from the stark industrial building, but in a moment the whole of New York recovered. To achieve this step, Levis has also used all his strength. Molecular manipulation (CSEB) can be far more difficult than imagined. However, his harvest is also very good. People often say that God created the world. Although he did not create the world today, he is equivalent to creating New York and giving New York a new life. Those who survived had all experienced this war. After realizing that the surrounding houses and their injuries had recovered, they fell to their knees and began to worship God. The power of faith is terrifying. And at this moment, Levis has become the God that everyone in New York City believes in. Tony and Steve and the others were also stunned when they saw this scene. God, is this really something a human can do? Steve was beginning to wonder if Levis had been reincarnated, which was incredible. It is said that Weiss' code name is God. Originally, I wanted to laugh at him, but I didn't expect that he really did what God can do, Tony said with a shocked expression. This is too incredible, I can't believe it. Dr. Banner, who has always advocated science, looked in disbelief. From today, maybe he can really be a god. The person who said this was Nick Fury, and he knew there was no chance of that changing. The age of mutants officially begins today. He doesn't know if this is a good thing for Wei or the whole world, but their child must have some advantages in this change. Phil Coulson, I now have a very important task for you. Director, what's the matter? Phil Coulson, who received the communication, was a little puzzled. Contact Wheeze as soon as possible after the matter is over. Where can I get the X-Gene awakening potion from him, and other tasks can be put aside? This is the most important.
Yes, Chief.
Phil Coulson knew the matter was very important and took it without a word. With the end of the war with aliens, next it's time to start cleaning the battlefield. Definitely, this job of cleaning the battlefield must not be done by the military but by the mutants themselves. Use special methods at critical moments. Levis directly used the power of the mind to control the remaining mutants of the military who had awakened to form a law enforcement team. From today, New York is no longer under the management of Wei Guo. Instead, it belongs to the mutants themselves, and Academy City will start from this moment. The next day. The alien attack on New York did not end there, as yesterday's live video was exposed. More people saw the horror of aliens. At the same time, New York TV station also repeated yesterday's live video. The host spoke passionately about yesterday's battle. Everyone also saw the power of Chitauri, an aggressive civilization in the universe. And in this war of civilizations, the military has done absolutely nothing, and they even wanted to launch a nuclear bomb in New York. Speaking of which, the big screen behind the host is showing a plane with a nuclear bomb flying out of an aircraft carrier in the sky. The plane in the picture is very clear and cannot be faked at all. Everyone who saw this scene was in an uproar. They had no idea that the ugly country would actually do such a crazy thing, want to release a nuclear bomb in a big city like New York. Maybe their purpose is to stop the alien invasion, but the citizens of New York don't care about that. They only care that their lives are seriously threatened. But everyone, don't hold the army too accountable, because we humans have stood up completely. We have been gifted by God, and we have become new humans. No, we should be called super ability. Do you want to know what my super ability is? 99. The host digressed as he talked, but it was obvious that the audience also wanted to know what his super ability was. Hahaha tilde, I know everyone is very interested, so I will tell you. The host said that he ripped open his jacket with both hands, revealing Superman's clothes inside, and then his originally thin body swelled up instantly. It does look a bit like Superman. Yes, I am Superman. The host laughed proudly. At the same time, in the Mutant Academy, Levis, with Natasha Romanoff and Lorna in his arms, is watching TV news in the room for a limited time. Seeing the host's praised performance, the naughty little one on the side couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy doesn't think he's really Superman. This may not be the case. Although Superman is in the DC world next door, he might cross over at some point. Definitely, Levis was just joking. The New York war is now over a day. However, New York City did not calm down, although he saved everyone who didn't die and restored houses and everything. But the dead are still irretrievable. But to appease and clean up New York City, Levis has left it to Professor X and Magneto. With Professor X's telepathy, he should be able to stabilize the entire city soon. After all, New York now has its own beliefs. Since the citizens of New York knew that their lives had been given up by the Chu Kingdom, they also abandoned the Wei Kingdom. Now they live in new identities. Pat, at this moment the door opened and baby Wanda ran over. Wanda, why are you in such a hurry? Levis looked at her suspiciously. Weiss, there's a black egg looking for you outside. Wanda pointed to the door. Black eggs. Levi's expression was a little weird when he heard the name Roar. It is no surprise that the person who can be called Roar must be Nick Fury, as predicted. Just outside the door are Nick Fury and Phil Coulson. Come with me. Knowing they must have a lot to talk about, Levis took them to the war room. If you have anything, just say it directly. I don't like to beat around the bush. Okay, then I'll tell you straight. Nick Fury nodded and said, no nonsense. We child need the X-Gene awakening potion, and I hope you can provide us as much as possible, Weiss. Oh. This statement surprised Levis, who thought that Nick Fury was trying to find a way to indulge him. In fact, he thought too much with his amazing performance yesterday. Who would dare to offend him? Nick Fury is no fool. Do you want to be a mutant too, Director? With all due respect, it is impossible for you to become a European even if you become a mutant. Levis joked with a smile. Nick Fury's face darkened when he heard this. Phil Coulson on the side said, "Wheeze, we are here with sincerity this time. Don't you want to start the era of mutants? If you hand over the X-Gene Awakening potion to us, it is also to start the era of mutants." Effort. Well, it's not that I can't give it to you, but we have already used up all the X-Gene Awakening potions we have produced. If you want it, you have to wait for a while and I will not give it for nothing. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Levis waved out a finger. "Definitely, we will give you a satisfactory price," said 35 Phil Coulson hastily. "Okay, so what else?" Levis yawned and stretched. Nick Fury, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. "Weiss, what are you going to do in the end?" "What, didn't you see it?" Levis shrugged. "I did see that the age of mutants started because of you, and then what? You're going to rule the world?" Nick Fury stared at him quietly. "Rule the world?" Levis smiled disdainfully. "I don't have that idea. If I wanted to, I could do it any time." He is not interested in ruling the world or anything. He just finds it interesting, so he wants to build an academy city. Nick Fury's purpose is definitely very clear. If you want to have a say in the next era of mutants, then you must cultivate your own mutant army. Otherwise, it will only be eliminated by history. As for the price, it is initially set at 100,000 USD per bottle. In the end, they negotiated a price, and the X-Gene Awakening potion could be traded with them first after it was made. And this sentence surprised Nick Fury. Although this is a bit of a fantasy, if it is Levis, he firmly believes in it. Definitely, the specific deal Levis has been handed over to Maffey and Phoebe to decide. Anyway, the X-Gene Awakening potion was produced for the use of ordinary people, so there is nothing wrong with making some money for SHIELD. The conversation ended, and Nick Fury and Phil Coulson left the Mutant Academy. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the face of New York, which is now a city of mutants, Wei Gyu obviously does not want to compromise. Although the army did little to deal with the Chitauri army, that was why they were not much prepared. And once ready, the deterrent of this military power is still very strong. The top officials of the ugly country and the World Security Council even want to use the nuclear bomb again to clean up this mutant city. However, the next day, all the nuclear bombs in the world were manipulated by Levis and launched into outer space. This move directly made the whole world almost scared to pee that someone could do such an unimaginable thing. May 77. If the target of these nuclear bombs is not outer space, I am afraid the whole Earth will be finished. And without nuclear deterrence, the ugly country and the World Security Council will immediately admit to it. Definitely, letting these people confess is just the first step. This time, Levis will not let anyone who wants to advocate the launch of nuclear bombs let go. The next day, these high-level personnel were reported dead in their homes. This move once again deterred the senior officials of the ugly country and the World Security Council, and now they no longer dared to move their minds. President Wei can only acquiesce to the existence of mutant cities. Some people don't want to be mutants, but some people crave great power. After learning that New York has the awakening potion that turns ordinary people into mutants, many rich people or people with ulterior motives all gathered. In this regard, Levis doesn't mind selling the X-Gene Awakening potion for sky-high prices. If nothing else happens next, New York City will enter a period of rapid development. If there was a city full of mutants, what would you use it for? Levi's choice is definitely to develop technology. It must be known that some mutants who have awakened the ability in scientific research are of great help in researching various technologies. Some mutants have abilities that science simply cannot explain, and it's really more efficient to use it to research technology. It is conceivable that in just a few years, New York will become the most developed city in the world and become a real academy city. A few days later, Thor came over. The purpose is self-evident. After all, if Thor wants to bring Loki back to Asgard, he must use the Tesseract. And now the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter are all in Levi's hands. Needless to say, I already know your purpose. Before Thor could speak, Levis waved his hand, then took out the Tesseract and threw it at him. Thor was still a little confused when he took over the Tesseract. He thought it would be very difficult to take the Tesseract from Levis. After all, no one will give up easily. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Tesseract gave it to him. Thanks, Thor thanked him anyway. Anyway, we used to be comrades in arms, so it's nothing to do this. Levis patted his shoulder and smiled. Give the Tesseract to Thor, definitely to elicit bigger fish. After all, several other Infinity Stones are distributed in the universe, and if you want to actively collect them, you don't know how long it will take. But if the Tesseract is handed over to Thor and Thanos is brought out, then it's a lot easier. Because as long as there are Infinity Stones on Earth, Thanos will take the initiative to deliver all the other Infinity Stones to the door. After a while, the Avengers held a farewell ceremony for Thor. After this time, they will disband the organization of the Avengers. They will gather again when they are needed. I hope we can fight together next time. After this battle, although Tony was still a little unhappy with him, he was actually very regretful in his heart. There will be a chance then, everyone, goodbye. Thor smiled at everyone and then started Tesseract. The next moment, the two disappeared in front of them. Have they returned to Asgard? Natasha Romanoff asked, looking up at the sky. I think so. Do you want to go to Asgard? Levis giggled and hugged Natasha Romanoff's thin waist. You can go to Asgard. Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised, but she didn't doubt it. Definitely. 99. Don't forget that Levis is in control of the power of space. Just when Thor used Tesseract to return to Asgard, he had already tracked down the exact coordinates of Asgard. If you want to go, it's just a thought. Okay then. I'm not going. Do I still have research? Dr. Banner shook his head. Seeing this, Tony hurriedly walked over to 4.1. He has been very interested in Asgard's technology since the last time he studied the Destroyer. Steve and Hawkeye apparently didn't have much interest in it either. Levis shrugged indifferently, then grabbed Tony, and the three disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. If there is a chance, he will definitely not let it go. Okay then. Anyone else going? Levis didn't refuse. He looked at Dr. Banner, Steve, and Hawkeye. Hey, Weiss, are you telling the truth? Actually, I've been wanting to go to Asgard for a while. How about taking me one? 35. On Asgard Bifrost, Thor and Loki brothers had just returned, and Heimdall, who was beside him, laughed. You guys are back. I hate your smile. 99. Loki was very upset to see Heimdall. After all, the last time Heimdall brought Thor back from Earth, it ruined his plan. Heimdall didn't change his expression, but then he was stunned for a moment because three people suddenly appeared behind Thor. Excuse me, who are you? With Heimdall's question, Thor and Loki also find the Levis trio behind them. Why are you here? Thor's face was full of astonishment, completely unaware of how the three of them came to Asgard. It's very simple, it's just using space teleportation. Don't you welcome us, Thor? Levis smiled with his arms crossed. Welcome, definitely welcome. Originally, I planned to invite you to Asgard. 39. Thor, who was 22, didn't bother about how they came but laughed happily. After all, they are also friends of Thor Earth. When friends from the Earth come to be guests, he definitely cannot be neglected. At Thor's invitation, everyone came to the Asgard palace together. It just so happened that a banquet was being held in the palace. Father, this is Levis, this is Tony, and this is Normanov's agent. They are all my friends on Earth. If it wasn't for their help this time, I'm afraid Loki's conspiracy would have succeeded. 35. Thor came to Odin and introduced Levis and the three of them. I definitely know that this banquet is for our friends. Odin got down from the throne and came to Levis and said, The Ancient One magician once mentioned you to me, Mr. Levis, but look at it now. You are stronger than I thought. At the moment, Odin can be said to be a little shocked. He had no idea that Midgard's mutants could be so powerful. Definitely, if it's just mutants, he's not afraid. The point is that Odin felt the power of the Phoenix from Levis, and the power of the Phoenix was unbelievably powerful. I am afraid that even if he wears the Destroyer armor in his peak state, he may not be able to defeat it. God Odin, you have won the prize. Although I am on Earth, I have heard of the name of Odin. Asgard is indeed the guardian of the 9 realms. There was a wave of business exchanges. In fact, Levis did not expect Odin to respect him so much. It seems that Odin already understands that he has the power of the Phoenix. Mr. Weiss, please come with me, Loki Midgard. No, it's the Earth that caused the irreversible war, and I'll give you an explanation. Odin brought Levis to the throne and looked down. This place is not accessible to ordinary people, and only those who are recognized by him will give the highest respect. At this time, 2 Asgard warriors came up with chains pulling Loki. Loki sneered at the serious-looking Odin and Levis beside him. I really don't know which one you played this. What, do you want to condemn me? Thor on the side was a little anxious when he saw that Loki dared to talk back like this. Until now he still cares about this younger brother very much. However, Odin's eyes glanced at him and he shut his mouth immediately. Don't you really know that you are already sinful? Odin looked at Loki with a serious face and said, wherever you go, you will bring war and death. Loki interrupted him with a sneer, I, as a benevolent god, just go to Midgard to rule them just like you. Hearing this, Odin shook his head and said, we are not gods, we also have birth, old age, sickness and death just like humans. But we have 5,000 years of life. Loki still wanted to justify lifespan, but Odin didn't want to argue with him about this pointless thing. All of this happened because of Loki's quest for the throne. That's my power, Loki interrupted. Your power is death 577. Odin couldn't help scolding any longer. Your power is the death of childhood, abandoned on cold rocks. If I hadn't brought you back, you might not have been would hate me like this. 99. Odin said the words in his heart at once, and he once had some regrets. Regret picking up Loki, the giants of Jotunheim, and raising him as a son. And that made Loki sad. If I don't deserve to live, then please merciful you to give me a death. As soon as these words came out, Odin was driven to a dead end. Originally, if there were no Levis and the other 3 Earthlings, how to deal with Loki completely depends on his mood. But now he has to give Levis an explanation. Because in his opinion, Levis is the inheritor of the Ancient One and the representative of the Earth, and its strength is even more powerful to the level of terror. He couldn't offend Levis at this time. After all, his time limit has come and he won't be able to live for long. It's up to Mr. Weiss to judge the crimes that Loki committed against the Earth. Odin looked at Levis beside him. Am I to decide? Levis touched his chin and smiled. Speaking of which, it's too late to thank Loki. After all, if there was no New York War this time, the era of mutants would not have been so logically opened. And if it wasn't for Loki, he wouldn't have gotten the Infinity Stones either. So Levis has to thank Loki for that. And the other Infinity Stones after that need his help more or less, so Loki definitely can't die now. That is, when he was thinking, Thor on the side was extremely nervous for fear that he would kill Loki directly. Odin, I think you should handle this matter yourself. Although Loki has caused a lot of damage to the Earth, it is not a bad thing for today's people on Earth. 35. Oh, do you think so? Odin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard what he said. After all, Loki was raised by him for so many years. If he really wanted to kill Loki directly, he definitely didn't want to. Loki, if Mr. Weiss didn't hold you accountable and pleaded with Frigga, you'd already be dead, so I've decided to keep you in dungeon for the rest of your life. Odin's voice fell, and the 2 Asgard warriors dragged Loki down. And what about Thor? You're going to make that idiot king. Before leaving, Loki was still obsessed with the throne. Thor has to clean up the mess you left behind, he has to restore order to the 9 kingdoms, and you're right, Thor will become the king of Asgard 99. After Odin finished speaking, the 2 Asgard warriors pulled Loki down. Sorry, Mr. Weiss, you've made a joke, the banquet has already started, please take a seat. Seeing that Loki's matter was resolved perfectly, Odin directly pulled Levis to sit down and drink happily. For Odin, who was once the strongest man in the 9 realms, Levis has always maintained a sense of awe and cannot despise anyone because his strength has surpassed Odin. Why be friends when you can be enemies? And once he has established a good relationship with Asgard, he may also be able to borrow Bifrost to enter other 9 realms, which will be very convenient for him to sign in. Speaking of which, though he hasn't signed on Odin yet, ding, is the host checking in, double experience or super ability. Sign in to super ability, ding, sign in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability prophecy with 100 experience points. According to legend, Odin is the king of the gods, possessing powers such as time, prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death. What Levis didn't expect was that this sign-in actually gave him the ability to prophesy. Simply put, prophecy can let him know the past and the future, and any unfavorable things can be predicted in advance. Is a very powerful ability. At the moment, he was even able to foresee a future disaster for Asgard, one after Odin's death. The source of the disaster is Odin's eldest daughter, Loki, and Thor's sister, Hela, the goddess of death. After Hela has absorbed the power of Asgard, even Odin in his heyday must be on par with him. Loki and Thor are no match for Hela at all. It can be said that there are not many people in the 9 realms who want to find someone who can defeat Hela, and Levis is one of them. And he also saw a strange picture. It shouldn't be possible, maybe I saw flowers. Levis shook his head and continued drinking with Odin. The people of Asgard are very simple, and if they can drink with them, they are good brothers. If they can beat them in terms of alcohol, it will be even more incredible. Then they will call you Roar a warrior. Warrior, do you remember me? Levis turned his head and saw that Fandral, one of the 3 Asgard warriors, came over with a wine bowl. It's Fandral, long time no see. Haha tilde, I didn't expect you to remember me. Come, I'll give you a toast. Fandral said. He picked up the big bowl and dried it directly. Since you are so forthright, Fandral, I can't be left behind, I've done it too. 35. After Levis finished speaking, he picked up the bowl and went straight to dry. Okay, warrior, your alcohol intake is really good. I'll discuss with you when you have time, let's talk first. Knowing that he was Odin's guest, Fandral didn't waste much time, turning around and returning to their own wine table. Odin also showed a relieved smile when he saw this scene. It seemed that the successor of the Ancient One was still very good. At the end of a banquet, Levis and Odin can be considered happy to see each other. And after the banquet, Tony suddenly asked Thor to learn about Asgard's technology. For this small request, Odin definitely agreed. Levis originally planned to take Natasha Romanoff back, but Li Jiazhou was held back by Odin. In an underground vault, Levis wondered why Odin had brought him here. Mr. Weiss. God King Odin, just call me Weiss, Levis laughed. Well then, Weiss, if I read it right, you should have the power of the Phoenix, right? Yes, I do have the power of the Phoenix, Levis nodded. The power of the Phoenix is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, but because of this, there are many people who have coveted the power of the Phoenix, so I hope you can be vigilant and take good control of this power. After saying this, Odin turned around and came to a corner of the underground treasure house and took out a small box from the trap. When Odin opened the small box, he saw a crimson stone being stored inside. Levi's eyes lit up when he saw the stone, and he could feel the power of the Phoenix being sealed in the stone. God Odin, this is... Many years ago, I fought in the south and the north and met many strong men, and the power sealed in this stone was the strong man who once controlled the power of the Phoenix. After I defeated him, the other party would rather die than commit suicide, and this power of the Phoenix was also obtained at that time. 35. Odin sighed and recalled the events of his youth, and then put the small box in Weiss' hand. God King Odin, is this for me? Levis was a little surprised. How could this power of the Phoenix simply be given to him? Odin smiled and nodded and said, it's just a waste to keep this thing in Asgard, and it's easy to cause disaster. If you don't dislike it, I'll give it to you. Then thank you, God King Odin, you can say anything if you need me. In the face of the power of the Phoenix in his hands, he is not hypocritical. This thing is exactly what he needs. And if he guessed 577 correctly, Odin must have something to help him when he took this thing out. Odin sighed. I can see a disaster in the future for Asgard. Who is it? Her name is Hela. She is Thor's sister. She fought with me for many years, but it was a pity that she was immersed in the war and couldn't extricate herself, and was finally sealed by me. 99. It's impossible to beat Hela with Thor's strength, so you want me to help Thor defeat Hela? That's definitely no problem. Levis resolutely agreed after learning of Odin's request. It's just a small favor. Compared to the power of the Phoenix, this deal is completely worth it. This has a causal relationship with what was previously predicted. Thanks a lot, Odin nodded in thanks. After a day at Asgard Palace, Levis returned to Earth with Natasha Romanoff and a somewhat reluctant Tony. Open it up and see what's inside. Before leaving, Frigga gave Natasha Romanoff a small box, and Levis was also a little curious about what was inside. Really, Weiss didn't take us to see the legendary Asgard this time. It's too eccentric. The little naughty looked at the exquisite small box in Natasha Romanoff's hand and said with some envy. Levis spread his hands helplessly after hearing this. It's just a temporary idea. I'll take you there next time when I have a chance. 33. Let's not talk about it, let's see what's in the box. Sky is very interested in the contents of the small box. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff opened the box without further ado. After the box was opened, there was a book inside, to be precise, a magic book. Frigga is a powerful magician, and Loki's illusion magic is all taught by Frigga. The magic book she gave was naturally unusual. Row is that Levis is a little interested. After all, he also has this automatic secretary super ability. If you collect 103,000 little yellow books, it will not be weaker than Odin. And the power of magic is very mysterious. Even he might be hit when, so he cannot use magic, but not without magic. See Seb. When Natasha Romanoff opened the magic book, a golden light disappeared into Natasha Romanoff's mind. Levis was startled, relieved after confirming that Natasha Romanoff was okay. Natasha Romanoff, what happened to her? The girls were also a little worried when they saw this. SHH? Everyone, don't be arrogant. Natasha Romanoff is fine. She should have acquired a magical inheritance. Even he didn't think that this was not just a magic book, but a magic book with inheritance. Just don't know how much magic Natasha Romanoff can inherit. After a while, Natasha Romanoff finally woke up. How about Natasha Romanoff? Is it inherited some magic? Is it powerful? What the hell is magic? Can we learn it? You give me a pause and listen to Natasha Romanoff first. Seeing the little naughty and Katie, they kept asking with interest, and Levis could only interrupt them. It's a magic called illusion, which can be used to confuse the enemy. The knowledge of this magic is in this magic book. As for whether you can learn it or not, I don't know. Natasha Romanoff smiled and shook her head. Illusion, is that the magic Loki used to play with his brother? Lorna asked curiously. It should be that one? Natasha Romanoff nodded, but even if it is raised to the level of a third-level mutant, it has no combat power at all. This magic is not bad, Shan said with envy. How could this kind of police illusion be learned? Don't be envious, you can't learn it. Levis shrugged, thinking they hadn't learned any magic at Camertage for a month. HMPH. It's not your fault if you can't learn it. Katie looked at him with dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for the fact that they often couldn't get out of bed, how could they not even learn a magic trick? For example, if a small flower is picked after passing through her ability, it will not wither for several days. She also awakened the super ability before, but this super ability is a bit tasteless. It can only keep the temperature of the object. For Katie's words, Levis had no way to refute and had to turn around and study the power of the phoenix given by Odin. I'm going to integrate the power of the phoenix. You can first try to learn this magic. If anyone can learn it, how about I promise her a condition? The girls' eyes lit up when they heard this. This is what you said. If I learn this magic, I will definitely ask you, Weiss, to take me to enjoy the two-person world. Katie is very envious of the little naughty and Clarice, so they have tilde this requirement. Definitely, no problem. Levis nodded readily. Seeing his promise, the girls ignored him and turned to study magic. Although they didn't learn magic last time in Camertage, they at least understood. On the other side, Levis saw this and disappeared in place. When he appeared again, it was already on Skull Island. King Kong, is this time okay? Seeing King Kong still sleeping on the ground, Levis woke it up with a smile. Roar tilde tilde. When King Kong woke up, he roared excitedly when he saw him. After no natural enemies, King Kong is truly the king on Skull Island, but he hasn't seen each other for a while and his height and size have grown a circle. Seeing that King Kong was so excited, Levis had no choice but to use—
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.